your gaming meets purpose. And with G-Loot, we amplify your gaming. G-Loot adds a battle pass on top of your in-game battle pass. Let me show you. That's 2 battle passes, baby. Same progress, double the rewards. So visit gloot.com now and join the next generation of esports players.
Hey, chat.
Eat every workout. Eat every game. Keep it clean.
Hey chat, Hypox said I have to say this. So, this is the 3rd day of G-Loot Valorant Clash, and we're gonna crown the winner who's gonna take the lion's share of the $50,000 that is the prize pool of our event. We're gonna have 2 matches today. It's gonna be a long day because it's gonna be a best of 3 into a best of 5 with some really cool teams. This event is brought to you by G-Loot, Clean Drink, and HyperX. My name is Lothar, and on the desk, as for in the previous desk, of course, in the previous days, we have Hypok and Kakuka. Welcome, guys. Let's start with Kakuka. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. As you said, I think that yesterday we had a long day. Today is expected to be even longer, but we have some cool teams. A good heads up into the Vitality versus Na'Vi. So we'll see how that ends up. And I think that yesterday we get a great showing of Parla, so really hyped up for that final.
Hypok, what about you?
I'm so excited. I can barely still get over the fact that Parla are actually in the grand finals. Like that was an absolutely insane series yesterday. Again, we're actually starting off with a banger today. So hopefully today can live up to yesterday.
You mentioned Parla. Let's take a look at the bracket to show you guys what happened, because I don't think anyone coming into this tournament would have predicted that the top of the bracket is gonna end up with Parla going through. First, we had Foot Esports that lost to Divinity. That's a partner team for the next year VCT that didn't go through the round of 16. Then we have Parla Esports absolutely demolished Divinity in a 2-0 victory. And on the other lower side of that upper bracket, we had BBL, Giants Gaming, and they just went through and just met the opposition in form of Parla Esports, and they couldn't plow through the best of 3 that we had yesterday. It was an absolutely insanely entertaining match. If you didn't see it, I 100% recommend rewatching it. Watch the VODs from yesterday. It's superb. But on the lower side of the bracket, we had Na'Vi, Vitality, Flux Esports, KPI Gaming. Actually, all of those teams starting in the round of 16 were actually looking kind of impressive when I think about it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the lower part of the bracket kind of unraveled as we expected in the most part. Is the upper bracket that we had the most surprises in. But hey, there's still a lot in the line, isn't it?
I mean, we're nearly in a scenario where Fireflux toppled Na'Vi, right? That series went the distance, and again, even taking a look back at some of the highlights, that was a crazy close series. That would have been wild though. If we had Fireflux and Parla making a push towards the grand finals, that would have been madness.
Go Turkey.
Imagine the posts on Reddit and so on. Anyway, let's take a look at what is going to happen today in our tournament, because we're going to have, as I said, the first best of 3 is going to be between 2 VCT partner teams. Na'Vi against Vitality. I feel like it's a big highlight of the tournament to see them go against each other, but the winner of that match is going to have a break and then fight against Parla Esports in the final. So there are 2 really cool storylines here, right? First is like the the big names matchup. We're gonna see some probably really nice lineups and compositions and new ideas being tested out against each other. And then against Paula, it's gonna be against the underdog.
Yeah, and I'm glad you touched on the kind of compositions and the experimenting, because I think these are two teams, Na'Vi and Vitality, that we've already seen examples of this event. Obviously, Vitality busting out the Harbor. Absolutely love to see that. And Na'Vi, who we've already seen go through some changes. Well, it's still a work in progress. There are some questions over it, but coming into this series, obviously versus Vitality, whether or not we're going to see kind of what they feel is the final form for some of these changes, right, for Na'Vi.
Do you have any examples of the Na'Vi, like, ideas tested out?
Okay, I mean, the biggest ones that stand out is obviously Angels, role swaps coming across, picking up the Breach and the Sova and whatnot, but I think the headline being your favorite man, Xiao, heading over to controllers, which, again, looking at some of the compositions from the outside looking in, initially there were stumbles. I think that's fair to say. It definitely didn't look like everybody was comfortable yet in some of those roles. But even just some of the agent overlaps, with Zipan coming onto the fade, with Xiao picking up the controller, and obviously not able to kind of shuffle things around to have, Xiao on what you would argue is specialist rollers.
Yeah, I think that for many of the teams coming into next year, we expected the role swaps because it's a little bit of everything everywhere, right? So it's the moment to figure out a new way to face it. And for the side of Na'Vi, I think that, them staying as 4 and just adding on Zenit coming in from Artis, you would expect that changes are not going to be that deep, that they're not going to go the distance into thinking something new. They're always, the ones trying different compositions and maybe spicing things up just because they can. But this time, it really looked like they took it one step further.
Yeah, I think that the big thing to note is kind of seeing it coming in and not necessarily backfilling Ardis's roles. So we had obviously Sugetsu flexing on, and whether or not that is something that there is going to be a little bit of overlap, or actually Na'Vi's approach moving back towards more jet-centric kind of compositions, that's something we've definitely got to keep our eye on.
So, do you guys think that bringing CNET actually kind of limits the flexibility that this team had before?
You could argue it was an issue on Ascend, right? When Ascend went through I remember when Fracture first came out and we had these wacky comps coming out, Starzo flexing onto the Jet, which again, very talented individual, but hadn't had much reps in terms of pro play on the Jet. And we had this similar sort of discussion around Ascend, whether or not that's something that, like I said, anticipating moving back towards kind of more jet-focused compositions. That's something Na'Vi want to work on. The concerns came from what we saw in some of the matchups Na'Vi played in.
Yeah, I think that the biggest question is, okay, you want to swap the roles, you get Zenit in, as we were saying, trying to fill in for Artis, but then we jump into our first match and we see Sugetsu going on the chamber.
And
Open. It's like, so if he's going to be your chamber, and you already have Zipan, who is an insane duelist, an insane race, can go on the Neon, and you have Xiao, who has been a jet player for a very, very long time, and he can flex into all of these roles. Where is CNET going to be fitting in the bigger picture when the game keeps advancing? We know that 2023 is going to be a big challenge for most of the teams, so we still have a lot of questions that Na'Vi will need to answer sooner or later. But as we're seeing on the screens right now, Vitality is going to be on the other side. I think that, the innovation has also come on their side when we talk about the Harbor on Breeze.
Yeah, just to remind you guys, we're playing on the newest patch, the 5.10, so we're gonna have the Harbor with the buff. We're also gonna see, maybe, I hope, today a Cypher with the newest traps. I would really would love to see that, but probably not. And then we also have the Fade nerf, which is not as impactful as I thought it will be, although we did see yesterday that players have less of an issue destroying the Prowler with a Sheriff, for example. They always did it with 2 bullets, which was not something happening before. But Hypok, this train is one of those players that seems like on Vitality is always the one that is getting the newest character to play, right?
Yeah, I think as well, early on when we saw kind of OG London United toy with early Fade comps, they were the ones that ultimately looked the best on it in the early days, right? Really adopted some of these kind of choreographed set pieces that, again, was kind of their pedigree. So it's no surprise to see him pick up the Harbor. We did actually see quite a few variations of his application on Breeze. Some of them look really good. Others, again, whether or not that'll stand the test of time now there's some tape on it. People have seen the nature of some of these takes. But initially, I was very impressed. Again, it was the attacking half that really impressed me. Defensive, wise, still some questions left over it in my eyes.
But overall, we're still seeing teams, especially these two, definitely limit testing the flexibility of their players, not only into, you know, jumping on different sentinels, but definitely changing the role. The same that we saw Twiston not being the explosive duelist on the same manner. Mosi going on the Neon. Some these various things that if you have a talented pool of 5 players, definitely is going to make you a winner coming into 2023.
Well, let's take a look if we're gonna actually have the Breeze in today's maps available. Maybe again a Harbor, maybe a Harbor versus Harbor. The first bans are Bind and Haven, so the classic map, Kakuka.
It's funny because both of these teams have been banned in Bind, so that was out of the question, I think, for
we're never going to see it.
Yeah. We're not going to see it. Haven on the side of Na'Vi, I think it makes a little bit of sense after the testing that they've had. Probably Vitality being one of the teams that could have exploited that. And it's funny that it's Vitality picking the Pearl.
Well, this is really exciting as well because Pearl is still kind of in that experimental phase as a map itself. So to have the benefit here of some role swaps, maybe introducing some new agents. That's a really exciting start. Breeze is...
okay, this is looking good. So it's going to be Na'Vi actually picking onto that Harbor. They saw it. They want to test it on an official. How it's like to play against the character. Maybe Vitality goes and like, no, we didn't like it. We're just going to go back to something different.
And this is interesting for another reason as well. I mean, Na'Vi historically, obviously FPX have had a journey in terms of Breeze and compositions, right? There's been so many major changes, overhauls, and just slight adjustments to that. So I'm excited to actually see them come out of, well, we've seen it joining this, a little bit of downtime to work on things, what they actually bring to Breeze here as Na'Vi.
Well, we have seen even a Yoru yesterday on this map, so maybe, but I don't think so, because now we've seen that he's...
now with Ardis gone, right? Angels is allowed to play Yoru, right? That was it. With Ardis, it was saying it's never happening
So what does Cnet play then? Just the Chamber?
Well, again, this is the question. Sugetsu was the one flexing back onto controllers where they toyed with just playing the Viper, obviously bringing the Omen into things as well. That's why Breeze is so exciting because, like I said, FPX went through an identity crisis in terms of their Breeze compositions.
Yeah, this is actually, I'll be honest with you, this is very exciting.
This is a good veto, really good veto.
It looks good, it looks
For
good.
the viewer experience, I think this is going to be amazing because we are now getting 2 teams that are really not afraid to experiment with both new agents and new old compositions. So let's talk a little bit about the Pearl because we're still waiting for the players to connect to the lobby. Pearl on Navi's side, the last lineup that they played on this map was highly experimental, Hypo.
Yeah, highly experimental, unorthodox as well. There's lots of questions, again, without having the opportunity to really see how it was applied. But even just minor things like having the Sova over the Fade is something that in recent times what we've seen with Pearl, again, coming out of this experimental phase, if Na'Vi are going to kind of pull anything out versus Vitality here, I'll be excited to see it. But even at face value, the concerns as well about having the Jet and the lack of control really on one side or the other, because the rotation time is so key on Pearl.
Yeah, and also,
what do you think about the composition?
I'm not a fan. It's first of all the fact that you have the Sova instead of the Fade, especially when you are having at least 2 players that are becoming really, really good on the agent. The fact that they pick the Killjoy over the Chamber, knowing that when we talk about quick rotations, it's Yoru and it's Chamber. You know that you can be literally anywhere in the map in the matter of a second. So it's just a lot of these pieces that are not merging in correctly, I would say, just yet. The fact that you do not have a Sage, that you prioritize having Cnet on that Jet as your main entrance force, I think it's going to be complicated. Also, because on the side of Vitality, we have never seen them. We never saw OG London United play in Pearl.
Nope.
We never see Vitality play in Pearl. So whatever comes from their side, it's going to be new.
Question is, literally carte blanche.
Is Harbor going to be on the mix?
Well, there's actually a case to be made that on Pearl, Harbor might be a good choice for the attack, but at the same time, he's going to be decent on attack on almost every single map. The question is the defense good enough for that character? But now, the lack of Chamber, though, on the Navi's composition, do you think it opens up a problem on the B side, on the defense?
I mean, this is one of those questions that naturally I'm inclined to lead back towards actually where Cnet kind of fits with this, right? Because the thing is Pearl is so easy to anchor, and the problem being when you swap the Killjoy out for it, you are tethered to that utility, right? So it's either tethered to a site or to kind of mid-link, right? Or obviously if he's going to play the opposite side to his utility. So that's where the concerns come, because typically the Chamber is just the hard anchor. But literally, again, you can pretty much prioritize the opposite side of the map, leave him to his own devices. Like you said, you got that get out of jail free card where ultimately it's very hard to punish a Chamber.
Yeah, and it's also like he's controlling double doors.
Exactly.
He can be anywhere on the map.
And he can be anywhere to do that.
Exactly. That's something that Killjoy is not enabling you to do, especially when you try to innovate a little bit. When we talk about the attack for the Sentinels, Killjoy I think is going to be a little bit lackluster. You're going to be really anchored. It's going to look a little bit of how you try to control Ascent when you are on the attack. I just do not see it as viable. As
the value of the ultimate as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, the ultimate I think is pretty valuable. It opens up a lot of space on A. On B, it's gonna be problematic, but on A, you just literally just make space for until the point of flowers and secret. So there's some value there. But still, Sova. Why Sova over Fade? For Angel.
You ask Angel.
Yeah, ask Angel.
There are some
that's
questions
an Angel
that
thing.
only Angel can reply to.
Well, maybe shock darts to destroy the traps and double doors, the chamber. That's the counter.
Is it
the sole purpose?
Yeah, the sole purpose. But okay, our question's like, actually, we're going to get 2 Killjoys. We're not going to see chamber on the other side.
Second match like that in this tournament.
At least we're not getting the Sova. You know, definitely also a change. Seeing Molsey on the race. What is it?
There is the Sova.
No. I mean on the side of
on the other
Vitality.
side.
On the side of Vitality.
Okay.
You know that we do have the Killjoy on their side that decide to go for no chamber, but there's not going to be a Sova. I mean, this is definitely kind of another extra value that we're going to give to Angel when we talk about utility usage.
Absolutely, yeah. And obviously, Vitality picking up the Fade and the Raze combo. Not something you necessarily see very often here on Pearl, but I'm feeling a little bit better about Vitality's. The Killjoy questions, in my eyes, if they are answered here, if this is still just something testing the waters-wise, but definitely a little unorthodox.
But it feels like the Vitality lineup is just more complete when it comes to the synergy as well, right? But, well, CNED on Jet, we have seen him on Haven do absolutely nothing.
I mean, if he does CNED things, it's one of those, I mean, I used the term the other day, feast or famine. Like, if the guy's fragging out and doing CNED things, it doesn't really matter. You can make arguments about the composition, but he was putting up numbers the other day on Jet.
And if you're going to prepare the ground, I mean, both Faith and Sova are going to work. Maybe Sova he's even more used to, but still here on Pearl, we'll see how that one unravels.
It's also pretty interesting because building up economy for the operator is going to be a challenge for both of those teams on this map right now, which opens the long B side in general. All right, they're going to jump straight up to the casters. It's gonna be Munch and Lyric taking over today again, of course, because they are the mainstays here. And how are you guys doing today?
Yeah, doing fantastic. Got a good night's sleep and ready to jump into it. And 2 bright yellow teams to kick us off. If we weren't awake yet, just looking at those logos will wake us up.
Yeah, and I mean, right, 2 partner teams coming in, exciting rosters. Yeah. You know, again, weird compositions. Pearl's still a very new map, but both teams kind of diverging from what was just standard and meta over in Champions.
Yeah.
But I think that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it exciting to see what their read is coming today.
Yeah, absolutely. To see like how they're going to attack Pearl, because you know there have been teams that have played Pearl, but realistically, this is not a map that has been cracked yet. This is not a map that everyone's figured out.
I feel like you think back to Champions and like Xset was a team who really liked playing on Pearl. Both Loud and Optic like had their go-to comps that did work on it. But especially when you have a team like Na'Vi bringing out things like the Sova, which me and you were actually talking to Lothar upstairs about of like, hey, you know, Theorycraft, how can this work? And we're going to see what Angel can get done on this pick, of course. Yeah. They have played something similar to this already. And especially, you know, a big talking point is especially holding down that B site. When you don't have something like the Chamber with a Headhunter or with a Tour de Force to stop those pushes from coming through.
We'll see if they can stop those pushes. Here we go, though. Game number 1 underway already. And this is Vitality's map pick. So they're the ones that are going to be on the attack here. Na'Vi deciding to go defense to kick us off here in our second semi-final. And it feels like there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams to really step up. This is the match that matters the most to them now.
Oh, 100% right. I mean, this is, I think, very telling going into next year. Like, still very early on, right? We've seen Na'Vi have been incredibly experimental in terms of roles and who is playing what. And even on the side of Vitality.
And I think that's left a lot of questions for analysts, for the community of like, you know, how is CNED going to slot into this team? How is CNED going to fit in amongst these players? What roles are people going to play? It's going to be on the Jet today.
Yeah, and we might find out very early on because it looks like Vitality started to make their way over towards that B site. Already getting through that Killjoy utility. I mean, they're going for the hit. Other members of Na'Vi trying to work their way on the flank, but...
Well, here we go. Shots coming on through. The sound should be coming any second now. We're working on it as we speak. Molsey gets one here. Sketsu trying to hide at the back of sight, but Molsey's found him. Vitality off to a great start here with 2 picks already, but Zipan up at the top of B wants to try and challenge.
Yeah, we're going to see what he's able to get down, trying to get some coverage there with the Stars to make something work. But, I mean, 5v2 right now feels incredibly hard for Na'Vi to be able to pull anything off. Spike already going down. And, I mean, there's another one on the board for Vitality, and Mosey especially popping off with the 4K.
Oh, nice little shot from Zipan here. He's alone, 1v5, but he's got a pistol and a dream. There's 2 headshots. Destrian hiding out. Here's the footsteps, and then the reload comes in. Destrian to finish the job. And Vitality start as they mean to go on. They, you know, picked this map. It was Na'Vi choosing defense, though, so good to see Vitality coming straight out of the gate here.
And Vitality already going to attack one of the places where the desk had question marks, right? About, hey, you know, getting onto this B site, pushing their way all the way through B-Link, and just able to do a great job, especially once they took down CNET early on. One of the players who it looks like Na'Vi have been trying to make incredibly comfortable coming into this roster. And then, I mean, it just felt so hard trying to come in from these different angles, and Vitality just didn't let the retake go through.
And I feel like one of the most exciting things about this series in general, not even just about Pearl, is that you've got Bone Cold against Angel, right? 2 of the best IGLs that Europe's ever seen. Because here we go, we got some audio. And Angel starts things off with a Sheriff shot to the face.
Yeah, just really cheeky pick, going through Art to try and find something. What did manage to get one. And heck, right, we see that Vitality are the ones coming in with the guns. Yeah. Mosey especially with that Vandal.
Yeah. So a really big pick there. I don't think they could find the gun for themselves, unfortunately. CNED having that Marshall. So it's a possible round, but it's still going to be a difficult one as Vitality going to start dropping down some stars, try and make their way in.
And I feel like especially pushing down B once again should be where they're even more favored, considering that they do have some of these rifles coming out. Going to feel more comfortable in these long-range duels. It's going to be a lot up to CNED if he can find something here.
Gravity well, not quite enough. CNED does survive here. Sneaks on out and gets a shot in. Bone Cold taking 2. Looking for more. Angel with another headshot. This Sheriff is doing work right now. 2v1. Sender, despite the buy around, despite the rifle in hand, up against it, does not have the spike down, but finds a headshot, looks for a second, with City reloads, gets on the pistol, but it's Sugetsu to take it.
Able to bring it back, picks up the Vandal as well. Na'Vi going into that one with a Marshall, with a couple Sheriffs and a Dream, they're able to pull it through. Yeah. And I mean, now going into this round 3, they're going to be feeling so comfortable.
And I mean, straight away, we just got to praise Angel, right? Those headshots with that Sheriff, finding those crucial picks, that is enough to turn around like that.
And, you know, Na'Vi actually giving up a lot of space on B, weren't really peeking down long, down B main, and kind of just giving up, stacking closer towards B Link, but it didn't really matter. It gave time for the rotation to come through and for defenders to have more members, but now we see Vitality actually going for a decently fast push on A.
A couple of headshots, Molsey answers though with 2 on a classic here. But Angel should be able to finish the job here. The Phantom going to give him a massive advantage. Molsey, yes, he's got a Sheriff, but he's going to have to back away. Spike down, still in spawn there. And actually a bit of B control taken by Bone Cold here, discovering that the site has been somewhat abandoned.
And Molsey going to be quite close to the spike as well, so should be able to pick that one up and start making his way over. Looks like Angel might finally have an inkling that that is where Vitality are going to look. And now it's going to be up to Bone Cold, and if he can find some sort of pick, I mean, if he can take Angel down, get a Phantom in hand, the other members are nowhere close, and he does it.
Nice little pickup. Makes it a 2v2.
Still, without that information, actually doesn't feel comfortable going to try to get that gun, expecting the push from mid, but we see the members of Na'Vi actually working their way all the way around from the flank.
And, you know, those Sheriffs, they kind of fall off when you're playing at long range, so playing from B long certainly going to be the advantage for these Vandals. Molsey down hiding in Hall. And CNED sneaks onto the scene. Does not have Tailwind available to him, but he's got a Cloudburst and an Updraft to try and use. In they go, and he's found one. CNED to kick this off. And Bone Cold with everything on his plate here. Half the defuse already done. Sugetsu going to tap it once more. Bone Cold's got to get in there. He finds a headshot. Oh, so close. But Sugetsu does take him down in the end. And they saved the round.
He was so close to being able to make it work. Had Mulsey not gone down, you have that showstopper online. Feels like it's a round that's a lot more winnable for the side of Vitality. But it feels like the story so far is just these close rounds coming on through. And I mean, right, we come in round 1, we have a pistol win coming through for Vitality. Na'Vi able to bring it back, not even really with a force, right? We saw them picking up just the Marshal on CNED, a couple of Sheriffs in hand.
Yeah.
And now both teams going to be sitting with some guns. CNED with that Operator and actually going to peek through doors.
That Boombot going to ruin everything for CNED, though. Has to back away, goes for the re-peek, though. And a little shoulder peek from Molesey, got tagged up, but still survives. And crucially, a couple of ultimates available. Zipan has that one. Showstopper available for Molesey as well. And Bone Cold Angel just a point away.
Looks like now Vitality going to start backing off, realizing that there's a lot of pressure coming through from Na'Vi to make sure that Vitality can't get through mid. Killjoy utility also being placed out there as well. Going to start making their way over towards A main.
Na'Vi don't have that information just yet. 2 players over towards B still.
But for Vitality, right, Haunt and Knife both online if they want to try and get some information of their own. Bone Cold gonna start getting the stars down.
Oh, but the Hunter's Fury gonna come on through to try and stop this push. Finds one, but now someone hidden away. Molesey finds them though. Zipan answers. 4v2, and suddenly Bone Cold and Twiston in a whole heap of trouble because Zipan is taking this round into his own hands. Twiston in the corner. Had a couple of great games previously in the tournament. See if this is the moment for him to step up here. Vitality could do with this round. It's a crucial one when it comes to the economy, but Twiston gets CNED with a headshot. 8 HP to work with, but taken out by Angel in the end and Bone Cold to fall.
And now we're going to see Angel getting the Operator back online. Going to be able to give that one over to CNED. And nice hold overall coming out from Na'Vi. Utility coming out. I feel like the shock bolts were doing a lot of work, but Zipan, like you said, was really the one capitalizing on the aggression once Vitality were able to get into sight.
Yeah. And now Cosmic Divide available for Bone Cold, but it's only Sheriffs. It's up against a full buy. You'd expect Na'Vi to be able to grab another one here, and that would make the scoreline 4-1 if they can convert this round. And that's a tough situation to be looking at, because remember, this is Vitality's map. This is how they wanted to start the series.
And it was one of those things where, I mean, Na'Vi had already played this map so far in this tournament. Vitality seeing them do it, maybe thinking, hey, like, we saw some holes in the gameplay. Maybe they weren't the biggest fans of the comp either, and they were willing to go against it. But so far, Na'Vi able to make it work. As CNED, with a decently aggressive push-up B main, able to find that opening pick on the Bone Cold.
CNED proving his value there with the Operator. And, you know, they're up against the Sheriffs. It's not the hardest round ever for them. As Angel gets one just through the smoke. Saw Twisted for a split second before that smoke went down. Zipan definitely spotted some foreheads, but so did Sender. And he put bullets straight on through them. Lockdown going to come on in. The spike should surely be able to go down off the back of this, but Zipan not retreating just yet, moving in. But that grenade is going to cause a ruckus. Zipan takes 2. Sender with a rifle. Needs to get this spike planted. Will be able to do so. 1v2. Already has 3 kills in the round, if I'm not mistaken. Make it 4. No way. Does Sender make this happen? Sugetsu has to be the hero for Na'Vi, but Sender's here with a Phantom and an ace.
Huge round coming out from Sender. I mean, able to find that kill onto CNED was honestly huge. Gets the turret down, goes for the peek. And I mean, just catching him off guard to make sure that they get the round win. Things were looking a little bit dicey. I mean, right, Lockdown came out. They were onto site. Things are actually looking pretty decent for Vitality. But then once Zipan was able to find this play and bring a few kills back, that's where I really thought the Na'Vi were going to be able to bring it back. But Sender said no.
Has that Sheriff, starts it off with 2 clean headshots, finds a rifle, and then just the rest is history. But look at this, Na'Vi essentially forcing up, using that Blade Storm to make sure that they have a buy to work with. They can't afford to let these rounds slip away. They don't want to, and CNED starting things off beautifully.
Yeah, going with the Force.
How aggressive he plays.
Able to pick up a Vandal as well. I was going to say, I'm curious to see if he ends up dropping that one over to Angel, who's still only sitting on that Sheriff.
Yeah.
But no, Molesy actually finds the pick, makes his way through mid doors, catching them off guard.
Oh, what? He hits that? Oh my days, Molesy down. Xiao gets on as well. His 4 rifles across the team here for Na'Vi. Vitality trying to push up B long, but I don't know if this is going to work out for them. They're outnumbered here, but they do get 1 extra pick. 2v3. Now time for a rotation, but Na'Vi, they've got their number.
And I mean, just look at the minimap towards that A site.
Yeah.
Alarm bot, you know, down over an A main. You have a lot of utility covering Art as well. So it's going to be very hard for Vitality to make this rotation. I think make this play towards A site. But
30 seconds left.
Honestly, this round has been crazy so far, especially CNED. He's been everywhere, just creating so much space. I mean, and as a defender, right, pushing on through, finding a lot of these kills, and making it so Vitality couldn't find any sort of setup.
Sugetsu laying in wait. Alarm bot lets them know that they're there. Both players' backs are turned. And Sugetsu, like a coiled viper, strikes, takes him out, and gets a 4th for Na'Vi now. And off the back of, like, you know, things start to look very good for Vitality. Winning that pistol, getting around that they really shouldn't have got. Now Na'Vi back in control.
It's one of those things where, like, even the economic situation has felt kind of weird with when these rounds have been being traded and how these buys have had to come out. We're going to see, though, against CNED just creating so much space for the side of Na'Vi, and Soigetsu had the information there, able to pull on through. And now, I mean, we're back in a space where Vitality's still not really able to build up much economy to start getting decent buys under their belt. And, you know, 2 ults apiece on either side. We see Soigetsu with the lockdown and Cosmic Divide up for both sides. So we saw Soigetsu earlier on.
Yeah. And just on the topic of CNED as well, like twice now this game, we've seen him really aggressively pushing from the defensive side, right? B long went for the push, and then the previous round, just then with Blainstorm, going up through mid, sneaking forwards, and finding a pick onto Twister. Now, I feel like it's that clutch factor that we were talking about yesterday, right? Being willing to put yourself out on a limb and make that play to set your team up.
And I mean, heck, those were the question marks coming in for their side. Still, though, Zipan really has been the standout in my mind with a lot of, especially like the 2Ks we've seen him pull off pretty consistently in these rounds. Seems like Vitality realizing they need to change something up. I mean, even a few of these rounds, right, looking for some pretty standard defaults, but it's been Na'Vi the ones pushing through, getting this information. You know, CNED last round. We had before where it was Angel, the one who peeks out through Art with the Sheriff, able to find the first one. I believe got his second one in B-Link as well. So Vitality really just not expecting some of these peaks, some of this aggression coming through.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't feel like Vitality were ready for the way that CNED wants to play this map. And, you know, the thing is, this is one of those games where I feel like the first map is going to be crucial, right? Getting a bit of momentum here because both teams, they've got footage to watch of each other at this point. They've been able to prepare for this series. And I feel like, you know, 2 partner teams, 2 teams with reasonable expectations going into next year as well. This, even though it's an off-season tournament, even though, you know, it might not be VCT, there's still a good amount of money on the line here. And there's still a good amount of opportunity to prove what your roster is capable of moving forwards.
I think it's really interesting as well, you hitting on expectations, right? Because both partner teams, but Vitality coming in, looking pretty solid, bringing in these different names. But for Na'Vi, I mean, you kept a core 4 of one of the best teams in the world throughout the year. Are experimenting with roles, but still bringing in another star player in CNED who maybe hasn't had the greatest time with Ascend in recent times, but I mean, we know what he's done throughout his history.
Do you know, you mentioned Ascend. He's up against Bone Cold as well. Old teammates now up against each other. They know each other well. And both of those players known for the big moments, right? I mean, CNED, it goes without saying, but Bone Cold as well, especially with the Sheriff in hand, like he currently has. We've seen crazier things happen. So we are unpaused once again. Apparently a player spilt a drink, so they were just drying the situation up. And now back into the action once again. Vitality on a Sheriff buy here, but Sender, the franchise player here for Vitality with a rifle.
And we're going to see Vitality actually get some stars sent up towards this B-Link to try to push Soigetsu off. Looks like they're going to start looking for some control now, but they're going to be careful of Zipan once again.
Spike down.
Na'Vi starting beautifully here, denying the push, denying the aggression. Twiston, does he want to peek through double doors here? Does he want to go forwards? The answer's no for the time being. Backs away. Sender just dead through the door, just pure spam from Suigetsu, but it's enough. Twiston, the one with the rifle now, that Phantom being passed around the team. Desperate to find value out of that weapon.
One enemy
but Zipan's not having any of it. Zipan not having a single bit of it. And there we go. A 3K for him. Takes out his opposite man. And Na'Vi with a simple 7th round for themselves. But now round 8. And 3 ults on either side. This one feels important.
Zipan looking so incredibly comfortable on this map so far. Null Command now going to be online. You know, when Vitality are looking for some of these heavier pushes, going to be able to shut those down pretty easily. But, I mean, looking at Vitality coming into this one, at least now having rifles online, they're going to have a lot more that they're able to work with. Even utility pretty much up across the board. So, going to have more options this time. Maybe potentially even going to start looking for ways through B. We think all the way back to the pistol. That's where they were able to find success. It was a split on B, 2 going through B main, 3 going through Link. And could be a bit rougher now, right, since CNED has had that op for quite a while. But if they can force them out, get on the site, be quite difficult for the retake coming out from Na'Vi.
Yeah. And I think this funky music, it's apt, because we've had some funky rounds across the course of this one as well, because, you know, we've seen a lot of situations get a little bit pear-shaped. I mean, like, the highlight for me so far has been Sender, or full sending it in round number 5, getting that ace, using the Phantom. But we're on pause once more. Round 8 here, a crucial one. Rifles across the board, 3 ults on either side. Sender a single point away from having that lockdown, but Suigetsu already has his. Looks like very much an A lean from the side of Vitality.
Actually going to change it up. Still wanting to dodge CNED with that operator. Did use a star to get across through ramp. Bone Cold was spotted, though.
CNED wants it. Is the player going to peek out? Bone Cold looking for his opportunity, but we know CNED can flick. And can use that Dissipate just to sneak across. But Bone Cold actually waiting at the top. That's the classic, right? Where you wait at the top of B-Long, you use the Dissipate, and it's like, did I run across? Did I stay here? You don't know.
I'm not going to have the information for now. They force him out, but still. We see the other members of Vitality not really able to make much ground. Angel going to try and put a bit of pressure with these shock bolts coming out, but it looks like they're still one of the hits.
It's such unlucky timing with the reload. Just got a little tag, though. Oh, he peeks out. Suigetsu and Molesy trading kills here.
And we see Zipan actually, I think, should have spotted out the members of Vitality rotating through Art with that knife. And now with Lockdown coming out, going to try and get full control over site. No members of Na'Vi really on. They're going to feel fine, just waiting, backing off, and playing for retake.
Yeah, Spike not actually down just yet. And there we go. Destrian finally going to slam that one. It's going to be Twiston's ult used as well, just to try and stop any retake push coming through. But Na'Vi 4 stack as they move in through Secret here. Might just be able to find this Killjoy very early on. Nightfall comes across the team. A lot invested into this round from the side of Vitality. Is it going to be enough is the question. As Na'Vi burst onto the site now. Zipan with one Sender. Answered. Zipan's just diffusing, but Destrian knocks him down. It's like watching PUBG right now. Someone needs to pick him up. Suigetsu, though, answers. Destrian alone needs to make something magical happen, but Zipan, you can't get him. He's got so much HP. And now 2v1. The diffuse going to come on through. Just needs to buy time, and he can't. Zipan takes him out.
I love the way that Na'Vi played it, backing off, realizing, hey, Lockdown coming out. Sure, we lost control over Art, but still having enough time for the other defenders to be able to make it onto site. Having their own way to be able to get on and making sure that they get that res to be able to get Zipan up once he did go down, since he was in that null command. And then, I mean, it just felt so hard playing out in that 1v2.
And I don't want to speak too soon here. You know, we're only on round 9.
We almost did that yesterday, and then, you know, Parla are now in the final.
Parla showed us what happens when you speak too soon, but a lot of people saying Na'Vi not necessarily, you know, using everything they've got during this tournament so far. This feels like clean gameplay, though, today. This feels like a reasonable composition that they are trying to make things happen with. Molzy sneaking on forwards. And I want to see a bit more from Vitality on this attacking side. I want to see a bit of creativity come through.
And they just keep trying to find an opening through doors. Not going to be able to find it. And once again, I feel like Na'Vi are getting so much value peeking out through art. Been able to find a couple of clutch picks a few times. And so Igetsu just mows them down.
Xiao, just like he saw his life flash before his eyes. Didn't have his weapon out as he peeked, but luckily he had a teammate there.
Yeah. And I mean, right, Vitality, once again, on an eco. Not expected to do too much, but Na'Vi are going to be able to work their way up towards 7. And I mean, heck, when there was questions about Na'Vi coming out against Fireflux and kind of being pushed to their limits, it's nice to see them come in today and have a much more comfortable showing.
Yeah, they're comfortable is the word, right? And I think maybe that Fireflux series, bit of a wake-up call for Na'Vi. Like, really getting pushed to their limits there, to the point where I genuinely wasn't sure if we were going to see Na'Vi in the semi-final. Vitality, perhaps wishing that had come true. Because right now on Pearl, Na'Vi are here to play. And look at the money that they have left over as well. This is, I mean, they're never going to have a broken economy for the rest of the half.
No, and even just looking at the round right now, I like the Astro Star usage to deny the information. Seeing it pushing up so aggressively to try to find something. And once again, just trying to make their way through doors. Hopefully they can find something, because we do have Showstopper online. If Molzy can get in, get on the site, will be huge. But now it's starting to pivot over towards A.
Yeah, heavy lane A lean here. Nearly said lane, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Vitality, only 2 rounds. They'd love to make it more. Zipan, first man on point to try and defend it, but Molzy finds him. It's a good little entry. Can it turn into more? Xiao pushed back to Secret, trying to survive. Managed to survive that previous round, but needs to wait for reinforcements. The whole gang moving on over here. And the retake once more from Na'Vi.
There.
Not gonna have too much to work with. Xiao able to find Destrian, and I mean, this is gonna give them a lot of wiggle room to be able to get on site. The rest of Vitality all playing out through main.
Here we go. Showstopper comes on through. Molzy doesn't know where anyone is for the time being. Does find one to Getsu. Blast packs himself away, but CNED finds him with the operator. Xiao moving forwards. Ascender needs to defend this. He can spray through the smoke. Bone Cold with great little headshot. Can't turn it into 2 though. And CNED finds Sender. There we have it. CNED with the operator on site. And that will be yet another defuse for Na'Vi.
CNED coming up huge in this round. Molzy trying to make something happen with the Showstopper, but just getting picked off as he goes through the play. Not too much utility to really work with for the side of Vitality in that post plan either, to try to deny or stall out a defuse from coming on through. And Na'Vi just ended up going for, I mean, the fights anyway, right? They were the ones pushing in through. Didn't even try to, you know, pull Vitality in with any attempt of a defuse. So Na'Vi still just looking incredibly comfortable and not even changing up some of their setups too much, right? We've seen Soigetsu pretty comfortably sitting in B-Link. CNED has been moving around a few times with this op, though, to try and catch him off with different angles, but this time the read not being exactly right is Vitality. We're going to look towards B main. Don't end up committing, though.
No. Backing away once again. And playing around mid this time. They have been going through towards A from mid quite often, and you can see that lean already from Sender towards the A site. Does definitely feel like the favorite for Vitality, but that said, they've managed to get the spike down a few times, but they don't seem to be able to actually hold on after that. Na'Vi's retakes are just too clean.
And it really...
CNED has that Blade Storm as well.
It feels like finding any semblance of even, you know, potential aggression to get onto the sites has still been very hard, right? The op doing so much to deny them from these extremities. We've seen Soigetsu's utility not allowing them to get into B-Link. And at the start of a lot of rounds, they have typically committed, you know, 1-2 members towards Art to try to find those picks. Vitality might actually be the ones getting into Art now.
30 seconds left.
Once again, trying to get onto A. But Sender especially is going to have to be careful.
Yeah, he's up against CNED, and CNED firing on all cylinders today. Knows someone's there, saw the animation, but doesn't quite get the flick. Sender with a great headshot. That's exactly what Vitality needed. Now a man advantage. They can get onto this site, get that spike down, and start as they mean to go on.
Left.
10 seconds, but they've got the spike as Zipan does find Bone Cold. Turns it into a 4v4. Now, once again, the retake, but this time Na'Vi already in position. Ready to get going. Multi gonna peek out through Secret, and Will finds Sugetsu. It's a good one for Vitality. It's a crucial one for Vitality, but Xiao answers it 2v3 now as they move on into the site. Xiao there. Twistin, though, finds Zipan. And Vitality finally get themselves a third on the board. A crucial round.
I love that Mosey, once again, was willing to look for those aggressive pushes towards the back of A side, because Na'Vi even had a lot of utility to work with to try to make their way on. We still had things like shock bolts up for Angel, Xiao still having a lot of ability to throw down those stars. I believe Zipan still had pretty much everything online to be able to try to work his way back in, but Mosey really denying a lot of that from going through. So Vitality, going into the last round, at least going to have, you know, guns to work with, going to be feeling a bit less pressure.
I think it says a lot about the state of this game, that the amount of money the Na'Vi players are going to have left at the end of this half is more than Vitality are starting this round with, after Vitality just won the previous round.
And it just goes to show how key those early rounds are, right? Vitality were able to find a few, but just Na'Vi constantly pushing them down, a lot of those clutches coming out. And like we said, it feels like they've really struggled to get any headway towards mid. They've been too afraid to try and push down B main, just with the fact that CNED can be there with the op. And Na'Vi have been pretty consistently changing where some of these surprise attacks are coming from.
Does feel like Na'Vi have the read, though, so far. And, you know, previously FPX known as somewhat of a counter-strat team, right? Known for being able to read an opponent and play specifically to defeat an opponent. It does feel like Na'Vi have had the read across the course of the day so far. Ain't over till it's over, though. Final round of the half. Vitality desperate to get a fourth. CNED gets suppressed, though, so he can't use that Blade Storm, and Sender shuts him down. That's a massive pick for Vitality to push on towards that B site. Killjoy nearby. Sugetsu can maybe stall out, but the rest of the team needs to get here.
We're going to see Lockdown coming out. Going to try and guarantee themselves some space. Just being incredibly cautious, wanting to make sure that no other members of Na'Vi are on site. They've been throwing out things like the C's to check and make sure no one is playing these tight angles.
I don't blame them for being cautious either with the way that Na'Vi have been playing today. Oh no, the plant is denied. It's taken out and Bone Cold finds two. Bone Cold saving the situation there.
4v2 now for the side of Vitality, so they should be able to start working their way up onto B site with those other members and trying to make sure that they get that plant down.
Sugetsu moving in, does get one but traded, and that's going to favor Vitality. Xiao, 1v3. Has stars, has abilities. I don't know if they're really going to be enough to set up a 1v3 situation, especially with Twist and having that operator. But there has to be an attempt. Xiao trying to sneak in. Molsey off to the side here. Twistin going to be trying to cover halls. Xiao sneaks out. There we go. Molsey one to the back of the head. And a fourth on the board for Vitality. A crucial couple of rounds at the end there.
Huge. I think huge even for things like the mentality when you do go into swapping sides and making sure you aren't too dejected from what happened in the previous round. And now going to get to see what Na'Vi can do with this Sova going onto the attacking side.
Yeah. Honestly, that pair of rounds to finish the half for Vitality is so crucial, because I mean the difference between 8-4 and 10-2, like that is a dramatic difference. Like the pistol round basically decides the entire game, and you're already on 10 at half time. Na'Vi though still in a very comfortable position. If they can win this pistol, I mean they'll be on that 10 round mark that we just talked about.
Maybe they will, because last time around we did see the team that won pistol did not end up winning round 2. So
true.
Definitely can't count either one of these teams out, even when they are at, you know, a gun disadvantage going in. Na'Vi going to be playing this very differently than what we saw Vitality going for in their attack half.
Yeah, turret goes down. Vitality on defense, and now remember, this is Na'Vi's map pick, Vitality's side pick, so now Na'Vi should be comfortable. Sugetsu, one with the Nano Swarm. Moving forward, CNED searching for players here. As they move on in, Shout going to get that spike down, spray out from Molesy, finds one, finds a second as well. Through the pure chaos, Molesy keeps his head. And he takes off a couple of others. Twiston answers. 4 players up for Vitality.
And Molesy, time and time again, feels like he's been the hero for Vitality on this Pearl map pick. Is now, like you said, 4v2 coming in. Vitality have Spike right in front of them. You don't even have any agents or any ways of trying to, I'd say, aggressively make a play and get out. You know, no real mobility coming through. Only the Sova and Killjoy online. So
left.
Oh,
it's going to take more than a miracle.
I think Sugetsu was ready for that smoke to dissipate there. Angel sneaking around for a flank, but Bone Cold knows it. Bone Cold ready and waiting to pounce. Sugetsu does find Molesy, but Twiston happy to answer. A 5th for Vitality, a crucial pistol.
100% Vitality looking, I think, much more comfortable this time around. And Na'Vi were willing to go with a decently aggressive hit on the side. Astrostars come down. We see CNED instantly throw the cloud burst and dash right into sight. Somehow we get I believe it was Soigetsu finding the nanoswarm kill on the sender. But still, Molesy coming in and getting the multi-frag was enough to be able to guarantee the round for Vitality. Because not too many members of Na'Vi actually committed full on to the site. No. A lot of them still playing out towards main.
But Sheriff's in pocket for Na'Vi. It's not a full save here. CNED, Angel, and Zipan. In fact, Sugetsu as well. All the Sheriffs can find those headshots. And, you know, just a couple of those. If you can find a rifle, if you can find an SMG, can turn the game around. CNED gets one. Zipan went down as well. 4v4 now. There's a rifle on the floor. Sender finds it. Wants to protect that weaponry.
Now, Na'Vi going to be fishing towards the opposite side of the map, seeing if they can find anything. Decently cautious as well, though. But Vitality not changing positions, still keeping a close eye on B-Link. So it seems like Na'Vi should be able to find an opening to be able to make their way onto site. Recon Bolt up once again, so Angel can look for that information.
Oh, Bone Cold sneaks out and is hit by a hail of bullets. Has to leg it off the back of the site there. As in they come, Na'Vi first onto B site, immediately going for that plant. This time it will go down. Destrin here, first on the scene, and massive gun advantage for Vitality here. If they can find their duels, it's all about team play. The Sheriffs can certainly change around. Sender with that Vandal needs to be huge. Can't afford to give that weapon away. Finds one, finds a third as well. In fact, as Angel answers. 2v2 now. Sheriffs can certainly do wonders. Oh, Shao doesn't even need a Sheriff.
Shao completely fine, and now Bone Cold only with the Marshal.
He knows where they are. He's going to try and go for the no-scopes, but Shao again using that ghost and making the magic happen. Beautiful round from Na'Vi, and they're back in charge once again.
And I thought things were going to go so well for Vitality, not only having the gun advantage, but especially when we saw multiple members of Na'Vi get pinned into halls, and we saw people like Twiston throwing out the fragment, I believe a gravity well, or maybe it was a Nova Star came out at the same time on the opposing side of halls. Like they would just go down, but like you said, all Na'Vi had, a ghost and a dream, and it worked.
Well, Shao's used to dreaming in an astral form. I don't really know if that's dreaming, but I'll run with it. Why not? Bone Cold. Thinking about going for a peek there, but again, Sheriff's now on the other side. A shorty there for Twiston as well. No ultimates online. We'll be looking towards the next couple of rounds there for that first ult cycle of the half.
Now Shao is going to get caught out by the infamous. No, he's not. Is Na'Vi going to start making their way towards Ard, and Vitality wanting to try to find some aggressive information of their own since they are only on those pistols. We're able to get a trade, so feeling decent about that one.
CNED, though, finds a bonus kill here. And looking to just spray on through that smoke. Doesn't even need the rifle. Hits him with the right click of the classic, and CNED with a 3K. And Twiston has a shorty. It's not the greatest weapon in the world for a solo retake, is it?
You know, maybe it won't be what gets the job done, but if you can find one and make a flashy play, he's probably happy.
Yep. Has been spotted by the turret, unfortunately. He's got the shorty. He's got a glow stick knife. Is it going to be... He's going to die to the turret. Oh my god, what HP just... Just about get away with it. There we go. CNED to find him. The 4K at the end.
I respect the attempt.
Yeah, valiant effort.
CNED still just showing up so far on this map. Really just one of the members to talk about on the side of Na'Vi. And Na'Vi now making their way all the way up to 10. But Vitality now having some guns, and especially the lockdown online, I think is going to be extremely crucial to making sure any of these commitments to site, which we've seen Na'Vi pretty consistently playing this attack half as like a set core making way onto site together, not really too spread out in terms of going for these split plays. So it feels like that lockdown from Senator can do a lot of work.
It feels like that's the exact same way that they played defense as well. Like when they were going for the retakes, it was very much like that death ball trying to move in as a unit. Seems to be working for them. Rifles on either side though, lockdown available, Bladestorm available. This is a big round. If Vitality lose this one, honestly, it might be curtains. They need to get one in the books.
Really need to bring it back. And I mean now, no util to find any information coming out from those initiators, but it seems like Vitality have an idea that this push through B main is coming out. So they're going to back off.
Backing off, but CNED not deterred, just going to completely push on forward, check screens, moving towards Hall where Bone Cold is laying in wait. Nobody spotting him just yet. CNED nearby, they turn around and Bone Cold wide on the shot. Needed to hit that one. Destrian up in heaven here, Sender gets one. Sugetsu gets Destrian down as well. 3v4. Now retake City for Vitality. They've got to make this happen, but all three players coming from the same spot. It's really not ideal for them. Twist in the first one, trying to move in. Sender, he's been on point across the course today, but now has to find the headshots traded by Xiao. Twistin gets Sugetsu though, turns it into a 2v2. Molesey's there, and Molesey has been fragging out across the course of today. Hanging out up on B ramp. Need to find the headshots, need to find that magic. But all Na'Vi need to do is play it slow and safe. Hold on as long as possible. Buy time, but no, they don't. Vitality get them.
Both Molesey and Twistin winning their duels to make sure that they can get on the spike and look for this defuse. And, I mean, that one was so incredibly close coming out. Na'Vi, they find their way onto site. Bone Cold misses the shots, but his teammates able to pull it back around with the retake. And I mean, Na'Vi not really having too much util to work with once Vitality made their way onto site. Xiao not having anything like a gravity well up to be able to look for a play like that. Shock bolts had already gone down coming out from Angel.
Yeah.
And I love the confidence from Vitality pushing up, taking that 2v2.
Yeah. And important to have that confidence this late in the game when you are the team that's fallen behind. But now, rifles across the board here, a couple of ultimates available for Vitality, but it's mirrored on Na'Vi. And so many players so close. Sugetsu, Xiao, both a single point away. Zipan 2 points away. Na'Vi in full swing here, straight on towards the B site again.
They're going to start slowly making their way up. Still Bone Cold. And Senator playing decently far back on the side. Should be able to make their way in. And CNED going so aggressive.
He's not shy. He's definitely not shy, is he? Pushing forwards, looking for a pick. Trying to catch people out of position, but Molesey, he knows what's going on. Not going to be caught there. CNED is, though. Sender using that information from his teammate, finding the pick, really crucial here. And Vitality, once again, with the man advantage as they look towards a retake.
I was going to say, at least this time around, Angel having things online, Hunter's Fury coming out.
Oh, suppressed, though. Nicely done there. Molesey gets one with the showstopper, taken out by Twistin, though. 2v3. Bone Cold goes down. Zipan absolutely firing off shots here, Twistin. The back of the site. Using that ultimate to suppress the situation, but Zipan going Super Saiyan. Needs to find Destrian at the back of B Hall. Can he find it? No, looks the other way. Destrian gets him. 1v1, Angel versus Destrian, but they've run out of time. And Na'Vi will grab the round.
This time around, having something to play with as well. Things like their shock bolts able to come out and even deny. But, I mean, the duels coming out for the side of Na'Vi, able to make it work. I'm actually so surprised they were able to hold on for that long.
And crucially now, Lyric, we just talked about the ult cycle, right? We just talked about how many ultimates were about to come online. Well, it was only Angel that actually used his ultimate in that previous round. 4 ults available for Na'Vi. And, I mean, economic disaster for the side of Vitality. With no ultimates, it's going to be tough. It
just feels like this is a round that Na'Vi should guarantee push up to 12. And then the fact that they have so much to work with going into that final round feels near impossible for Na'Vi not to be the ones to close this out.
I mean, look, if there's ever a time for Twistin to bring out his shorty and make something happen, for Bone Cold to do some crazy strategy, for Molesy to just continue fragging out like he has been, this is the round. Because they need something. Because, I mean, if Na'Vi, like you say, Na'Vi should get this round, that'd be match point.
And it's nice to see, again, Na'Vi having a lot more success, kind of committing to the extremities on Pearl as compared to Vitality, who were trying to find a lot of, I won't even say aggressive, but trying to find control through mid, you know, probing in and out of doors and art, where Na'Vi seem very comfortable setting this one up, and it looks like they're just going to start making their way towards B once again.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've been, although to be fair, I think the B hits have been kind of going both ways. Bladestorm instantly used here. Seeing Ed looking for the headshot, does find it. I think that was the 4th shot. Looks for a 2nd as well. Nicely done here, but slightly wide on the clicks. Turns it into a classic kill instead. Very nicely done. And I mean, we said Na'Vi should win the round. They made it look easy.
Yeah, they completely destroyed them. I mean, Vitality had to go for a Hail Mary, right? Commit 3 members up B main, try and find something aggressive that they won't expect, and now going to bring themselves up to 12, still having plenty of ultimates to play with.
Sender alone. Only has that Sheriff. You'd expect him to, at very least, look for some exit frags. Try and steal a gun away. But at best, Vitality now looking for overtime. It's a tough situation to be in.
I just want to see Sender do something cool. Something funny.
Well,
no, CNET is now.
I think CNET probably found that quite funny. CNET, hell of a round there, hell of a round. That's match point, Na'Vi 12-6. And once again, I just want to remind everyone at home, this is Vitality's map choice. And this is domination from Na'Vi. It is, this is a Na'Vi squad that was woken up yesterday by FF. They were pushed to their limits, and I think they've come in today, like, ready to game.
And, I mean, now they have a lot of tools to game. Munch is,
yeah, mouses, keyboards.
Headsets.
Yeah, monitors.
But with the lockdown, you should be able to guarantee getting outside. I mean, heck, having the null command as well. I feel like Vitality almost going to have to end up giving up this side and playing for retake.
It's going to be a tough one. Rifles are there, though. And I think as well, these kinds of rounds, it's not just about whether or not you can push it to overtime. That's a long way away. You've got to take it round by round. It's about making sure that you're still feeling good and confident going into the following map.
You are divided!
CNET taking a second here as the Cosmic Divide comes on through. And now the opportunity to get onto this B site. And that Cosmic Divide, really the divide between the teams. But CNET goes for the peak and Molesy punishes him. Grenade on in. Zippin will get out. The spike still went down.
CNET going for such an aggressive play, jumping up as well, hoping to, you know, displace enemy crosshairs. But Molesy was just so ready for that play.
And I mean, this Killjoy ult is going to be so brutal. Molesy, though, with another one traded out by Angel. 2 players detained, and it feels like there's not a lot that can come from this one. No! Trying to get the res, though. Sender ends up taking out Angel. Maybe a chance, maybe an opportunity here. They can see what's going on. Need to see the spray, need to see a magical shot come on through from Xiao, but it's not going to be there, and Vitality keep themselves in the game.
Vitality managing to pick this one up. Honestly, so close coming up through. I think it was a little bit bold trying to bring the KO back. I think having a lot of faith in Xiao there, being able to cover him and make sure that that one can come through. But
maybe overestimating how long the lockdown was going to last, like thinking that they were safe, but they very much weren't.
And right, that was the round where we talked about where they had all those ultimates online, able to drop those out, and we thought that they'd be able to close out the round. This time around, looking at Vitality, you're 1 orb or kill away for Bone Cold. We have Lockdown up for Killjoy as well, even Destrian not too far away.
It's kind of the opposite situation to what we saw from Na'Vi, or almost.
I mean, if Vitality can pick up, you know, another 1-2 rounds, they are going to be in that exact situation.
with a slight advantage in terms of weaponry. A lot of utility still on the side of Na'Vi. It's not like this is an eco, but we'll see what Vitality can do. Another round would set them up, like you say, with a full rotation of ultimates. Twiston playing up close and personal.
And even Na'Vi changing it up. This is, I think it's the first time we've actually seen them push through art since they have swapped to the attack side. They're going to be walking right into everything Sender has to offer.
Sender going to be hiding away here.
Even to get some decent value, you know, across half of the Na'Vi squad.
Yeah. And it was looking like that A hit. Maybe they move away. Oh, Destrian. Such a huge pick. You know, basically 1v4 there. Angel at least will get the trade.
30 seconds left.
But Na'Vi going to rotate over towards B. They've only got 30 seconds to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they're sprinting there, right? We saw them immediately just try and make their way on site. It's going to be the CNET here to try to find something.
Bone Cold in halls. CNED knows somebody's got to be there. Molesy waiting behind the smoke for Bone Cold with one. Molesy chimes in, and Bone Cold a second as well. And I can't believe I'm seeing it, but Vitality are keeping this game alive.
Vitality, at the very least, going to bring it up to 8. Once again, getting some more of these ultimates online as well, like we can see with Bone Cold being able to pick up those kills. And, I mean, heck, we saw that it wasn't possible before, but making it very close now.
3 ultimates available for Vitality. And I mean, heck, why not throw a timeout out? Why not for Na'Vi? Because you just want to finish the job now. One more round is all that's needed. But, I mean, this is a... I mean, they've got the money. They can just go for a buy, but you're up against ultimates. It's going to be a challenge.
It's going to be tough, but Na'Vi have, I think, clearly looked like the better team so far on this map. Honestly, on both sides, have looked more comfortable on this attacking half as well. Vitality finally able to string some rounds together. Maybe with these ultimates, they're able to pick up another one, but we haven't even seen Na'Vi had to change up too much, right? I mean, a lot of these attack side rounds have just come from them pushing down through B main. So you kind of wonder how much more they have to show.
Yeah. I mean, Na'Vi, like, toyed with the idea of A there. They did go through art, they got a bit of control, but then they were like, you know what? Kind of like the B site. They have really enjoyed that B site, so Vitality doing a decent job on those retakes. And now we'll have to see. I mean, they need another 4 rounds in a row, considering how dominant that first half was as well. Like, it was 8-2 for Na'Vi. 8-2 to start this game off. Vitality have been flipping things around, though, in the second half. Perhaps they can keep themselves alive.
And
it's a tall order.
Look at Vitality and how aggressively they're pushing up B. CNET going to be able to find one with that op.
That's such unlucky timing, pulling out the boom bot. CNET gets a second one as well. Oh, no. Can it really end like this? With CNET just taking players apart, and Vitality now with 3 players somehow have to defend against an entire squad. And this is Na'Vi. This is a team that have been more than willing to just group up and deathball.
And we see, I mean, the other members of Na'Vi making their way towards A, but CNET still holding such heavy control over on B site. We're going to see if Soigetsu can find something sneaky here.
Well, he's in secret. Certainly the place to sneak. Does find a headshot to Bone Cold. And finds a headshot to Sender as well. Xiao finishes it off. And Na'Vi, that final round done in style as they take Vitality's map pick away from them.
I mean, right, bring out the unconventional comp, still able to make it work just like they did the other day.
Yep.
CNET looking incredibly good, Zipan looking great as well. And yeah, Vitality, the fact that they were able to bring it back and make it a little bit close was still impressive, though.
Yeah, definitely slowing things down towards the end there. Vitality felt like they were kind of coming into their own on the second half, as you'd expect, because obviously it was Na'Vi able to pick which side they played on to kick things off. But at the end of the day, tough one for Vitality, now up against it as we move towards Na'Vi's map pick. We're going to kick it over to the desk to break that one down, because I feel like we saw some pretty exciting rounds across the course of that game.
Thank you much. You're definitely right, because the first rounds were chaotic, entertaining. There was a lot of dry picking, a lot of, like, let's say, getting to know the setups of the opponents, which resulted in very odd rounds, Hypoke.
I mean, you say getting used to the setups, right? Sugetsu's default Killjoy setup on the defense was challenged so many times, unsuccessfully. I mean, they just got away with it. I mean...
That was double doors, right?
Yeah, yes. Double doors. Again, the setup was great, right? With the star, like you said, obviously the contact on the alarm bot. But the number of times that it looked like Vitality was trying to brute force their way into it, and Na'Vi were just absolutely slaughtering them.
Kuka, what do you think would have been a solution to that problem of the doubles?
Maybe instead of using, I don't want to be that mean, but instead of using like the boom bot and the prowler, get something that can actually do a little bit of damage, or even try and bait it out a little bit, because I think that they were pretty successful. Shao was very successful with the same star and just the same alarm, but get success in that part of the map over and over again.
The problem I have is actually you didn't see the adaptation then to even just like probing towards that. When Na'Vi looked to collapse behind that setup and there's potentially 2 or 3 bodies behind that alarm bot, there was no pressure, there was no, you know, possibility of capitalizing anywhere else on the map. There was so much kind of hesitation towards B long as well. CNED showing early presence with that operator almost forced everyone except for Bone Cold in a couple of rounds towards B long. And again, even there, the turret was taking contact way back on Heaven. CNED's a million miles ahead of it. And like I said, it just felt like there was a lack of bigger picture from Vitality.
A lot of mistakes individually, I think, of comfort as well. But to be fair, for Vitality, if they wanted to get some reps on this map before 2023, knowing that Na'Vi have already, you know, played it during the tournament, this is a good moment to do it. Still, let's go back to what happened on those second rounds of the half, because we're talking about both times. Yeah. Na'Vi just with some ghosts and some sheriffs just picking up the round, and just maybe another thing that has to go on Vitality's list of to-do list on this match has to be how to work around the anti-economy.
Avoid getting shot in the head.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the first person to fall was it Molesey with the Vandal, I think?
Yes,
seemingly, and Solo posted up trying to hold on to ARP with the faith that, hey, I've got a rifle, right? This is going to be fine. But overwhelmed and actually very quickly recovered from to get that rifle back in the hands of another player. But even then, drawing the man advantage in that scenario. And it was both round 2s that Na'Vi could flip. They lost both pistols, and the Na'Vi flipped both round 2s.
And when you think about it, the score would have been completely different if that round 2 would have been converted, right?
Oh, yeah, totally. And what I mean, things easier. I feel like the only one that was 100% comfortable and knowing what he was doing was CNED. Of course, he's going to be playing on the Jet, and he was literally doing the one and only thing that was requested for him.
Well,
play with the operator, be extra aggressive. You said it, Lothar, there was a lot of dry picking, a lot of, you know, just players being too nosy in some parts of the map, being shut down.
As I say, the question we had about this composition with the lack of the chamber was their ability to anchor. CNED achieved that from very early on in the first half. Again, showed presence. Nobody from Vitality even entertained it for 3 or 4 rounds. That was when they were borderline feeding into that Sugetsu setup in mid.
I'm still not sold by Angel on the Sova. I do think that with a Fade, he would have had a lot more impact. I think that the composition, you know, it's working. We see the intention, as we said, that it definitely worked in double doors and the control that they will have over mid time and time again, almost for free. But still, the Sova, I don't think it's it.
You can literally see the nerves of the Sova affecting Angel's ability to clear out stuff, right?
The information that he was getting was most of the times incomplete and not long-lasting enough.
Yeah, again, I think kind of effectiveness of the agent could come with time if it becomes more comfortable with it. Obviously, the argument to make if people are going to lean more towards the Killjoy, obviously the Sova ultimate there to be used to counter it. Again, though, for me, the question comes around the value of that Killjoy ultimate in the retake, right, on the defense. But I know we obviously touched on this as a couple of variations. But yeah, not totally sold just yet from what we saw in that game. But give it time, maybe we'll look at it differently.
Okay, well...
You're looking at me so unimpressed with that.
It's not that I am unimpressed. I have to say props to Angel, because after him going on the breach for the Haven, they needed a breach. Angel's like, okay, I'll do it. I kind of want to assume that this was like the general plan, and he was the one also saying, okay, nobody wants to do it, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah, but in general, still that composition feels like it has huge gaps, right? And it they can be exposed. For me, it's still like... Is the question of Jet over Chamber, does it make sense? Because we have seen some updrafts and like dashes in combination of Astra Walls and Astra Ultimates on the B side, but is it worth it? What do you guys think? It's better than the Chamber pick?
Not enough revs. I have to see it a little bit more, and I want to see this composition like against the Chamber and how it works with that. and then I'll see. I do not think that the scene is ever going to be uncomfortable playing Jet.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing. If we're having a discussion about a different player, then maybe, yes, we can make an argument. Otherwise, again, CNET had so much freedom in some of these rounds. Like, it was outrageous.
Yep, true. But we're going to talk a little bit more about the Killjoy setups and the value of them, or lack of the value that we had seen in the rounds, and that's Toby taking over the Telestrator.
Thank you so much, Lothar. Yes, correctly. We're jumping into round number 5. And as you're both saying, no chambers to play. So it's going to be CNET holding aggressive for the most part, the orb on B long. Now, if we take a look at, let me just draw it up for you here, the turret that's been placed so kindly by the Killjoy, it doesn't exactly impact the situation that we've got going with CNET here on long. It's posted up towards heaven, up towards tower, in a position where should he fall back, should he get pushed, he can then play off of that. It never really came to happen until the very final round of the first half in round 12. So that turret in and itself didn't have all that much impact in helping out CNET. What did, or what could, I should say, have helped them would actually be the turret that we see posted on the Vitality side of things. If we hop on over to the next clip, which I'm not sure we're getting. Yeah, here we go. So if we remove this for a second, we see a turret posted. If you take a look up there, a turret posted up on the pillar, which indicates or gives the info across to your team that as soon as someone comes peeking out towards that B long, there's going to be players peeking from that position. Issue now then becomes when you're on the side of Vitality, there ain't no one around, or I should say there ain't no one peeking, because even when the turret gets taken out, you still have Bold Call sat in behind B, and you still have Killjoy sat over towards B link and not exactly peeking off of the info they're given. So all they're getting from that turret is a, well, now we know there are people towards B long, but they don't actually peek off of it. So had it been a crisscross situation where you have CNET posted with this turret, then the shot comes through from the turret, then you can peek it, get the kill, maybe even get a double kill off of it, would have probably been a better situation. So a position where the Killjoys technically help out one another's team had it just been the other way around.
Thank you very much, Toby. There's a lot of, let's say, still room to improve when it comes to the Killjoy. I don't mind it. I feel like Killjoy actually finds a nice niche on the map, but it definitely requires, as always in Valorant, flexibility in the players to understand what the composition allows them to do. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Especially, as we were saying, CNET that knows he's playing with the Astra, he knows how much space he can get and how much he's going to be covered, and maybe use that turret on side to just be of a second contact once he needs to retreat, but we'll see about that as time goes by.
I mean, Toby makes a great point as well. There are options as well to switch things up and maybe make, set up some contact plays off that turret. Don't necessarily see too many examples of that in this game. For me, though, it comes down to, similar discussion, right? We saw actually the attempted retake where the lockdown was basically the sole hope that, they were able to shut down that push. And unfortunately, it's just a fragment that separates. There's not enough pressure towards front side.
Oh.
I think Zipan's allowed to come through and actually throw the fragment. And look at that. We're an Asian select.
Okay.
Yeah, nice. Well, I mean, we're keeping the momentum, I guess.
Okay.
We're going onto the breeze already. Kakuka, take us through it. Do we see any surprises here?
So surprises, correct me if I'm wrong, on the side of Vitality, no. We're going to see Destrian going back on that harbor. Maybe one of the reasons why Na'Vi wanted to go into that map. CNET is going to be going on the chamber, Zipan on the jet. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Hypok, the last iteration that they played on this map was double controller. You said it before in the pre-show. They have a lot of frisky compositions. They just want to try things out. Xiao now going on the Sova, Angel going on the initiator. Okay, I mean, it looks good.
Yeah, add this to the list. I think this is number 10 of the composition changes of this roster with CNET coming in. But again, still work in progress. Maybe it's something they've tried out, they felt a little more comfortable about. And Zipan, obviously, we know historically sits as one of the most aggressive and impressive raises to watch. So happy to see him on the jet, honestly. One side note, though, Destrian had a very, very rough map 1, which is uncharacteristic, right? The ways in which we saw his inability to really employ a lot of utility to help his teammates. Previously was impressed with his play on Harbor, so I'm hoping that continues here.
Yeah, we're going to be looking forward towards the defense, though, rather than the attack, because we know the attack works. But we're going to go to our casters, my mate Munch and Heckerman.
Thanks, my mate Lothar.
Why you gotta do that to me, bro?
Yeah, I mean, heck, we're ready to cast our second series. You know, everyone has a couple of crutch words.
You get to cast Harbor again. We get
to cast Harbor.
I mean, the desk on it, right? We saw a lot of like exciting things on, especially the attack side. So many smokes, so many walls. Honestly, it did kind of bite Vitality a few times as well.
Yep.
Didn't see as much when they did swap over to that defensive side. So
yeah.
I'm curious to see if they have an idea or if they reviewed that game and have a way to shore that up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the most interesting things we saw with this yesterday was that with the Viper in combination with the Harbor, like you said, just walls everywhere. Viper's pits coming on in as well. But then, while all that vision obscuring is going on, you can put in the cove where no one will be able to see it and go for a diffuse or go for a plant, and it's very difficult to deal with, especially on a pistol round. But we'll see how this one's going to pan out. I feel like for Vitality, bringing out this Harbor, they are really going for something a little bit wacky because they're on Na'Vi's map pick and they need to make some magic happen, but straight off of the bat, on towards this A site, taking control, but Xiao finding one to answer.
Great job. I mean, such a fast play with the high tide coming out to make sure they can get through those mid doors on A. Instantly getting on site, plant already coming down. They have a snake bite online. They have 2 shock bolts. They should be feeling incredibly comfortable about playing this post plant.
They certainly should. But just a couple of bullets can change anything. CNED, 4 shots in the headhunter. There are 4 enemy players. Bone Cold playing up close so far, full flash there, but does have the recon bolt available to him. CNED pushing forwards and actually just gets one through the high tide there, but they're starting to run out of time. Need to make this push on in. Bone Cold slightly wide on the shots there. CNED pushing aggressively as Molesy gets CNED. Xiao answers onto Bone Cold. But I think they've bought enough time. 2 players left for Vitality. And that you can hear the beeping, timing out. Molesy starting as he means to go on.
And he was the member of Vitality popping off on Pearl. Great to see him with such a good start here once again. And Vitality still just looking so comfortable with this Harbor comp on the attack side. Again, guaranteed just immediate entry through those mid doors onto A. Find a couple of frags, get the spike down. And once again, we kind of saw what happens with the high tide as well, where I believe it was Twistin actually pushed through. They try to find the pick. He goes back off through the high tide, and he's the one who manages to win that duel. But instantly, Vitality pivoting over towards B. CNED, though, gets the opening pick.
In true CNED fashion as well. Takes out Twistin. Now Vitality pushing at a disadvantage. CNED with a second. Don't know how he always pulls it off, but he does. 5v3. The high tide gonna buy a bit of space. Molesy trying to move in. Has the rifle. CNED's there, goes wide on the headshot. And this time it's Molesy to come out on top with Bone Cold. Getting involved as well. 3v3. Weapon advantage for Vitality. They're just gonna get that spike down.
Still, it's incredibly hard. Not really having full control of site just yet, especially with where Xiao is playing. Even Zipan peeking out through mid, Angel coming from the flank.
It's tense. And like you say, Angel, getting that SMG could make all the difference if they don't expect the flank to come on through. But 40 seconds still, because they got onto the site so quickly, they still have a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, get the flash out. Gonna see if they peek and find anything with it, but no.
Thought that was going to be it. Angel tries to move in. Xiao goes down to a snake bite in the meantime. Zipan has to try his best, but Sender takes him out. And Vitality, they convert that first round. They've still got 3 rifles moving into the next.
I mean, this could be absolutely huge to be able to make sure that they can convert this into another round on the board. And we talked about how last time around, map 1, that was Vitality's map pick. Na'Vi had played it with this lineup like earlier in this tournament, and it seemed like maybe saying, hey, we see some holes in the compositions that they're playing. Doesn't work out, and now this time around, Na'Vi wanting to go into Breeze and test themselves out up against this Harbor composition that Vitality worked. The Vitality still looking so comfortable as high tide. Gonna deny some information.
See, there's like, just a blast of salty water. Not ideal. Here we go, the Owl drone. Somehow, luckily, waterproof technology there can get on through the wave. But it looks like a push on towards this B site once again. CNED, though, just starting these rounds off so insane. Headshot every time. Now Vitality, 4 people to push in. The whole squad from Na'Vi moving in. Sugetsu able to trade it. Nicely done. Sugetsu looking for another as well. That's the spike down. And I mean, Vitality's push just halted completely.
And CNED, the one to start it off once again with an early pick. And we see Vitality just try to brute force their way through that B tunnel. CNED, I believe, picked up another one, and then other members of Na'Vi ready to trade. So Sugetsu as well. They didn't think he was, towards that back half of B side. Completely catches Sender off guard.
Na'Vi just saying, you know what? Hit B once, shame on me. Hit B twice, shame on you. Absolutely annihilated.
It seems
like CNED having the ultimate.
Yeah, gonna have the tour de force online. And look, Vitality seemed to take in what you've said to heart as well, immediately pivot over towards A, but this is where CNED is. Still, though, we see why the KO's picked, right? Throws out the 0 point, immediately forced to use the rendezvous for CNED.
Look at all of these walls coming up through Zipan, silenced. As they charge on forward, Molesy the one to peek around the corner, but Zipan knocks him down. The bolt taken out, but Twiston finds Zipan in the meantime. CNED had to back away, needs to keep that tour de force alive. Angel so fast on this flank. I can't believe he's already there. I didn't quite see this happening. Has somehow managed to get past the trap behind him. Sneaking forward, Sender knows. Sender knows! Angel didn't quite clear the corner. Molesy. Oh, but Sugetsu! Was that just blind as well? Gets a third. Bone Cold cleans the round up, but that couldn't have been dicier.
No, Sugetsu, huge play. Xiao as well. The Observer wasn't on it, but he actually pushed through the toxic screen at some point as well, and I believe he was the one that found the kill on Twiston. So plays like this, making those aggressive pushes through the smokes, kind of opened up Na'Vi to be able to do a lot once again. And so Sugetsu now gonna have the Viper's Pit online. Bone Cold at least will have the Hunter's Fury. So, if they're playing inside, you can get the Recon Bolt out and maybe find a lot of value through that one.
Yeah, that Viper's Pit, such an incredibly powerful defensive tool. Can just completely deny a sight. On the other side as well, Bone Cold, like you said, Hunter's Fury there. Twiston 1 point away, Sender 1 point away, but Sender is just going to go down.
And this is reminiscent to what Vitality were doing against KPI, right? The tunnel control coming out for the Harbor, but Twiston able to win out the Chamber v Chamber duel on the opposite side.
So 4v4, it will be B once again. And it was CNED to kind of stop that push last time. Well, CNED's already down. And Xiao decides to step up Sugetsu as well, making it happen. And my goodness, I feel like a lot of the difference here is just aim duels.
Aim duels coming out. This time around, you don't have Harbor with you as well, so we're not having all these crazy walls really denying info from the opposite side. Destrian, though, still going to be able to pick up one.
Good stuff from Destrian. I mean, he has to take 3 more players out. He's got 40 seconds to work with.
Even if he could, I mean, only 1 point away from the ult now, so I guess regardless of how this round ends, at least we'll have the Reckoning come next round. And now it's just about what damage can he do.
30 seconds left.
Does he know that there's a player hiding away to his left? Is the question. No, he doesn't. Xiao with another headshot. I feel like Xiao has been quietly making a big impact on this game. Consistently, Xiao being there to trade these kills up and find ways into rounds. Same for Sugetsu as well.
But looking over at Vitality, now 4 ults on the board for them. Reckoning we just hit on. Viper's Pit's still there. They had the Hunter's Fury last round. So it feels like that this is a round that they don't have guns, so I don't know how heavy of a play we see committed to, but if you can find a pick with the Headhunter or one of these Sheriffs, get a rifle in your hands, maybe it opens up for Vitality to have a lot more options, as right now we see them hovering towards mid.
We're going to go for the tour de force at very least. Destrian does have an SMG, but that is going to kind of ruin things. Zipan just charges down mid. Xiao gets all up to Destrian. And I don't think this tour de force is going to have been worth it in the end. Because Sender alone, I mean, I don't think even Viper's Pit can save him here.
No, and honestly, great read from Na'Vi and from Zipan specifically of, expecting this aggression to come from mid, wanting to go for the steep push, and then finding multiple members.
Just brutalized. Honestly, just brutalized. Like, Zipan, so confident. And has been fairly quiet so far in this map, but then, when it matters the most, steps up, and Sugetsu finishes it off.
And it's pretty nice, especially coming off of Pearl, where we highlighted Na'Vi had such a huge lead in the early half of the map and really just set Vitality so far behind that by the time they started to recover towards the end, it felt like they had fallen too far into a hole. Now coming in 3-3 on the board, now those ultimates gonna mean a lot more that Vitality have rifles to work with. But I mean, Na'Vi having a Viper's Pit and Hunter's Fury of their own, Zipan even only one orb away from being able to get the Blade Storm online. And Na'Vi actually committing a lot of resources to controlling Hall.
Ooh, Sugetsu playing close but dodging the knife there. Ozzy will grab the orb. Like you say, 3 ults versus 2 ults here. And some walls start to come on through. Flash on out, but Sugetsu, look how close he's playing. Really wants to find something, but spotted out by the Owl Drone. And now Hunter's Fury trying to find him on the side, but Molzy and Destrian the ones to find the kills, and Sender takes CNED out of the equation. Suddenly, Na'Vi look like they have nothing in this round. Zipan using the Cloudburst to try and find space. But I don't think that's happening. Twistin looking for heads. Xiao and Zipan just holding on here. A couple of picks could change things, but I don't think they're going to happen. Then again, Zipan covering his teammate. Xiao steps out. Zipan answers it. It's 2v1. Blade Storm is available. Has that Vandal as well, but no HP to work with. A single bullet will ruin everything, and Molzy's the one to deliver it.
Molzy playing between pyramids, waiting and expecting it to happen. And we saw there, I mean, really nice kind of split towards A, right? 4 members going straight towards site. And kind of what I was trying to touch on earlier is I feel like this is one of the ways we saw Vitality be incredibly successful in their previous match with this composition, was Destrian just getting pretty much control of Hall almost every round, and it wasn't until we got later on that KPI started challenging that and really putting some debts behind Destrian and making it hard to go for those plays, and it just allows the high tide to come through from a different angle. You don't have so many walls you have to worry about crossing through to find these picks or denying the push coming through from site. This time around, though, it'll be more of a default coming through for the side of Vitality, and Zipan on the opposite side aggressively pushes out, sitting under a window on B. If they did end up rotating or looking for a hit onto the site.
I mean, surely they won't expect Zipan to be sat where he's sat, right?
Sadly,
underneath
though,
window.
It doesn't matter if they expect it or not, because right now, 4 members of Vitality actually leaning towards the A site.
I mean, Twistin's there. If Twistin does go for a peek, here we go though. Cascade in on towards A site. The Viper's pick going to be used by Sugetsu. Suppressed. Holding on for the time being, and actually the push slowed. Oh, he doesn't notice the player to the left. I don't think they noticed him either. Sugetsu gets sprayed out. Oh, how does that bullet hit? Out of the side of the gun, basically, but gets the headshot anyway. 3v3 now, the Viper's pick gone. Spike's still not down. There's Angel, the one on the scene, and a flank coming on through. Zipan behind enemy lines. Angel goes down, Molzy with 3 in the round, but here comes Zipan to save the day. 2 headshots.
Down A.
And now suddenly Sender alone.
I have the spike.
Has the rifle, has the ability, but CNED shuts it down in its tracks. 4-4 now. And this is the competitive series that we were looking for.
Yeah, Na'Vi able to buy so much time from denying the push from the members of Vitality, making sure that they can't get onto site, giving just enough time for the other members to be able to follow through. And that was with Na'Vi, even with their read of, hey, maybe some aggression coming towards B, committing Zipan 2 just right under window, but didn't need it. Able to get time there. And then with CNED able to seal the deal, once again, guns in hand for Na'Vi. Not much for Vitality to work with.
Guns in hand and ultimates in hand as well for Na'Vi, so it does feel like this should be a pretty one-sided round, but we've said that before. These Sheriffs, across the course of the tournament, honestly, we've seen so many rounds won with Sheriffs.
And I feel like we're looking at Twistin now, behind the Cascade, aggressively pushing up with that Harbor utility, but the Owl Drone at least going to spot it out and make sure none of these aggressive shenanigans can get too much further without the rotate coming on through.
Yeah, crossfire set up here by Xiao, but Twistin finds Zipan with a great little shot. Angel answers on to Destrian. CNED gets the shot. Xiao on with a shock bolt in the meantime as Angel goes down to Twistin. But Twistin just take it out through the wall as well. Na'Vi, like you say, push up and just take things down.
Yeah, Xiao able to get so much value with that Owl Drone, countering out the heavy aggression coming through halls. They start bringing members over. Twistin was able to find the opening pick, which could have made something work, but not really able to convert on it. But now will have the op in hand. Molzy as well, like we said, kind of bringing the performance he had on Pearl in map 1 over, so he's really the member that we're looking at. And the Desk hit on it, that Destrian was one of the members who was struggling for Vitality on Pearl. A bit uncharacteristic for him, and it's kind of crossing over here onto Breeze.
And you know, like you said, previously we saw this Harbor out from Vitality, and it was all about taking control of Tube using that Cascade, right? Now, this Owl Drone seems to be the answer to that strategy. And the question that we have to ask for Vitality, and I think the question Vitality are asking themselves in this timeout, is how else can we use the High Tide? How else can we use the Harbor? Like, what else can we do with this pick? If it's not just about Tube control, how else do we take control of that?
We did also see them find a lot of success. You know, early on round 1, I believe it was Pistol, but also yesterday, finding control of mid doors on A as well and going for some of those splits towards A side, catching the enemy team off guard. For now, still going to keep leaning over towards A lobby, so not wanting to give up just yet. And with Twistin having that operator, looks like might even go for another peek in Hall. And if he can find the pick on Xiao early on, that'll give them a lot of control.
Definitely would. And see that just jump straight on through the High Tide. Not a moment of fear there. Destrian trying to move forward. Twistin will be there to back his teammate up. Does feel like that Sova is really a pain for them. Bone Cold gonna peek. CNED goes wide on the shot. Bit of information gain for Vitality.
Yeah, and I feel like that's huge, knowing where this operator's playing at. CNED's still just hovering around mid, so not going to allow for any rotations to come through if Vitality can't get, you know, a full site exec onto A.
Destrian has been tagged slightly. Still playing very aggressively, very far forward.
I'm curious to see if Sender actually ends up getting caught out. It looks like he's finally slowly starting to make his way over. But for the side of Na'Vi as well, Angel, with the knife, was able to spot out a few members of Vitality, so they know that they're still waiting in the area. High
Tide will go down any second. And one of these players will go down with it. Destrian getting himself on the board with a single point of HP.
He's gone.
And well, there we go. Getsu does get traded though. Twistin able to manage to make that work. And Angel, Zipan both find themselves alone. Bone Cold makes sure that Zipan knows it. And I think Vitality have pretty much got this one under wraps. Angel has had a very quiet day when it comes to the kill feed. Maybe can make up for that now. One headshot, two headshots.
One enemy remaining.
Twistin with the operator with the head. Hunter is taken down. And Na'Vi grabbing around. They had absolutely no right to win.
Yeah, I mean, just consistently peeking Angel one by one. You said he wasn't putting on the frags on the board just yet, but now, you know, showing what he can do, completely dismantling the members of Vitality. And honestly, with that play up in Hall, I didn't even see how CNED got taken down in mid because it happened at about the same time.
Yeah.
We had that 1v1 in Hall, and then, of course, Soigetsu with the snake bite able to follow up with that one, but just great by Angel. And now Xiao and CNED, both one orb away.
You
but
want to play?
Even
play.
Vitality kind of sitting at the same point. We're going to see Tour de Force come out for Twistin, Molzy having the null command online.
Yep, a lot to use here. Like you said, the Tour de Force coming through, but taken out of the equation immediately. And that feels bad. We've all been there, where you drop your ult and immediately die and just nothing happens. Always feels terrible. It's going to feel even worse for Vitality, because just 4 rounds on the board, and it's looking like Na'Vi should have a 7th.
I also just love how aggressively and consistently is... Actually, we're going to watch Molzy, because... right in the thick of things on enemy lines.
I mean, if there's a player that's been good for their team, it has been Molzy, but there's only so much you can do there. CNED with 2 in the round already.
And just talking about CNED, I love how aggressively he's changing the areas he's playing and pushing with this operator, right? Deep push down mid. We saw a deep push earlier into B main towards elbow, moving over towards A site now to get something.
I was about to say Zipan's been doing the same, but Sender knows it. Sender just waiting for that play. Will be punished for it by CNED once again. As Shigetsu gets himself a headshot. Destrian has found a rifle, though. This is off the body of Zipan, I believe. And hoping to hold on to this one for the next round. If he could get a spike down on top of it, That would be a bonus.
Feels like it would just be so risky. He's gonna look for it.
It's a shame.
CNED gonna be able to pick up 4 on that one. Reading Vitality so well, and Na'Vi making their way up to 7. And I mean, just consistently, right?
Yep.
Vitality trying to get guns on the board, end up losing ground, have to go back to the eco, at least this time.
Yeah.
Still gonna have the op out for Twistin.
So now, last round and a half, you've got Tour de Force for CNED, Zipan with the Blade Storm, Shout a single point away from having that Hunter's Fury, but then you've got the Reckoning. Got the KO, Walt and Bone Cold 1 point away as well. Feels like this is going to be a big round. You've got pretty much all utility on both sides as well. A lot going to come out here.
And I feel like ever since Vitality saw Na'Vi swap their Viper over to B is...
CNED takes them apart. Such an aggressive peak. The double op setup with the Tour de Force. And, well, Vitality, that's their half. They don't get anything back now.
True hero plays coming out from both Zipan and CNED. I mean, they're gonna find one, but
I don't believe. Not even with that, I don't believe. It's not happening. Sender and Bone Cold up against it. Zipan behind the scenes. Here goes wide. Blade Storm comes on out. Picks up a Vandal. Buff draft there available. He's time for reinforcements, and there they are. Sugetsu, the reinforcements they needed. Bone Cold does find a head. As the spike needs to... I mean, just planting the spike doesn't really do much for him this round, to be quite honest.
And look at Angel. He's coming on the flank. He's completely surrounded from all sides. Doing a nice job to at least try and isolate this duel Sugetsu, but not able to find it.
Yeah.
And I was scared that maybe Na'Vi were getting a bit ahead of themselves, like how we were for them, one sip in and missed those shots. Luckily, didn't end up going down right away, which, you know, even when he did, allowed for a trade to be able to come through. But, I mean, CNED absolutely showing up here on Breeze.
CNED and Zipan in that play, right? Zipan gets the op shot at the back of Caves, and I think... I mean, if I'm Vitality, I'm not expecting CNED to be that point-blank peak in the angle, you know? And it's a dry peak as well. Get to bullet through 2 people. What can you do to answer that?
Yeah, sadly for Vitality, they weren't able to do much, as now finding themselves in the same position as map 1. 8-4 in favor of Na'Vi, who now going to be on this attacker side. And this is where Vitality were struggling with this composition, right? When they swapped over towards that defense. And with Na'Vi running Chamber Jet, 2 agents that should be able to make a lot of space, especially on this attack side.
See if they can find those picks. It's going to be important.
I'm going to be looking at Zipan especially, right? The one being on the Jet, not being kind of anchored to a location with those rendezvous. But it seems like Vitality very aware of what aggression can come out through mid. So you look at what Twistin's doing right now. Clearing it out, going to make his way towards Elbow.
I would love to find a pick with that Headhunter. And this is the side of the map he was doing it from the defense towards the start of the game. Now looking for someone to snipe, but now a sneak up through mid. Looks like B is the play, and Xiao finds the opening pick as well.
Xiao going to be able to get that one, so going to at least deny some safety on B. And now we see Destrian trying to deny anything coming out on site, and maybe actually managed to dodge out on the Owl Drone, but...
Kind of ruined by his own cove there. Sees the player, but they jump back behind the cover of it. And now in goes Zipan. Molesey stops CNED in his tracks, and a good little duck from Destrian to dodge the bullets. Sugetsu with one onto Molesey, but it's 2v3. It's an advantage here for the defenders. Vitality moving on over. Oh, and there's a flank. There's a flank from Bone Cold, and there he is. One in each head. Destrian to finish Sugetsu. It's a beautiful little round from Vitality.
Na'Vi were the ones to find the opening pick as well, but we see the utility coming out from both Harbor and Viper, denying the hit straight onto B site, and then allows for the rotation to come through, and then Bone Cold with the flank, really the one to seal the deal. So this time around, we're going to see, I mean, right, Vitality's still just sitting on the guns ahead from the last round and not really a buy able to come out for Na'Vi. I feel like, once again, they're going to be relying a lot on Zipan to get something done with this Marshall. If he can go for that peek in Cave and win out, maybe find something on Ascender.
Yeah. But for Vitality as well, like, you've got the advantage, you've got the guns. Just having a clean round here is going to be important. Just getting the ult points, getting the money online, but also trying to close the gap between the rounds. Still a 3-round advantage for Na'Vi.
I think that, mentioning the money was important because, I mean, you look across the board for Vitality, they don't have much, but Bone Cold able to make use of this Spectre and to deny the aggression coming out from A.
Yeah, and well, getting some money, like we talked about. Earning that cash, and Destrian doing it the exact same.
And now we're looking at CNED, right? He worked his way so far up halls. No one really ready and waiting for him to even potentially find a pick for himself.
Poison's off.
Sender. That's it. CNED off. Trying to get something happening through cave. Bone Cold on a flank here. They don't see him. CNED's looking the wrong way. They've got full information of where these players are pushing from. Bone Cold has played an absolute blinder. They'll spot CNED here. But the patience as he moves on in. He's given up the game, but actually Shout does find a headshot. Twiston answers it. Nicely done here from Vitality. Bone Cold with an awesome flank.
Once again, Vitality, I mean, once they get the information down, willing to commit the members over on the flank. Not only Bone Cold that time around, Twiston as well was following up with him. But now, for the side of Na'Vi, rifles coming online. Vitality going to be happy just sitting on these Spectres, building up their economy, because stringing together some of these rounds when Na'Vi once again came in to the change over to attack, sitting at 8-4.
Yeah.
And now Vitality maybe once again going to bring us back to earlier rounds where we were sitting at like 3 versus 3, teams inching, just fighting neck and neck.
I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so. It would be disappointing if the second half is just one-sided. Bone Cold tagged already on the round. Vitality, they've looked good on this defensive side, but now Na'Vi have the tools to make something more powerful happen. A couple of shots through the wall. Not able to find information. A little bit of a tag onto Bone Cold, but that's all they've got.
Still Bone Cold incredibly low, so it's going to put him in an uncomfortable position to look for any type of peaks coming through, and Na'Vi just slowly trying to work up through mid. Vitality know, right, having these Spectres wanting to find close range duels, except Twiston using that Headhunter.
And I love that he doesn't repeat that, just goes off, gets into a more defensive position, makes sure that he's not going to be traded out, and just finds an advantage for his team. Remember, they're on the bonus round. If they can find picks like that, it's all they need.
Right now, though, he's getting pinched. I mean, maybe he'd be able to find Shao, but just a look at the play coming through B tunnel.
Destrian instantly traded. He was in a good spot, but couldn't turn it into anything. Twiston with another headshot here. Wants a third one! And CNED, his opposite man. Can he find the shots? Shot down by Molesey in the end. Vitality get themselves a bonus, an absolutely crucial one. 3 rifles to take into this round, and Na'Vi suddenly backs against the ropes.
3 rounds in a row. Huge coming out for the side of Vitality. Twiston the one to make all of it happen. Now sitting with the operator in hand. Na'Vi only having sheriffs to work with. I mean, this should be Vitality turning this one into an 8th. We're going to be tied, and I mean, then it's going to be anyone's game.
And honestly, a tough one now for Na'Vi, as they've got some sheriffs coming on in. Headhunters there as well, but realistically speaking, this should be a round that Vitality just comfortably grab for themselves and even the scoreline up. Remember, Na'Vi winning map number 1. This is Na'Vi's map pick. So for Vitality, they could pull this back and push us to 3. Oh, Molesey, what a shot! Straight through. The smoke knows exactly where he's going to go. Reading the mind of Zipan.
Not able to get much more, but still, Na'Vi at least going to guarantee a plant, so not the worst. Got the toxic screen down, which kind of denied that initial aggression coming out from Vitality. Is down now, though, and just waiting for Bone Cold to be able to join the rest of the team.
Flash comes out, goes for the peak, but won't find one. Twiston onto CNED. And you know, the advantage was obviously in favor of Vitality coming into the round, and it looks like they should be able to convert it, but Angel gets one, couldn't quite find the flick onto the second. Molesey takes him out. And unfortunately for Shout and Sugetsu, I don't think they're going to be able to do much here. Trying to find some shots. Oh, they are finding some shots. Shout with a couple of rifles taken out of the equation. Sugetsu as well. He just has to stop the defuse. Do they actually take the round? How do they keep doing this?
Absolutely insane. Sugetsu able to make it happen. And it was right there, right outside of B, right? Playing the cross, kind of peeking in from different angles. I can't remember. I believe it was Bone Cold, the one kind of trying to spot them out. one shoots a shot, peeks out at them, instantly the other one comes out, finds the kill. And Soigetsu pretty much just able to rinse and repeat, making it so, I mean, heck, Na'Vi were going to have money coming into this round anyway, but now going to be feeling incredibly good, not allowing it to come to an 8-8
And Ultimate's coming online here. Tour de Force there, Hunter's Fury available. There's going to be a big round, just charging straight onto the side, but Molzy stopping them in their tracks. He is not happy with how that last round went. Taken down by CNED though. CNED will be able to pick his KO up.
Look how aggressively the other members of Vitality are pushing through elbow.
Twistin with a great little shot. That's going to even things up just a little bit. But Molzy still down. Taken out now by CNED. 2v4. Vitality looking fantastic, and Twistin keeps that up. This is the semi-final that we were all looking for here on map 2. Xiao gets one, but taken out by Bone Cold, and Vitality get an 8th. We're going back and forth in these rounds.
Vitality going with such an aggressive push to be able to try and not only stop the plant coming out on B, but again, the instant aggression through elbow coming out from 2 members, surrounding Na'Vi and not giving them many options. Sadly for CNED as well, I mean, he was holding the angle where Twistin would eventually peak, had just come out of his scope, and then for Twistin having the Tour de Force out, able to get the kill of his own. But now for Na'Vi, once again, no money, but at least for next round, right, you're going to have things online. We're going to see what he can do with the Tour de Force still.
And there's a Viper's Pit there as well. I feel like those are the 2 ultimates that are the ultimate, like, eco-ultimates, where you can somehow cobble around together using them, finding a pick or 2, finding control of an area, and then stealing guns away. Won't find a pick for the time being, though. Destrian starting it off, traded, and Angel answered as well. Send it in the right spot to shut that play out.
We got the snake bite going out in A main as well to deny any push coming from there. But for Na'Vi, I doubt they were going to look for it so soon anyway. CNED is looking to see if he can find the shot. Even Xiao lurking on the opposite side of the map. Any of these picks would help.
Slow and steady wins the race. Sender not going to peek it though. As in comes CNED. No, looks to the wrong direction, but he still finds the shot anyway. Of course he does it, CNED. Bone Cold knows he's alone, has to back away. At least the spike is down for Na'Vi, but it's still going to be a tough round. Bone Cold finds CNED through the wall. Can't quite find the second one onto Sugetsu, but I mean, that's how you defend a site right there.
I mean, but we have a combo online for the side of Na'Vi. Not only having the Viper's Pit, you have Snakebite online. You also have the 2 Shock Bolts, so when they are vulnerable, you're going to be able to find those kills. And he also has the Hunter's Fury.
Could this just be a post-plant cheese round? Throw out the mollies, throw out the Hunter's Fury, just never let anybody go for the views. I mean, the answer might just be, the Hunter's Fury coming through, and it spots a second as well. And again, Na'Vi do it again. They find these thrifty rounds.
Over and over again for the side of Na'Vi. Might not be...
They're better with pistols than they are with guns.
It might not be super clean, it might not be super convincing, but they're getting the job done. And we haven't mentioned it actually in a while. Typically it is the go-to, right? 2 partnered teams feels like it's a thing you just have to throw in the viewer's face.
Absolutely.
Bit of a preview, looking towards next year and seeing what they're able to do. In my mind, it's especially more telling for a team like Vitality, where it's like, okay, Na'Vi are coming in, changing roles, everything's a little bit wacky, but for Vitality, when you're up against a team with such a high pedigree, it's how close can you take it? Can you bring it to a map 3? Can you take a series?
And, you know, we chatted a bit with Gorilla. I'm going to hold that thought because Bone Cold's trading it, getting 2-1 onto Xiao there as well. Destrian forced back Zipan onto Bone Cold 3v3 now. Exploding onto the A site. Control gathered for the side of Na'Vi. Looking for the headhunter. Twistin 5 HP. Forced away. Spike down.
Soigetsu, though, was surrounded, so Molzy going to be able to find that one up through mid-nest. Spike is down, though, like you just said, but it looks like Vitality going to be playing this one pretty patiently, waiting to link up. Twistin making his way towards doors right now. Reckoning is online, and it's instantly going to go down for Destrian.
Zipan slightly wide on the shots there. Zipan getting Twistin down. Has the dash with Destrian. Great little headshot there. Angel sneaking in. There's an operator on the floor, but I think he just wants to use a rifle here. The patience. Gonna find one, but the Cove is in the way. Half the defuse gone. Flash comes on out. Very nicely played by Molzy. Will be able to finish that defuse off, and will keep Vitality within touching distance.
Vitality, I mean, they had things like the Reckoning to be able to try and spot out members on site, be able to get in there, make things happen. Not the best, though. You know, maybe an argument for one of the worst is, you know, community caster pro sentiment, but
yeah,
3v2 for Vitality, we're able to make it work, and now going to have things like the Operator on Twistin once again. And in my mind, that has been one of the most exciting duels we've had in this game, right, is just CNED and Twistin going at it when they've had things like the Operators in the Tour de Force online. CNED only going to be sitting with a Vandal this time around, but decently fast aggression up towards mid. But, I mean, with the high tide, with the KO knife coming out as well, CNED having to get the hell out of dodge.
Really nice defensive play there from Vitality to just not let that massive mid control go over. And I have to say, I've been impressed by Molzy so far across the course of this tournament. We talked to Gorilla, Vitality's coach, or one of Vitality's coaches. You know, he was saying Twistin, Sender, these are the players you've got to be watching during the game, but Molzy consistently stepping up. We've seen his Raze has been fantastic. This KO looking good at the end of that last round as well. But now a push-up tube from Na'Vi. Full gun round with that Blade Storm considered as well. Plenty of utility. Could be a round that decides everything. Twistin spotted, but he's only going to kill on to Xiao. Can they trade it? They need to find him. Oh my days, he's ducked out of cover, and Molzy gets one onto Zipan as well. Twistin 17 HP as he backs off of the site. Sugetsu peeking on through, but neither player goes down. Twistin hanging on for dear life, but has reinforcements on the way. Wait a second. Look at CNED. He's found himself a flank behind enemy lines here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, we see Molzy also making his own way to flank. Oh, the members of Na'Vi.
4 HP. Everybody's 1 HP in this round. It's looking like Na'Vi might find it because CNED got the cash in on that flank. In the meantime, Molzy re-peeks on out, throws the molly, goes for it, but Angel takes him down, doesn't get the trade. Destrian alone as CNED finds Twistin. And I don't think he can defend this one, but he's going to try. He has to try and find some shots, surely. Oh, well, yeah, you're right.
There's no time.
They're out of time. Destrian's done it. All he had to do was hide.
Destrian making everything possible. Vitality bringing it to 10-10. And for Na'Vi, a little bit heartbreaking, but still that round, another, such a weird round, right? Lurks everywhere, flanks coming on in, flanks for the flanks. Sadly, it was Angel, the one trying to find those picks when coming behind Vitality, able to get some damage done, but not too much.
And it's not surprising that these rounds are getting so chaotic because it's Bone Cold and Angel, these two IGLs up against each other. They're playing 5D chess. I can't even play 2D chess. They're my 3D, 4D, 5D. These guys all over the map trying to make these big brain plays, but each team reading the other. And after Na'Vi, let's be honest, kind of shutting Vitality out in the first map, feels good to see Vitality answering back, bringing this so close in map number 2.
And, you know, that was another thing we got from talking to Gorilla from Vitality, right? It was like, hey, like, Na'Vi should be favorites. They've kept a core of 4 players together. There shouldn't be as much of a, like, growing pains or learning experience as compared to a team who does have a lot of talent, but at the same time, you do have to figure things out, get the reps in, find the synergy, figure out how you want to play as a team, but still believe that, you know, they were a team that could push Na'Vi, could find a win and make it possible.
I think, if I remember correctly, I could be misquoting here, I think he said like 70-30 towards Na'Vi. It's possible.
Blocking sight.
What are you giggling at? Could be completely misquoted the man. But you know what? He said it all right, guys.
You know, CNED,
at him on Twitter.
Last round, I talked about how I love the battle of CNED versus Twistin when they have the ops online. Last time around, they didn't, but CNED now going to have this op, and he actually loses out on the duel to Twistin. Will get out of there with the rendezvous, but the other members of Na'Vi actually making their way towards A.
Really smart from Twistin there to be at that off angle, so when CNED peeks out, he's got the advantage. Like you say, Na'Vi leaning towards A, but deciding it's time to switch that over. Trying to figure out how to attack this Vitality side, and it's tough when you've just used your tactical timeout and then you have a player just picked off like that. It's brutal.
And when you have the player that has been the ones getting kills on the board, and now we're going to see coming out from Molesy, spotting out the rotation from Na'Vi. Still a bit of time since they are pretty close towards mid, so I wonder if they're actually going to make a play more towards A doors. And I mean, now with Null Command coming out, it feels like that's almost guaranteed.
Yep, straight towards the A site. It's going to be Sender at the back of the situation, Destrian nearby, as the rest of the team starts to move on over. Sender has to find some good shots here, but Bone Cold stops Angel in his tracks. Zipan looking for Sender. Won't find him though. Vitality doing a good job of just stalling out time. There's only 10 seconds left on the round. The spike has to come down. Zipan trying to break in, but Bone Cold takes him out. The spike on the floor, 4 seconds remain. It's a 1 round for Vitality. All they have to do is live, and Bone Cold finishes off Xiao with a shock bolt. 11 on the board. Vitality so close to finishing this game off.
And Vitality have been the team that's been down pretty much the entire map. The fact that they were able to bring it back, having so much momentum online, and now for the side of Na'Vi, going to have to go for these 4 spies. Getting, light shields coming out. Looks like Soigetsu, okay, not going to offer the Vandal with no shields to swap over to the Guardian, which is good. Making sure you have some utility online as well. Yeah. And even Bone Cold still having that Hunter's Fury up.
And this game feeling incredibly... Oh, hang on, Twiston. Aggressive peek. CNED wins it this time. That was a CNED peek against CNED there from Twiston. Bone Cold looking for one, but CNED wins it again. And I mean, that's how Na'Vi's been winning today. That's how they win these rounds, is just finding heads.
The peeks coming out and just taking these duels against CNED, who is completely winning them. Still, though, at least you have the spike coming out for Vitality. Now able to get the toxic screen down.
Yeah, they've got the spike. Despite those picks, they found the spike for themselves. Oh no, the Viper spit comes out, but Angel managed to... Oh, Sender gets him anyway! Just blindly sprays and finds his mark. The spike, I believe, was picked up.
Yes, yeah, because I feel like that's the huge thing, right? It's massive that Sender was able to find that kill, but the fact that they still get the spike, I feel like is the more important thing. We see now Trade able to come out as well, as Sender does finally go down, and just... Look at the positionings on the map. Molesy.
Yeah, Molesy is with his shot. Zipan punishes heavily. Destrian once again alone, but this time they're not out of time. And Sugetsu finding ahead. 11-11. And it had to be CNED that opened that up, didn't it? It had to be CNED just finding 2 duels in a row.
Just finding the hero plays. Because, I mean, had that not happened, it felt like it was a completely different round for Vitality. But now... I mean, coming into this round, right, both teams going to have things online. Twiston only sitting 1 away from being able to have that tour de force.
And it has to be mentioned that even though this is an exceptionally close game, Vitality have won 7 of the last 10 rounds. This has been a Vitality-favored half. But Na'Vi bringing it close enough where it could go either way. Rifles on either side, tour de force available. Oh, sorry, no, tour de force not available. 1 point away. But kind of banking on the fact that it will become available there.
Yeah, and you can see Twiston actually playing towards elbow. Both chambers might meet once again as all other members both leaning towards A.
Bit of spray through the smoke here. And it feels tense, doesn't it? 11-11 on the scoreboard in our semi-finals. Whoever can win this series. I mean, Na'Vi 2 rounds away from making it to the finals. Vitality holding on to life. Destrian holding close.
Oh, clearing out Destrian.
Oh, the bullet doesn't actually connect. They might think that this corner's clear, but it's absolutely not.
And at the same time, Vitality still have utility to deny a push to Ray main. You still have the fragment online, can make it so hard to look for that push, but Na'Vi not feeling comfortable committing to it. Actually just going to go back once again, trying to find a way through mid. Still looking towards A to split the site because they only have 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds left.
They are running out of time here. Angel the one to start peeking up through doors. Sender looking towards A main, but Angel gets him from the side. Angel with the second one as well. He's had a quiet day, but the rounds that matter, he's found them. Zipan with one onto Destrian, and Bone Cold just blindly spraying through the wall. It's not going to work out. Twiston and Bone Cold alone. As Twiston's taken out by CNED. Na'Vi match point, series point.
Huge coming out from Na'Vi. Just, I love it that they go into K, they're trying to make their way onto A, instantly go, hey, a lot of utility coming out, pivot towards mid and make that play through mid doors, catching Vitality a bit by surprise to make it possible. And I do got to say for Vitality, like you said, swapping sides has looked better. Kind of the opposite of what we saw from them with this comp against KPI. I feel like a lot of it, you know, members like Destrian still maybe not showing up on the frag board, but feels like things like the high tides towards mid have done a lot more than what we were able to see coming out yesterday. And then it's been the story. I mean, Molesey's been insane, Twiston's been crazy, but Bone Cold, I feel like has been a bit of the surprise stepping up on this map. I mean, Bone Cold has also been, you know, a strong fragger, but being the stand up towards the top of that scoreboard with his teammates.
Yeah. And that, I mean, that's something that Bone Cold has been known for, is being able to put the numbers up despite being an IGL at the same time. Quite often you do see IGLs lagging towards the bottom of the scoreboard. Not Bone Cold today, that's for sure.
It's also one of those things, right, where he is known as more of like a loose in-game leader, not super strict, not super like strategic tactics going to come out in mid-rounds. And, you know, maybe that helps open you up to be able to put up these kind of numbers.
Perhaps so, but the only number that Vitality need to put up now is one more round to push us into overtime to keep their hopes alive in this tournament. And this is Na'Vi's map pick at the end of the day. Their final attempt. Tour de force available for both teams. No other ultimates. Sugetsu, the closest, 1 point away.
Let's play.
Bone just legging it up tube.
Both teams making their ways in the hall. So it feels like whoever gets his first pick, Twiston gets tagged.
He got tagged, 26 HP, and backs away from the duel here. Moving forward, door going to be opened. And it feels so tense, Lyric. It feels so exceptionally tense.
And I feel like the round could have even potentially just swayed so heavily one way right there when both teams committed so many members towards Hall. Luckily, both get away mostly scot-free. Again, Twiston only sitting on 26 HP, so he's going to have to be careful. But with the Tour de Force... Oh, CNED!
Oh, no.
Able to win out once again. High Tide's going to come out to try to deny the push. But with Na'Vi once again splitting A, they're going to find multiple ways onto the site. And Destrian has to be careful.
There we go. Headshot from Destrian starts it off as he has to. But Angel just spins on a top and takes Destrian's head off. Angel now peeking out again. Angel just decides it's time to get on the scoreboard. Na'Vi gonna take the map, gonna take the series, and gonna make their way to our final.
Beautiful flash coming out to guarantee those kills at the end. And yeah, Na'Vi, they make it to the finals. They were pretty much the favorite coming into this tournament, which is really no surprise. But Vitality, they put up a pretty good fight. I feel like we saw more out of them on Breeze, especially up against tougher composition like Na'Vi today than we did before. Definitely not a performance I feel like you need to go home and be like upset about, but Na'Vi definitely is just standing out.
And once again, I feel like FF yesterday kind of waking Na'Vi up, and they come into this series very ready, very prepared, and shows what they're made of. Props to Vitality pushing them all the way in that final game, but it wasn't quite enough. We're going to jump into a break, then we'll head over to the analysts to break down that insane map.
Join Jilu and add a second battle pass to your game. Win coins. Redeem it for gift cards. Rinse and repeat.
Every workout. Clean every game. Keep it clean.
Welcome back to Gillot Valorant Clash. We just finished our second semi-final, so we know who's going to be battling against Paula Esports. In the grand final is going to be Na'Vi. I mean, not really a surprise, right, Kakuka? What do you think?
No, I think they came in, I think Alcastus said it perfectly, they came in as the favorites for this tournament. Of course, we've seen so many new things coming from their side, which we can be happy about. They were like destined to be in the final, so now Parla know what they're going to be playing against.
Yeah, and Hypok, this game felt like another experiment on role swaps from Na'Vi. What are your impressions about how Na'Vi played Breeze?
I mean, this answers some of the questions we had around CNED, right? And the ability to pick up the chamber and still find value. You don't come away with everything answered, I feel, from this situation, Na'Vi, whether or not this is the final form. They've obviously identified Zipan, obviously shared a lot of insight about the inner workings of the team currently and I guess the direction that things are slightly changing. But, I mean, Sugetsu, the one that kind of stands out in that regard. You put him on anything, he's still there. The guy's absolutely nuts. And actually, even on Pearl previously, it's good to see him back on that Killjoy.
So here's the thing. I'm happy to see that Na'Vi can do almost anything, that they can work around different compositions, but I do think that in the long run, oh, this round was beautiful. In the long run, having so many players playing so many different things it's gonna make it real hard for them to be able to be the best at something. You know, I think that, of course, we can see very clearly with Cena because he's in between those two agents and really shining a lot. But again, for many of these agents, it's like the first time or the first times for this players going into those roles. So we see how things advance with time.
The interesting side of it being obviously the placement of KO on Angel, Zipan coming across to the Jet, CNED being on the chamber. And again, if this is really just testing the waters, then I think this is a fine example of how they can perform in these roles. Difference being, I think, this series overall, particularly the second map, felt a little more flat from Vitality, if I'm honest. We didn't really see the same value off Harbor in particular. Destrian obviously had a rough day today, I think that's fair to say. But yeah, it's whether or not this is kind of the test to prove people in their roles on the side of Na'Vi. I'm not sure this series really reflected that.
Honestly, I think that they really wanted to play against this composition the moment that they saw it. I think that is kind of the same that Vitality wanted to do on Pearl. They were like, oh my god, they're playing this. We actually have something very similar. Let's see how we do against them now that we have the chance, because once we get into 2023, the chances of playing against each other is just going to be officials. There's not going to be more pracs. So, I'd like to see this. I do think that there's some things that Vitality can take away from this one. As you said, Hypok, the Harbor has been way more challenged than it was previously, so I hope that both these teams have learned a lot from this.
That Na'Vi just didn't really respect the Harbor
but they don't respect anything.
Exactly, yeah. And whether or not that's reflective
Angel ego picking, come on.
Exactly, yeah. And again, CNED just running away with most early rounds, like having the freedom to do what he did in terms of finding these opening engagements. You see here, 7 first bloods on the map here on Breeze. Top scoring here at 27. I mean, he's very rarely pressured in terms of his ability to take these opening engagements.
Sometimes he was challenged by Twiston to some degree, right? But it just all comes down to like a dry peak versus a dry peak or holding an angle, and it's like a 50-50, right? But I agree with you guys, like the Vitality, I think, had an issue with the attack side falling flat, and then there's no win condition for the defense, and because of that it was really awkward. But let's talk more about Harbor, because Toby prepared a Telestrator segment about his utility.
And while I agree with you that for the most part Na'Vi did in fact not exactly respect the Harbor utility to the fullest, to set up engagement, I feel like he did exactly what he had to do. We're going to see one of the first rounds here, the first buy round for both teams, round 4 in the first half. And the first wall, which usually would be your supposed to go-to Viper wall, this time round is being put up by the Harbor. Instead, it's immediately followed by a cascade, which means that you can then isolate. We do have one player sat back on site defending, but with the null command coming through, once they opt to push on forward to take this fight to him, even if the first knock comes in, which I believe is on Malsey, he does go down. Sibben instantly though from Twiston, traded in return, and because they now have the Viper wall available as well, which usually they wouldn't have, because that would have been where you have your Harbor wall now, they can go in, they can get the rest before there's any push to follow. So yes, they get one knock, but that's off of a null command. They get him back up on his feet, and they now have the site, the post plan set up, and they were pretty much guaranteed to have it all locked down simply because of the use of the 2 Harbor abilities. So even though on defense it was harder for him to really get a footing in, I feel like this push that we've seen both today, done by Vitality a couple of times, and yesterday against KPI too, it proved to be worthwhile. It worked out for them, and it was one of the few rounds they won on the A side time and time again.
Thank you very much, Toby. And we're gonna waste no time because we're already gonna jump into the next segment, which will be the interview with Navi Suigetsu. Suigetsu, welcome to the show. How are you feeling after the win? That breeze was pretty hectic, but you stood your ground. You were a perfect anchor for the defense.
Feeling actually like, I don't know, no emotions as always. I think that we should win this game like 2-0, so yeah.
All right. I have a question actually. How do you feel like you have a very defined role in your team? Like you are not that, let's say, affected by the role swaps that are being happening in the lineup. How do you feel like with this new player coming into the team is just changing the way that you guys were playing with others?
I mean, CNET came, he playing Jet good, so I can now play Chamber. Finally, I can play Duelist because I was playing AWP in CS before, and CNET just made me play Chamber, and that's it. Yeah, so I'm.
So you're pretty happy with the change in the lineup?
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Okay, awesome. Hypo or Kakuka, you have any questions?
Yeah, I want to know, especially for you, Suigetsu, now that you're feeling more comfortable, we know that 2023 is going to be a very hectic year for many teams. What do you think your biggest challenge is going to be jumping into the new season with all the new teams, but actually yours being the one like longer standing?
So I think it's gonna be like weird meta in 23 year. So, but I still wanna play against the Rigs to revenge against them.
Okay, cool. Hypo, any questions?
I guess first of all, congratulations on booking your ticket to the Grand Finals. Obviously, Parla Esports have, I guess, caused a bit of an upset in getting there. What's your perception of them and their journey so far? And I guess expectations for the Grand Finals playing against them?
Honestly, it's best of 5, yes?
Yeah.
So I think, I don't know who playing in Parla, yes, you said. I think we will win just best 3-0 and...
All right, well, that's a lot of confidence.
Confidence, yeah.
Yeah,
respect it.
I think Giants thought the same, but we'll see about that one, okay?
Well, last question before I let you go, because you still have to prep for the next match that's going to happen pretty soon, soonish. You were playing Killjoy on Pearl, and you just didn't play Chamber on that map at all. Can you tell us a little bit more about the inside of the team? How do you guys think that was, more viable than the Chamber? Do you think it worked the way you guys wanted it to, or do you think that needs to have some work being done there with the Killjoy?
I mean, Killjoy just more controlling, There is position double doors where we're usually fighting. So and we have Jet. Yeah, not with CNET. With my friends on Kaya.
Okay.
So and CNET, I actually forgot right now which agent he played. Jet.
Yeah.
So we're using him just to dash out to plant bomb. Not to plant bomb. We have some weird setups. You might see it on B, for example. We are dashing in elbow. So basically, Killjoy more controlish for this map. I think for retake, good ulti he has. So.
And you think that fits you more on this map with the Killjoy? Do you like playing her?
I mean, we tried Cypher, you saw, yeah? You remember?
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember it was a very specific player as well. So, it...
So,
tell us more.
after it happens, just we don't talk. So, usually it's better.
That's perfect. All right, Suigetsu, thank you very much for the interview. We're going to let you go so your team can prepare with you for the grand final against Parla Esports. Thank you again for coming and good luck.
Thank you guys, thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Oh, lovely interview. Loved it. If someone didn't know, Ardis played Cypher on that map once. They quickly scrapped it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's good to see, but obviously Suigetsu back on the Killjoy reminds you of the Split days.
I miss it.
Yeah, I miss
What
I
map?
miss Split.
Split, you ever heard of it?
No, never seen it.
Okay.
I don't play Spike Rush.
It was so good. I miss it so much. When is Split coming back?
Soon, I heard.
Better be.
I'm guessing that it will not come back anytime soon because it's going to be a new map. They're going to put something else out.
Oh, you reckon?
Anyway.
Okay.
I think so.
They can scrap Breeze. All that I care.
Oh, wow. Oh, strong opinions. But let's take a look at the bracket because there's only one match left. The entire bracket is known. Natus, Winzer against Team Vitality 2-0. We just watched it. It was actually... I was anticipating a 2-1. I'll be honest with you. I was anticipating a 2-1 and it's going to be pretty close.
I mean, like I said, this felt a little out of character for Vitality today. There were the individual... Again, Twiston, usually probably the headliner for this roster, but elsewhere, it just felt a little flat. I mean, Molesy even had Molesy had a great second map. I don't think this was a fair assessment of Vitality today.
So the thing is that I expected it to be a 2-1, maybe if the maps would have been different, but I honestly just think that Na'Vi really wanted to play that Breeze and Vitality really wanted to play against that Pearl, and this is the result that we got. It is still, this could have been perfectly, we were 2 rounds away from going to a third map.
All right, awesome. You guys know what? We're going to go to a short 150 minutes break before we go into the best of 5 final. I mean, the teams need to prepare. Na'Vi, of course, have to...
Sugetsu didn't even know that he had a best of 5.
Sugetsu needs to realize it's a best of 5 and figure out what the roster for Polar Esports is. So.
And also probably prepare maybe a new agent to play as well.
Probably,
you know? Like I'll be honest with you guys, when we were watching Breeze, I saw KO go and flash and get 2 kills, and I was very confused why is Angel popping up on the kill feed. So I was like, wait, in my mind that was Zipan, you know? So I'm not gonna be surprised if for the best of 5 we're gonna again see some huge role swaps, maybe on the same maps that we had just seen.
Maybe. I would like to see Bind. You know, they've been banning it. We were talking about testing, and especially when we get to a best of 5, I hope that they let that through.
If this experimentation kind of stretches across the entire map pool, it would be nice to get well, I mean, it would have to go somewhat the distance versus Parlor for us to see that, imagining with how the Vizos have gone. All
right, to not prolong it any longer, we're gonna go to the break now. Prepare yourself for the grand final of Gilut Valorant clash between Polar Esports and Na'Vi after this.
Satisfying, isn't it? What if we make it more rewarding? Let's add this, and maybe highlight that. Ah yeah, that's more like it. Learn more today on how to get the most out of your gaming at gilut.com.
One more to go. In every workout. In every game. Keep it clean.
Satisfying, isn't it? What if we make it more rewarding? Let's add this, and maybe highlight that. Ah yeah, that's more like it. Learn more today on how to get the most out of your gaming at gloot.com.
Every workout. Clean every game. Keep it clean.
Welcome back, chat. I'm sure you were glued to the screen for the past 2.5 hours listening to the same music loop. It was fascinating.
We were.
I definitely was.
Yeah.
We had fantastic time during the break. But no, jokes aside, this is gonna be a exciting best of 5 final. And by the way, $50,000 prize pool, $18,000 for the first prize, $10,000 for the second prize. It's gonna be a huge opportunity for the up-and-coming Parallel Esports to prove their worth against the team from the second semifinal that we just had today, and that's Na'Vi. Now, when it comes to the expectations, we're gonna talk a lot about that in the future. But first, let's take a look at the recap of what was happening in our tournament so far. We started with 16 teams. It's a single elimination bracket. Not gonna lie, the vibes of this tournament are like kind of retro, you know, like this kind of kind of format. We have seen this like many times in different games. It was a very standard, but not very used often now format. So it really has nostalgic like feeling to it.
Yeah.
And it's awesome, actually, kind of. Every match counts. There's no filler. Every single map that we have seen was amazing. And we have some really cool VODs that you can rewatch either on our channel or on the other streamer channels that you can check on gloot Twitter. But Kakuka, what is your most memorable match from... I know what will be your answer, but go for it anyway. What was your most memorable match from this bracket?
I was going actually to say Parla versus Giants. What did you think I was going to say?
That was the one that I
was okay. I thought you were going to go something like Bonk or something like that. I expected that from you, Lothar, not going to lie.
A distant memory.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What can I say? You know, I'm a traditional woman. But yeah, I think that... you're an idiot.
There's a voice line from Valorant, by the way. Don't feel bad.
I know. Sorry, okay, it's been a long break, but we're doing better. We're doing better. We'll be fine. No, but definitely, it's been a very intense weekend for us, for the teams. As we said, there's only one chance to move forward in the competition, and finally, we have our finalists.
All right, Hypok, what was your favorite match from the brackets?
I'll throw it back. I really enjoyed the Na'Vi Barbers game, honestly. That was, for me, one of the highlights so far. I think it almost felt like, again, no shade toward Vitality. I think it was an off day today. Things just weren't really clicking, not really working, but felt like that was the most tested Na'Vi have been, even with the scoreline aside. Some of the individual performances made that series really exciting.
I would have to agree. I felt it was the most competitive match that we have seen on the mainstream from all of those. But now, let's take a look at the lineups that we have prepared for this grand final. And you might wonder, oh wait, what's Polar Esports? Where they're coming from? And it's the Turkish region. The core.
So many teams.
Yeah, right. They just have the depth. It's like the ocean. It's unmeasured. Like, you know, below like 9,000 meters, you don't know what's below it. You know, there's always something just waiting to emerge. And this time it's Polar Esports. But the core of this team was actually coming from Surreal Esports. 3 players, Jealous, Masik, and Jay, sorry, not Ye, this one is a different one. Jay were coming from one team. Loresto, I feel like, had a breakout performance in this tournament a little bit, and Ruxic is the newest addition to this core that is kind of like forming this team. In general, I'm very impressed. There was a lot of chaos in the battles that we have seen.
You got to expect a roster like this, right?
But what do you guys thought about the Polar Esports in general?
Very surprised, especially the ability to come back from the score that they had. Giants. Giants was coming in as a favorite, and the fact that after they lost their map pick, they didn't think that it was over till it was over, and they had to come back on the next 2 maps and definitely deserve to be here. And now that they're going to get the chance to fight against Na'Vi, one of the most anticipated rosters of this entire year and next year, even if they're not to win today, I think that their performance has been great, and they still have that 10K to spend on whatever they want. We know that also they're going to be in their gaming house, so I think there's going to be a great experience now, whatever happens.
Awesome. Let's take a look at highlights from the other team, though. From Na'Vi, we're going to have some memorable situations. I mean, there was a lot of kinda old retro CNET situations, we can appreciate it right here. But in general, like, did we think that this team is different now than the old roster or of Na'Vi?
There's still this kind of, shifting people onto different roles. I definitely didn't feel as if everybody's up to the level they probably expected themselves as well. But that's to understand, right? These are some of the first live competitive games with these role swaps. You take, so much away from scrims and whatnot. The highlight of that being, I'd say, Angel's place in some of these compositions, and where he's maybe forced onto in terms of the Sova, the breach as well. Definitely, we even said earlier, right? Xiao was where that kind of sits is where some of these compositions shift, and Sugetsu as well. Even we had the benefit of the interview earlier, talking about the comfort levels, and Sugetsu feeling really happy to actually be back on the operator, so to say, from Counter-Strike. So that's an exciting prospect. Until we've kind of explored the map pool, which potential here for a best of 5, to see a little deeper, it's hard to detract too much because there's been fluctuation this weekend.
Yeah, completely. To me, the Na'Vi that we're seeing right now is if you're baking a cake and you just put it in the oven and you're waiting for it to grow. Like, it has all the ingredients, but it's like in the growth, and then you put the frosting and the toppings and everything that you want. You know that it's going to be a great cake because it's your grandmother's recipe, but you still need to wait for it to grow.
In this recipe, who's the icing on the cake?
CNET.
CNET,
obviously.
Okay,
the cherry on top, right?
Exactly.
All right.
I like it.
Yeah, that's a good comparison. By the way, Sugetsu was also a little bit bantering on Twitter. Not sure if you guys saw that he actually wanted to play a little bit of Harbor, but the team doesn't let him.
Oh, that's a shame.
It's a shame. I hope that for this match we get to see Sugetsu playing on Harbor. I mean, it's a best of 5. Maybe if in the first 2 maps we see them comfortable, he decides to go for it and the team supports the decision.
Look, if a team just chooses,
or maybe he's just making fun of us.
Just like that, they're gonna choose Harbor without any practice, or this gonna. No, that's one of the characters I don't think you can.
It would be Angel that rolls it out. Right? Yeah. Angel would be the one to just throw a Harbor in the mix.
Well, if you're dead.
Wait, did you not catch the Angel Jet?
I have seen a lot of stuff, and I think I cut that out of my memory.
It's possible.
That was split, right?
It was
split. It was split. Now I remember.
The Omen just wasn't cutting it, I guess.
Was very similar dashes anyway. Between those two. But let's go back to Polar Esports now. We have highlights from that team as well, and a small surprise at the end of it, so watch out. But first, okay, what this is Bind against Giants. No one thought that Polar Esports is able to do a massive comeback. They lost Haven like in a complete blowout fashion. And then those 2 next maps were insane.
Don't get me wrong, there were so many moments where chaos was just reigning in the server, where so many things did not make sense. But hey, in the middle of all of that, they managed to come together, and especially in the late round, you were like, oh my god, these guys really know what they're doing. This is their winning moment. Exactly, yeah, you get the win, everybody hugging. This is what we love to see. We definitely...
They have a lot of fans.
Yeah, it means a lot for them.
And the thing as well, just from the interview with Evan, the coach, it was interesting to gain the insight of kind of the vibes, the morale. He was obviously saying after the first map, they didn't really take it to heart, even though it was a very deflating kind of defeat to watch pan out, right? You didn't see that at all. Coming into Bayern, they look way more comfortable, which is almost surprising, right? With what you'd have to argue is a more inexperienced team than some of the players that are on the Giants roster. So I was absolutely blown away by these guys. Highlight being obviously Loris, but Masic as well. Masic had a fantastic series. Yeah, there was a lot of memorable, like, let's say, double kills, triple kills coming out of both of those. And I'm super happy, by the way, to see that moment of the winning moment against Giants, because you can see the passion coming through, right? And it's, I don't know how it's possible, but every single Turkish team that we watch, at some point they're playing just from one room. Every single team, because whenever there's a problem with the internet connection, they all drop. Well, I think I even saw yesterday they were playing with 100 ping for most of the series, which is even crazy.
And still getting the plays that they were getting.
Well, sometimes the 100 ping might be an advantage now, because they
just... Don't start that. Don't start that.
All right.
We didn't see any of that yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, no clue.
No idea. Anyway, let's go to the best of 5 for today. The first one and the last match of the entire tournament. We're gonna see what are gonna be the bans and picks. I'm hoping for some interesting maps. Well, one interesting map got already banned. Kakuka, what do you think?
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't ban Bind, please. I just want to see Bind. I want to see as many maps as we can from them. They've been banning it. I don't care. That's what it is.
I was gonna say this is the one.
You are boring.
Especially wanting to see deeper and deeper into Navi's map pool. Then this is the one that I think for the best of 5 it would have been nice to pull something out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, coming to this point, you know that it is about the experience. This is not going to affect you in the next year. As I said, it's still in the oven. It's still in the making. Getting those reps, I understand perfectly the Parla wants to go with this Haven. We talked and we will touch on the composition a little bit later. And Navi, they go again with the Pearl. Where we wanted to see more tests, more reps.
Back on the Killjoy?
Yeah, back on the Killjoy. We're not going to waste any time.
I guess we're going to be paying attention to the double dose situation, because it was pretty awkward.
I mean, Parla was watching.
Well, exactly.
So
if Parla was watching Vitality's approach towards that, then there could be potentially something they've got cooked up to address it.
That would be nice. But I'm actually surprised that the Haven was picked, because, you know, showing on Haven wasn't the best from Parla. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a 10-2 half in the first half
but it was
versus
the best map before that. I think that was very much like Giants going back on everything that they did wrong on that defense and just fixing it within a day. But especially with what we have seen from Navi on that map, it literally looks like the first. It should be the first option.
And then Ascent, well, against Giants, that was a memorable map. That was the chaos. Embodiment of chaos happening on that map.
And this is Loris. Loris is popping off again, going almost well. I think Rhyme ended 31 kills, and Loris even. You know, watching some of the clips back of Loris popping off, it's crazy. He actually finished behind Rhyme at 30, but that'll be an interesting one again, because the pacing for Parla looked really, really comfortable.
And if we go to a, let's say, 4th map, because maybe this will finish 3-0. I don't know which way, actually.
I think 3-1.
I think everybody from the outside looking in, obviously Parla have had a great run here, but the expectation is that Navi can close this out comfortably.
You think so?
Nah.
I mean, that's the expectation. That's not necessarily what I think. I think Parla have probably still got a little bit of fight left in them.
Listen, Navi's barely here after what happened against Fireflux.
Well, that's right.
We think the antidote is Turkish teams then for Navi.
Oh.
Well, Fireflux team, that was the first free mapper in this tournament, from what I remember, and Fireflux was, I think they were 1-0 up, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so there was some tests being done for Navi already, and then we'll see how it goes for the first map now against Parla Esports. What was it? Haven. Not Heaven, Haven.
There is a Heaven in Haven.
Yeah, so the last time the Parla Esports played on this map, it was Raze, Fade, Omen, Breach, and Chamber. Pretty standard to some degree. this standard Raze Fade combo our favorite hypo? Do you think we're anticipating changes, or will it be the same?
I think that's probably going to be the same. The question, I think, goes towards Na'Vi's comp, right, where we saw them kind of testing with the Jet. Obviously, this was Angel slipping onto the Breach as well, which is what raised some of the initial questions about this this role swap, because it also saw Xiao moving on to the Omen.
Yeah, exactly. So we have to wait and see, but we expect the same picks, don't we?
Oh. Yeah, and we're gonna get them right now.
It's on the Killjoy. So no Chamber again. Probably he enjoys his time the most when he's playing on the Killjoy. Of course, I think that is lovely to see. I think that it's good that he can also be bouncing back and around, but no other surprises on the line here.
No, I don't think so. Again, the expected comp coming out from Parla here. Like I said, I mean, they look fairly comfortable on it in terms of how to play. It was, again, Giants kind of swinging out and some ego duels going on. Majority of that just being losing out on gunfights. Vitinho was fantastic on the Jet to really prevent finding any value from this composition.
And we all remember the acrobatics made by CNET on the Jet. It really looked impressive when he was in tune, right? When he was warmed up.
And same question from earlier, if across the map pool we see Na'Vi lean heavier back towards, you know, Jet-oriented compositions. Again, with the Breach, Flash Dash, it still works. It's the old classic, really. So this one isn't as concerning to not see the Raze here, knowing that it's dead on the roster.
And this is also the map where Zipan goes to the Fade, right? We had the interview with him, Kakoka.
Yeah, exactly. I say, to me, it's still kind of an insult that we do not get to see Xiao on that. No, but everything has to change. They have to keep evolving as a team. They want to definitely get the reps that they need in this composition. If they have learned something during the tournament, we should wait and see.
Well, we should wait and see, because our casters are taking over, and this is gonna be Munch and Lyric, my favorite duo of this tournament.
Thanks a lot, brother.
Huge praise there from Lothar.
But gonna be a fun one. Parla versus Na'Vi, and you know, they were kind of hitting it a little bit on the desk. I mean, Parla having a 10-2 when last time we did see them on Haven, they were on the attack side, but at the same time, Dark Horse runs. Doesn't love Dark Horse runs.
I love a Dark Horse run. I absolutely love the run Parla have managed to put together for themselves. And like they were saying on the desk, Na'Vi pushed to the very limits by Fireflux. Parla and Fireflux, these are two teams that know each other very well in the Turkish scene. So if Parla's made it this far in the bracket, maybe they've got what it takes that Fireflux just fell short of beating Na'Vi. Maybe Parla could do it here in the finals. We're kicking off with Haven, full-on best of 5 here. Na'Vi with their work cut out, and Parla, dark horses of the tournament, wanting to prove that they've come this far, not just to fall at the final hurdle, they've come this far to take it all.
Yeah, and this time around, I mean, when they were struggling on Haven, they started out on that attack side, again going 2 to 10. This time it will be Na'Vi, and it looks like they're just trying to rush down C-Long.
I love it. Aggressive start, wanting to kick things off immediately. Na'Vi just charging and Cino with 2, but J-Lurst answers it and steps in for a little bit more as well. 2v2. Spike just dropped onto the floor. The rest of the attackers not around.
Yeah, Xiao trying to make his way over, but J-Lurst already taken down solo.
6 HP. JJ trying to support his teammate here. A single stray bullet will finish J-Lurst off. Hanging on for the time being. Xiao and Shigetsu moving in, trying to get through the smoke. They'll probably have heard that little jump there. Dark cover being used. 50 seconds on the clock. And Parla deciding they need to leave the site and look at a retake. Spike still not down, but 40 seconds to work with.
Yeah, making their way over to connector. Oh,
that was Shigetsu steps back out. That was the Spike as well.
Down, C.
And suddenly, it's all down to the Omen player. Xiao has to make it happen. Left. Okay, Spike will go down. 2v1.
Spike planted.
Let's see if Xiao can start this one off. Start the Haunt spots him, and J-Lurst with a 4K. What a way to start the game.
J-Lurst getting the 4K. The Haunt from JJ so crucial, knowing that Xiao was going to end up playing in that dark cover. Going to open them up to be able to get this defuse. And it goes back to what we were hitting, that when Parla had that kind of uncomfortable performance, it did start on the attack side. So going to be able to start on defense. Great job. Just really counteracting that push coming from Na'Vi. A lot of that being on J-Lurst, just getting those frags across the board. Loris, I believe, as well, through the paint shells, which did get a decent amount of damage. I know it for sure hit Soigetsu, but it looked like it might have clipped a few other members. Yeah. And now going to be able to come into the second round incredibly comfortable.
I just want to quickly mention, Loris, on that raise, We saw this before in the tournament. Absolute monster on the pick. I cannot wait to see what he's got up his sleeves.
He definitely was the standout player of Parla so far. And not only, you know, here at G-Loot, but even in a lot of their recent games and other tournaments. There we go, him starting off with a nice pick on a Zipan.
Not a bad way to start the round, is it? As Parla, obviously with the gun advantage here, you should expect them to be in a strong position, especially on the defensive side. But Na'Vi, they've got those sheriffs, and we'll see if they can do anything with them.
Yeah, we see Na'Vi kind of making their way over towards A. They actually smoked Loris off, but still a ton of damage coming out onto CNED. Pain shells now having been used.
JJ just waiting in the wings here for that peak to come out from Angel. But a very, very slow round from Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Still got 50 seconds on the clock, though, so time to work with.
Yeah, Flashpoint online. If Angel wants to throw that one out and try and set up play from CNED, but JJ!
And there we have it. Oh, but Na'Vi answer with two of their own. The pistols coming up big, Sugetsu and Xiao have to make this happen. They need to at very least get the spike planted, and they will be able to do exactly that.
Spike planted.
Sugetsu, you know, even managing now, having the Spectre in hand.
Is it going to turn into anything, though? A couple of headshots could change everything. Xiao in close enough range that that Sheriff is a full-on weapon. But Masick finding Sugetsu doesn't bode well for the round, let's be honest. Peeking on out, and Masick finishes a second. Nicely done here by Parla. Getting 2 on the board.
Yeah, great start that you want to have, especially up against such a talented and experienced squad like Na'Vi. But now they're going to be able to buy up, try and string some things together. And right, them starting on this attack side, also hit on by, I believe it's Kukuka of, hey, you know, Sugetsu coming out this time around on the Killjoy. And all of this, like, hey, this is a pick that he said and he looks comfortable on. Still, though, it kind of surprised me because in the interview, one of the things that he said about CNED coming onto the team was he's happy now that he actually does get to play some games on Chamber.
Yeah, yeah. Gets to mix things up a little bit. CNED more than happy to be on that jet himself. I mean, CNED literally known for the jet. It is the signature, right? Na'Vi now with guns, looking to push in and make this round count. Parla could get the bonus. It would be so devastating for Na'Vi. Shots out from the Bulldog, the horn being used as well. As Masick moves on in, the aftershock across the scene as well, but nobody going down just yet. A lot of shots without much action. Jailers there. Loris falls to CNED in the meantime as Angel gets in on the site. But Jailers doing a lot of work, and JJ gets him with a Sheriff. And now Xiao is all out of teammates. But he's not out of gumption just yet. Pushing on in. Got one already. Has the spike.
JJ, though, still has both Prowler and C's up. Only a Sheriff in hand.
Yeah, really nice one-way there to guarantee the plant.
Yeah, still being cautious, but now having a good read.
Nice. Very nice from Xiao. Slow and steady wins the race.
And Na'Vi get it done. They actually went for a pretty fast hit onto C. The most surprising to me was how long Jailer survived when he was the member they pinned down, fault line, kind of pinning him in that corner. He was spotted by the Haunt, but he was the one who picked up a couple of those kills for the side of Parla now having that ult available, but a couple of ults for Na'Vi's we're going to see here. Xiao finally was the one to be able to bring him down, and then overall, incredible performance there to just make sure Na'Vi lock it in.
Super solid stuff there from Na'Vi, but now we get rifles across the board. There's a Blade Storm in play. There's a lockdown. There's a From the Shadows on either side as well. These ultimates, complete game changers, and Na'Vi once again, slow default leaning towards A.
Xiao not able to find it. Somehow Loris on the other side picks off Zipan.
I believe Insua's there. And CNED has been the star player earlier on today for Na'Vi when they were playing against Vitality. Perhaps needs to do that again. As Sugetsu going to drop that lockdown on towards the A site. But also, you know, affecting... Wait. Was blocked. Was destroyed. I think the aftershock coming on through there.
Yeah. Aftershock coming on through, and now still going to make this heavy lean towards A.
Here we go. CNED on the site. Blade Storm well and truly ready, but Loris up in heaven perhaps could cause a ruckus. He can find this opportunity. Plenty of health to work with. Hiding away in that corner. Ruxic there for a trade. as the 5-man retake begins from Parla. Masic with the operator. Stunned up. In fact, pretty much everyone in the lobby stunned up by the looks of things there. Loris with the blast pack. The blade goes slightly wide, but Sugetsu starts it off. CNED down, Angel with one. But JJ moves in again. Ruxic and Masic as well. And I feel like Parla, they are so warmed up. I don't know what they've done to get ready for this final, but they are firing on all cylinders already.
They're looking great. Another few ults online. JJ with the Nightfall, Masic having the Tour de Force in hand. They had, a decent amount of utility to even go for the retake with. We saw Ruxic there throwing out both of his flashes to guarantee they can get on site, cause chaos, and allow them to pick up those kills.
And important to mention, this is their map pick, right? This is the map that Parla have looked best on, I would say, across the course of the tournament. They absolutely love this haven.
Kind of barring that exception, which was their game yesterday, which, again, was a weird one, considering the fact that they came in so cold and really did warm up throughout the series. Another team that really looked like they thrived in the chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. Chaos has been the name of the game. Na'Vi feeling like we've got kind of 50-50 on whether or not they want to go slow or fast across these rounds. With these Sheriffs and a Vandal for CNED, the Guardian there for Shout, you can never quite write a round like this off, but against the ultimates on the side of Parla, they've got to be favorites, right?
Yeah, and you can see Na'Vi now just trying to bait out some of this utility coming from Garage. Already getting things like the paint shells coming out. Jailer's no paranoia anymore on his side either, but Na'Vi just hoping they can find a pick, and there CNED goes, getting one straight from window.
Good stuff there from CNED, much needed, because it's felt like generally it's been Parla finding these picks to start rounds off. And now, a little bit of a weakened defense.
JJ, no haunt, gets the pick.
JJ's been on point, absolutely on point today so far. Fantastic pick there. CNED moving up, the Prowler comes out. JJ realizes needs to get out of dodge here. Nightfall comes out actually, just to try and hold on to the site, and you can see the full rotation from Na'Vi.
Yeah, just bait coming out from them. They even got the ultimate from Jailer, making his way up to heaven on A, and now it's going to be all up to Shout if he can find something.
He's trying to. Jailers, though, just takes his head off. Now 3v4, the retake coming on through. Yeah, expect Parla to be able to pull this one off unless some cheeky headshots can come on through, unless something can happen from Sugetsu here. Spotted out, though. And in comes Ruxic to finish the job. Nicely done there. CNED does get one. Peeks out again, but Jailers shuts that down before it even begins. And Parla, with a fourth on the board, really racking these rounds up.
Yeah, looking great. Economically, a few of these members are going to be in such a solid position as well. But for Na'Vi in this round, I mean, they were able to bait out a couple of ultimates, so I think overall for an eco, definitely not going to be too upset about it, but still, I mean, Parla, even with like a nice healthy rotation of who has been picking up frags when, right? Because Jailer's coming in early on, was able to get his ult online pretty early. JJ following up as well now. Tour de Force and Showstopper is still there. And Na'Vi having some struggles, already going for the timeout.
Very early timeout. Na'Vi essentially just pausing and going, hang on a second, lads. What is going on here? We're against Parla. We're meant to be heavy favourites. We're meant to be the team that just waltzes into this tournament and takes it all. But here on map number 1 of the final, Parla 4-1 up. And I feel like that has been the story of Parla this entire tournament, right? They come into a series, they're the underdogs, everyone expects the other team to win, and then they dominate. Then they find these rounds that just nobody expects them to.
Yeah, 100%. And it feels like it's been like a healthy mix of just overall, like solid aim coming out with the solid duels, like we saw Jailers earlier on with that play on C-Long. We're also having some nice teamwork, going for the retake on A. A lot of great flashpoints setting up for a player like Loris, and then JJ actually was one to pop off that round to go in. And looks like, again, Na'Vi gonna start off by hovering towards A.
So 2 ultimates on either side, but Ruxic a single point away from that Rolling Thunder as well. The Tour de Force there. And the Showstopper on the side of Parla. From the Shadows and Rolling Thunder on that attack side from Na'Vi. Fault line onto CNED. Trying to dodge away from the Aftershock. The Prowler comes in as well. I'm amazed that nobody's taken any damage, honestly, off the back of that exchange. But JJ takes one bullet on his way out.
Yeah, Parla wanting to contest the control of A-Log.
Oh, CNN shoots him out of the air, and Mason gets one onto Angel. 1-for-1 across the map.
And now it looks like Na'Vi once again going to be shut out and have to go for a rotate. We've seen this, I mean, kind of happen a few times now. Going to look for C-Long, but they're going to be running into the waiting arms of Jailers, which, I mean, with how these first 5 rounds have gone, I don't know if that's what you want to do.
I don't want to be anywhere near Jailers if I'm Na'Vi with how he's been played so far. It's like Na'Vi.
Oh, and look how aggressive the setup is from Parla.
Hiding in the corner. JJ, the one to make it happen. 2 of them go down. Ruxic chimes in as JJ gets 3. That is how you take out a team right there. Parla with 5.
And overall, the IGLing coming out from JJ to set up a play like that, having confidence that Jailers can anchor down C-Long is going to be fine. And right here, I mean, they just didn't expect it. You have Ruxic there with them as well. Masick was even posted up like further down A just in case, you know, any trades had come out and they had got a bit of a push under their belts. And I mean, economically, Na'Vi just really can't find a way to establish themselves. They have 2 ults. They should get a few more ults after this round, considering 2 members are only 1 point away.
Yeah. You know, round 6, absolutely crucial there. Parla take it. Should be able to guarantee themselves an extra round here, unless something dramatically goes wrong. Bladestorm going to come out from CNED. And that's one thing for ways to go wrong. It's one way for things to go wrong, sorry, for Parla. CNED dashes onto the site, trying to get this plant out from heaven. Loris jumps into the scene and takes 2 down. Shao finally shuts that player down, but I think it's a little too late. Now the peaks coming through from Parla. Trying to go for not even a retake at this point, just trying to deny that spike going down. Jailers with another one. And they're just finding the heads. They're just finding their targets. Sugetsu, gets 2. But JJ takes him out in the end.
Sugetsu doing a great job to, you know, try and do a bit of damage to the economy that Parla has, but still just sitting so pretty. And yeah, like you said, not even really much of a retake, right? Denying the plant from going down. We saw things like Jailers throwing out the paranoia in combo with the C's coming out from JJ, kind of just trapping them in the entrance to A site. And then so easily for the other members of Parla to follow up. And I mean, they've just really been having no luck on A. We've seen them try and commit to, I'd say, a lot of like faster starts. We see typical things like the fault line going out, trying to get the information. But Parla have never been afraid to challenge them on these pushes.
Oh, CNED finds one though. Like you say, Parla happy to challenge. But this time CNED wins that challenge. Opens up a lot of space around this B site. JJ, if he does peek out, you can expect CNED to look for that headshot. Zipan gets the spike down immediately. This is a gun round. This is 5 Vandals for the side of Na'Vi. They need to get a win on this round.
I mean, Suigetsu having the lockdown, even still have things like the Nightfall available, feels like they should be in a pretty good spot for this. The question is if they're going to have any idea of what Masick and Jailers are looking for right now. Suigetsu is watching.
A little curious how they approach this one. Jailers just does it again. Jailers on fire so far in this game. CNED jumps down Cloudburst to buy space for the team, but Masick and Jailers once again finding more. Moving in now, but CNED takes ahead and now stopping that defuse, diving around the smoke, but it's too late for them to get that bomb. Na'Vi have done it and got themselves around on the board.
CNED being the hero that Na'Vi desperately needed him to be. Even thinking back to the earlier game against Vitality, he really was the one just having these crazy performances. And you said it, like dry peeking everyone, finding kills, and making sure that Na'Vi can secure that win. So
crucial.
Him having a round like that is, you know, one of the ingredients to the recipes of success for Na'Vi.
Well, they were talking about baking cakes earlier on the desk. And the recipe, they said that CNED is the icing, and that definitely feels like the case with rounds like that. They're able to stop that defuse, able to find the heads that were needed. The 3 ultimates online once again for Na'Vi. They've got those weapons. They really can't afford to lose this round. If they lose this round, their economy is donezo basically for the whole half.
Yeah, and so far, trying to get some information from Garage. Prowler went out, didn't spot anyone. Smokes are there, but not wanting to commit too heavily to a push onto C. So still just probing, and Masic once again the heavy contest of A long. Oh.
That's his teleport down. Not ideal for Masic, but they don't push. They don't find the player. We'll hold on to that tour de force for the time being.
And it seems like with them knowing that that's where the op is, they're going to commit to the opposite side of the map.
Face your fear!
All right, Nightfall in Na'Vi pushing onto this B site. Jailers to the back of the site once again, and he has been an absolute monster. Gets CNED, but just after Loris went down. 2 for 1 in favor of Parla. But Zipan evens that up with Jailers down. The raid boss is down for the side of Parla. Na'Vi desperate to find control of the situation, but it's JJ that arrives. And that Phantom firing strong. Ruxic with one to get 2. Has to do it all for Na'Vi to keep his team. Basically, in this half, they need the win here. They at minimum need that spike down.
I got the spike.
Masic going for the peek here. Goes for the 1v1, and JJ steps out. Does find Sugetsu in the end. Parla, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're destroying Na'Vi.
Yeah, and again, just what a difference from what we saw yesterday against Giants. I mean, didn't even get that many rounds on the defensive side just because of how much of a deficit they fell into before, you know, Giants were able to pick that one up. And Na'Vi, I mean, we had a close map 2 earlier against Vitality, but still, it definitely felt like Na'Vi were the ones in the driver's seat pretty much the whole time between both maps.
Yeah.
So I think, again, just such a crazy performance from Parla, who, again, pretty much came out of nowhere with this old core from Surreal.
Yeah. Kind of reunion. And Masic actually a stand-in for the team, but previously playing on Surreal with Jailers and JJ. That core very much there and working beautifully for them. And Na'Vi being really challenged on Haven here. Remember, it's a best of 5. Plenty of time for either team to warm into this series. Will be Pearl next as Na'Vi's map pick. But my goodness, I'm surprised to see quite how hard Parla are challenging Na'Vi. Oh, Masic! Headshot through the wall!
Yeah, now, I mean, for Na'Vi, they're still going to try and challenge you get on B side, but...
Oh, CNED wins those. I don't know how, but he does. Finds that onto Masic while stunned with the right click. Ruxic moving in to try and deny it and gets onto Angel. With a second one onto Sugetsu, but CNED here, holding the angle with the operator. Loris finds him. And Xiao, once again, the last person surviving, getting hit by a million ultimates, 1 HP because of the decay. Prowler comes in, and Ruxic finishes the job. Once again, Parla, these retakes are just so clean.
Yeah, not afraid to go for those heavy commitments with the ultimates, right? Rolling Thunder and Nightfall at the same time, pretty much. I mean, what can Xiao even do in a situation like that? Allows for them to get all the way up to 8. And yeah, for Na'Vi, it felt like maybe B was an area where they were starting to find a bit of comfort. We saw, again, Parla were just challenging so heavily down A that it was really hard for them to find a foothold. J-Lurst, raid boss on C, I think was a great title. And
I mean, he looks like a raid boss as well when he's playing Omen.
I do got to say, though, right, we saw that was even with Masic getting the opening pick that round, but CNED able to almost bring it back. And once again, going to try and go for this play on A. CNED manages to get into sewers.
Yeah, bold push there from CNED. Loris actually getting a kill onto Zipan with a grenade. Pretty sure CNED just walked into that, but Angel gets one onto JJ. Here we go. 4v3. Na'Vi decided they've got to rotate, but I feel like their spike carrier Angel's kind of stuck alone there. Now can reunite with CNED. They've got to go B or C, right? They just have to abandon A.
100%. But what a fast rotation coming from the other members of Parla to get everyone on site, ready for that push to come through. And now, I mean, when we've been talking about CNED needing to make miracles happen, I mean, Angel also had a couple of standout moments on Breeze, I believe on the KO earlier on.
Yeah.
So, 2 players you can definitely believe in, but...
You know, we talked about economy before, about how if Parla had won that previous round, Na'Vi's economy was going to be broken. Well, this is pretty much the last gun round of the half for them. They might be able to force up in the next one. It's going to be tough for them.
30 seconds
going to be able
left.
to make their way onto B, so could potentially be able to get this. Yep, plant's going to go down. Members of Parla, I mean, rotating over as a team, get the dark cover down just in case anyone's playing out their window.
Spike is down. Remember, a couple of stray bullets can change everything. Angel and CNED certainly capable of finding those headshots. Here we go, Ruxic moving in though, Loris behind him. They're going to look for these trades. There's one. J-List gets Angel though, and CNED alone will find a second headshot. It's not a bad little effort here, but the defuse just going to come on out. CNED, not much you can do about that one. Took a couple of rifles away from the enemy. That's all you can really ask.
Yeah, he's just going to have to be happy that, you know, he himself is going to be able to stick on this Vandal with more armor, but, I mean, across the board, having some money to where they can, you know, get these rifles with light shields online. Xiao going to go towards the Guardian to make sure that he's full utility on that Omen.
The positive side for Na'Vi, at least they've got the vast majority of their utility, right? That's really the most important thing. I think you can deal with the light shields if you've got your utility to make your way on, and they've all got weapons that can one-tap. That's the most important thing. So we'll see if they can get a third round on the board. I'm just amazed that we're almost at half-time here, and Xiao finally steps up to make something happen for Na'Vi onto the A site. They could go, and now still playing it as a default, still playing it slow.
I think it's smart because we saw how quickly Parla were able to rotate in the last round, so not wanting to go for too heavy of a commitment towards that A site. But just great seeing Na'Vi win one of these battles. Masic, though, gonna win a battle of his own.
There we go. Traded by Sugetsu. Spike will be down. J-List and Ruxic, they'd love to get 10 for halftime. Imagine finishing at 10 points at halftime in game number 1 in the finals against Na'Vi. Now that would be a statement from Parla if they're able to make it happen.
Last player standing.
It's not going to though. Na'Vi do get a third.
Where are you?
And push Parla back just ever so slightly. But remember, this was Parla's map. That was Na'Vi's choice of side. Now Parla, they go onto the attack side. That's where they're comfortable.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be really interesting. Parla, I mean, this is where Parla struggled yesterday, and for Na'Vi, now being on defense, you have the Killjoy. This is where you're just able to control a lot of space and make life hell for the attackers to get on site because, right, having things like the alarm bot, you can commit multiple members to other sides of the map and see what Parla are going to do and kind of anticipate any pushes coming through. So far, angling towards A.
I'm just amazed how one-sided this has been so far. Na'Vi, you know, have already played a series today, so they will be somewhat tired, but they've got a whole best of 5 ahead of them. CNED gets onto Loris. 1 for 1 so far. A better start than what we've seen from Na'Vi in previous rounds. Can they defend on this 4v4 though? Because Parla just moving up as a death ball. And CNED's gonna spot it. Can't even get the first one. JJ gets 2 as they entry onto A. Here comes Xiao. 1v4 here. Not gonna wait for his teammates. Tries to move in and take ground for his team. There's one. Sprays in for a second, but he won't find it. JJ in the smoke there. Here comes Sugetsu as well, but taken down in a 2v1. Xiao alone. Finds a headshot. Looks for a second, but JJ shuts it down again.
Especially with the fault line coming out from Ruxic. Xiao not having much he can work with, being concussed, but Parla once again putting another one up on the board, this time around on the attack side, and going with such a fast hit towards A that time around. They were definitely a team that we've seen from their game so far that are able to go for those pace changes. They are just going to be one of those teams coming out from the Turkish region that it's just all about, hey, insta hit a site, we all go in, try and find these duels, but definitely have the ability to turn that on.
I remember watching, when we were practicing, just watching some VODs together, we watched a game between Parla and Galatasaray, and I don't think there was a single fake in the entire series. It was like, we're going this site, and we are going to brute force it. If there's one thing this team can do, it's blast onto a site. Now, granted, Na'Vi a much steeper opponent than Galatasaray, but regardless, Parla know what they're doing and seeing it taken out in the angle by Loris once again. Loris absolutely on fire.
That's big. That's the Phantom as well, so going to be able to get a lot of damage done. The only thing they really have to worry about now is those 2 Sheriffs, one on Angel and one on Xiao. But
oh, wow, JJ just gets a headshot through the wall. I mean, this is just beautiful for Parla. Gunning them down through the smoke, 10-3, and it's going to be 11 here. I mean, what are we witnessing?
I was going to say, what's going on? What, like, even going back to the interview we had earlier in the day with Soigetsu, right? Asking him about the finals, you know, what do you think going up against Parla? And it's like, honestly, we don't really know who these guys are, which not really an unfair sentiment because me and you have asked that to numerous people in the scene, and it's like, okay, again, there's some known information, like the fact that they are that core from back in the day on Surreal. You know, Loris, I believe, is another kind of hyped up-and-coming player from the region as well, but...
And, like, you know, coming into the tournament, the sentiment was like, you know, this is a decently strong team from Turkey. Like, they've beaten some of the other Turkish teams. But I feel like that statement was maybe undervalued for how much that means.
Well, and one of the things that, you know, we were talking to Hypok about was that, like, you know, pretty much Turkish teams, anyone can just show up on any given... We're going to go with Tuesday. I feel like Tuesday was the day he threw out.
It was Sunday. But, but you know what? Tuesday works too. And it is Sunday today.
It is Sunday, yeah.
This is the given Sunday, apparently, for Parla. 11-3. If they can get just one more round, it'll be match point here in game number 1 against Na'Vi, who only have 3 rounds. 3 rounds, Lyric.
Oh, Xiao. Oh!
Okay, here we go. Not quite enough. It's 2, though. It evens things up at least a bit. So get to an Angel. 2v3 on the defense. But I feel like Killjoy does even that out somewhat with the sheer amount of utility she has.
Still having the alarm bot on B, so they're going to know if JJ and Ruxa commit to that. But Soigetsu...
Oh, he gets it! Just goes for the Angel with Loris. Pulls it off, dodges the blind. In a 2v1, though, even if he gets one, should be traded. Step on in, and JJ gets the headshot. This will be the plant now, on to C. Still 30 seconds to work with. Angel moving over.
30 seconds left.
And just has to try something, you'd imagine.
That's fault line and flashpoint up. A bit of utility for the side of Parla as well. Aftershock and Caesar there. Not even going to come down to it. Ruxic able to win out on that duel.
Lyric, I'm gobsmacked. I'm absolutely gobsmacked.
It's 12-3
in favour of Parla. I mean, this is just something special. And look at the economy for Na'Vi. It's not like they can even cobble much together here.
No, really nothing. And, you know, I kind of want to go back to Parla for the fact that, right, we said it. Loris really has been the consistent standout player on the squad, but not here on Haven. Doesn't need to be. JJ, the IGL, actually the one topping the scoreboard. Jailers, I mean, we saw what he was able to do when he was on that defensive side. And even Masick, how aggressively he was playing those rounds with that op. Parla stringing everything together. Na'Vi not going to be able to have much of a buy, like you said, and
the thing is as well, it's not even just like it's only Parla winning aim duels, right? They have been winning their aim duels, but also trading really effectively. It feels like this is a unit that Na'Vi are up against. And, I mean, an immovable object, honestly. 12-3, literally 4 times the score at this point. A single round away with massive advantages. That Nightfall online for JJ. Unless CNED can get an orb, get that Blade Storm, maybe that could turn things around.
Yeah, so far, I mean, right, CNED playing over towards A. Doesn't seem like he should be able to get it, considering that Parla is stacking heavily towards the side for now. If anything, we're just going to hope that he's able to find one with that Marshall, dash away, and give some time to get support from the other members of Na'Vi, because Na'Vi right now are reading this as a potential hit on C.
Dodges the stun, goes for a shot, doesn't quite find it. Loris now, control of this lane. Jailers tagged, CNED uses a Cloudburst, trying to escape, tagged again. The bot won't get him, 17 HP. But a slow push here from Parla. They take control of the area, but don't push into A yet. Look at the flank coming out.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very conscious of this one.
Oh, Masick. Oh, he knew this was coming. Masick takes him out, Angel down. And that flank looked like that could have been it. That looked like that could have been the play for Na'Vi, but it's just red again.
But I was going to say, how much does Masick have an idea that someone else is still here?
Trade comes out, Sugetsu with a headshot. And there we go, Xiao finds Masick on that flank. Does work out in the end, and it's 3v3. 2 rifles as well, Zipan with the Guardian, Xiao with the Phantom, and Sugetsu already showing this round that the Sheriff is enough. Loris and Jailers low enough on HP that the Sheriff will make work happen. Zipan gets Loris.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh my days, they've actually done it. The Sheriff comes out for Sugetsu again. 4 rounds on the board for Na'Vi. I mean, Look, it's a long way to go for Na'Vi, but hey, it's another.
Right, you'll take anything you can get at this point, and I guess Parla not expecting Suigetsu to push up so aggressively. They still pretty much had all of Ruxic's utility online. Jailer still having the paranoia as well, but able to get in there and get kills with that Sheriff. Now going to have guns, going to have things like the lockdown to try to deny Parla from getting on site.
Yeah. I mean, with these ultimates, you'd expect Na'Vi, with guns, with a Blade Storm, with a lockdown, to be able to get around here. JJ has that Nightfall. But the question is, can they actually make it stick? That's kind of been the criticism of Na'Vi so far this game, is that quite often it doesn't quite feel like enough.
And this time around, though, with last round and now looking at what CNED and Zipan are looking to do right now, willing to push more aggressively on these extremities, but C pretty much open, so he gets watching the angle.
It's a good angle for him. Jailer's about to peek. Nightfall comes in. Suigetsu backs off, makes sure he's safe. Good play from Na'Vi just to retreat here and allow the site to be taken. Go for the retake instead. Angel does find a stray kill coming on out. Double flank once again.
And they still have the lockdown as well to try to force him off of site. CNED gets Masic.
It's looking like a good round right now. The Killjoy gonna come on through. It's destroyed though. Once again, that keeps on happening every single time the lockdown's there, but Zipan. Headshot comes out. Ruxic and J-List trying to defend here on their own though, and Zipan's there to find the headshots from Ruxic. It's a nice shot, but CNED finishes with the classic. Na'Vi get that 5th round. A much needed one as well.
Happy that Na'Vi just playing that round as a unit, right? Giving up C, saying, hey, Parla, you can get on site, realizing that they have the utility to be able to force them off, set up these kills and trades to be able to come out, and at least making their way up to 5. Still having a few ultimates as well on their side, but now for Parla, Rolling Thunder, and the Tour de Force.
Yeah. I feel like at this point in the game, the odds of Na'Vi winning are absolutely negligible. But you can do a lot to just like warm yourselves up as a team, because I didn't feel like Na'Vi were playing well as a team. We're warmed up at the start of this map. They do feel like they're playing a little bit better now. And also try and do a bit of damage to the mental of Parla if you can really make them struggle to finish this one off.
CNED not able to find anything. And to the point about you know, their mentality.
Yeah.
After seeing what happened yesterday, it feels like that's so hard. So one of the things Parla's coach said was like their strength is like, hey, like we're mentally strong, we're hungry, like we want this.
Yeah. They absolutely do. You can see it in map 1. It's their map pick, and they are showing us why. Here we go. Attack towards A. Still a minute on the clock, though. They've got time to change that decision.
Yeah, still incredibly slow. It seems like just wanting to dodge out on Garage and B and not have to deal with any of that Killjoy utility. And you hit on it that a lot of times when Parla commits to a site, it might not be a fast hit onto the site, but they're very willing to wait around. Rolling Thunder comes out.
CNED with the Blade Storm has to make something big happen here as they push on through. CNED behind them, and Zipan comes in with 2 headshots straight off the bat. Zipan with a 3rd. Finally taken down by Loris. But the operator in play. CNED goes wide. Blade Storm gets 1, taken down by Ruxic. Ruxic is alone here. The Bulldog isn't going to be enough. 5 HP. A single bullet will do the job. Needs a teammate to help out on this trade, but at the end of the day, Na'Vi have got the spike. Ruxic's only got 5 HP. Na'Vi are happy with this one. 10 seconds for Ruxic to make something happen, but Suigetsu shuts it down.
Na'Vi continue to string these rounds together. And again, at least put up more of a fight. We hit on that swapping over to this defensive side is kind of where we would expect them to be able to do slightly better. This time around, though, Parla gonna have rifles, even having the showstopper for Loris, and no ults up on the side of Na'Vi. Yeah, if Angel can find, you know, 1 kill, maybe get an orb, or just find 2 kills, they'll have a little bit to work with. And once again, Na'Vi going back to what they've done a few rounds now on this defensive side, which is kind of stack heavily towards Garage and B.
Where are you?
What odds would you give it, Lyric, that Na'Vi come back and push us to overtime? If you were a betting man, what odds would you say?
I'm going to say 1%, which maybe 1%. We're lucky because, you know, we said Parla weren't going to win yesterday, and then they did, so maybe we get an overtime here as Parla are kind of slowly inching their way up site. Well, towards site is now Angel here as well.
100 to 1. But Na'Vi, we've seen him get 6 rounds in a row before. It's not unimaginable, is it? Parla, though, onto this A site once again. The smokes come out, the grenades come out. Jailers starts it very nicely onto Angel here, and Loris gets it onto CNED. But Zipan, once again, finding those headshots. It's not fantastic for Na'Vi. 2v3 on the retake, but Zipan doing a lot of work just to make this round possible here. Loris waiting for the peak. But Sugetsu gets it again. 2v2 now. Spike finally being planted, and it's Jailers and JJ once again.
And Xiao still having that paranoia up. Is it going to be able to use it as Jailers finds the kill? And Parla, incredibly dominant and decisive map 1.
I can't believe what I've just seen. Parla have just destroyed Na'Vi 13 to 6. Yes, it's their map pick, but once again, this dark horse underdog coming to the final. Nobody expects them to just blast out a game 1 like this, but I mean, the first half wasn't even close.
I was going to say, even with how messy some of Navi's games have been, still Parla were a huge underdog coming into this one.
Yeah.
And again, winning the duels, the teamwork was pretty solid, especially on that first half, and everything just worked out well.
Well, we're kind of speechless here, despite all of the talking we've been doing. And we'll see if our analysts are the same. Lothar, over to you.
Speechless? Never. But I think impressed.
Sometimes.
Very lot,
Sometimes.
right? There was actually a really nice match to watch and follow. So the utility usage from Parla was very different from what I have seen yesterday on the Haven. Like, they were just absolutely absent on the previous Haven. Here, they took control, they were proactive. We have seen really good ultimates that were being comboed or used as counter spells to the opposing ultimates. So in general, they looked really fresh. What do you guys think went wrong for Navido that it just they looked absent in the first place?
Do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's got to be addressed. It took Zipan a long time to get into this map, and obviously we had the benefit of having the interview and you know, still finding his feet in this agent, not necessarily the role, but I think that was apparent from the get-go. Didn't really have many opportunities where, you know, he was the main issue in some of it, but Zipan usually is just good for his own, right? He's good for finding his 1v2s or however it may be. Took him a long time to get into this. And the way Parla were playing, I mean, from a fundamental standpoint, that the trading was fantastic. Their read on the game was brilliant. And like you said, you've got to credit some of the proactivity they demonstrated with this composition that we talked about.
Yeah.
Before this even started, and a couple of times Na'Vi drifting into it.
Yeah, exactly. And we were talking about about it in the green room. Some of the most common picks, some of the most common combos that are used here, and even positions that were used by Parla, but everything was effective. The amount of rounds that they ended up getting the first kill, isolating the duels, just because Navi's plan wasn't getting through. It didn't even look at sometimes that they had that plan. A lot of E hits, very, very cool shots.
The other thing to note as well, Parla, again, it feels like we're looking at one of those series where it's just like, these individuals are over-delivering, right? In terms of the expectation of this, some of these guys are playing insane right now, and again, not even through Na'Vi's fault. Parla are just finding kills that they have absolutely no right getting.
I have a different question to you, Kakuka.
Tell me.
Do you think Na'Vi waited way too long for the timeout because they actually won the rounds after the timeout, right?
Yes, I think that especially after the first half, when a team when you're in a situation where it's like a 6-1, that kind of basis, I do think that even if you use both timeouts in the first half, if you need to, it's definitely way better, because it's something that you guys are not understanding. Sometimes, you know, people get crazy shots, but I do not think that this is what was happening over and over again. I think that there were solutions that could have been put into place, that sometimes the plan wasn't working. Some people did not understand fully their utility or the moment to be in the round.
We saw a lot of kind of minute things which from the outside looking in looked like miscommunications, right? The one-way going up on garage doors, the fault line coming through at the same time, there's a counter paranoia, there's things that the timing's just ever so slightly off.
Look at this. This is just as we mentioned before. CNED, of course, is going to be comfortable, because if CNED is not comfortable on Jet, then nobody's going to be comfortable.
It's a non-starter if CNED doesn't deliver on the Jet, right? From this perspective.
And this is like, okay, well, he's delivering, but not really that much, right? It's not that far off from the opponents. It's like, it's just a consistency that he presents, but it's not game-changing consistency, because the team is still losing massively, right?
Yeah, and it's not only about that. It's about how the rest are feeling, because as I was saying, Sinet's never going to feel like this is the moment that he stops delivering, you know? Like, I do not know what to do, I'm helpless, I'm speechless. That is never going to be Sinet on the Jet, but for the rest of his new team, the pieces were not coming in together, and for the rest of Pro Life, we can literally see the separation in the table.
Yeah, Hypok, do you think the amount of first bloods that Paula represented had a major impact in this game?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, there's some others to break down. Just to give a shout out to JJ as well. He had a fantastic performance here. And even with Sinet putting up 5 first bloods, I think in the head-to-head, JJ was like 6-0 versus him. So in terms of finding those openers, it was more often than not JJ completely negating that one-man advantage so quickly.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to actually talk a little bit more about Paula, since Toby prepared a retake on A side, if I'm not mistaken, right,
That is correct. Thank you so much, Lothar. Yes, a retake all the way back to round 4 we go. Maybe a foreshadowing of what was to come as Parla ended up coming out victorious. We start the round with what ended up happening quite a few times, a Killjoy ultimate eventually being destroyed by a breach on the other side. So if we roll the clip here, we see, so Getsu sets up the ult, that should get the information across to your Parla team that there's probably something happening towards the A side. So what they do in response to it, this is lagging a little bit, but what happens in response to this is that all of Parla makes their way on over. They never entry towards the site itself. As we see here, they opt to set it back. A lot of sound is being made on the side of Na'Vi, so Parla is well aware they're committing to the side, they're going for the plant, they're all in here, and a lot of utility is being spent on the side of Parla as well. But while all this is going on, Parla sits back, they're waiting for this to kind of unfold on their own. They allow them to get the spike down, and now, as we see the committed push coming through on the other side, because they have the peek from heaven, because they get the info from heaven, you can see it right here, Loris peeks on forward, they are aware that they have Jet down behind the box, as you see right here. They spot one on long as well, and they've previously seen one on short. They have the info of 3 of the remaining 4 players in the game. What do? They set up a one-way smoke towards short, meaning that if you're going to swing out when we push in to try and take down the Jet player, you're going to be revealed first on the backside of it. You see the push coming through right here. They all swing in, they push on forward, they deal with the player, the unknown factor that they had underneath heaven. The player in Killjoy, who was sat in short, had to come out eventually, peeking down straight into 3 barrels in against an off-angle one-way smoke as well. Never gonna go in your favor. And again, a quick read on the side of Parla, knowing what they're up against, taking their time to set up for it as well, not really jumping the gun on the utility being spent on the side of Na'Vi and coming out victorious. And this ended up happening the next 3 rounds in a row, where Na'Vi would get the plants, but lose in the post-plant situations once again.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yeah, we have seen a lot of situations where the ultimates... There's one combo that comes to mind, if I remember Hypok, right? Can you tell us? Go.
Is it the Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall?
Yeah, that one. That was Shao on the receiving end?
Don't! No, we don't bring that back. It was a very hard moment for him, okay?
Well, he got demolished.
But I mean,
what else can he do? I have to say, even though he gets both ultimates and he's literally in the middle, he gets the Prowler he gets thrown a Prowler, he breaks the Prowler, and then instantly swips to what he knows he's going to be picked. He couldn't get the kill because he's human.
Well, but I'll be honest with you guys. There was also one moment when I was impressed with Shao's, like, let's say, mechanical prowess.
Absolutely.
Omen, something that is very underappreciated a lot of time, Hypok, right?
I mean, we were talking about this. Even little things like being able to quickly put up these one-way smokes towards C. I think when he was in the 1v1 situation, I think it was actually JJ, the reposition towards connector in garage. But even just little other things, reactive smokes we saw as that pressure comes through on A-long as well. And CNED and I think Angel out of that little cubby opposite sandbags. These small things are the concerns when somebody comes across to a new role, right? Someone moving into something that's not necessarily comfortable. So there were lots of positives to take away from some of the Na'Vi roles. Swaps, like I said, I mean, Zipan, it took him a long time to get into the map, but when he did, he started putting up some impressive numbers. He was pretty much solo holding some sites, putting up 3-4 kills sometimes. So those were the things that I think early on in this tournament or this weekend when we were looking at Na'Vi, those are the sort of concerns we had, right? It was, you know, Zipan on his lineups, the timing, the utility. They are still there, yeah, but there was some real positives to take away, which, again, I think actually credits Parla a little more for still closing this out so comfortably.
And talking about Zippen, I just wanted to mention that on attack, Zippen had 5 first deaths. Like, as an initiator, this indicates a certain kind of bad pattern, right?
Yeah, it's you need to understand where you have to be, what you are expected to do, and so on and so on. It's complicated when you move and swap roles like that. But again, I said that this is a cake that just got in the oven, is going to grow, and I know it will.
Well, maybe the temperature in the oven is not high enough yet, so we'll take some time.
Breeze?
No, next one is Pearl, right?
Going underwater. El baño Maria. I don't know how you call that. You know when you cook something, it's just on. I'm not going to explain it. You know when you boil water and you put a pot on top of the boiling water?
Okay.
We have techniques in Spain for making cool things.
We're going to do a spin-off series, Cooking with Cuckoo.
Yeah, I have actually a cool table here. So.
Okay, well, maybe later.
We will do it. Okay. Anyway, going back, Pearl is going to be the next map.
do we have to talk about anything, or are we talking?
No, I'm wondering what we're going to be talking about now. Cooking show, or I mean, it kind of looks like a cooking show right now, so we can go for it, right? Anyway, let's go for the Pearl. Next map is Pearl, right? I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yes.
Not mistaken.
So Pearl, we have seen a lineup from Na'Vi being used twice now with the Angel Sova, which we're not convinced yet about it, right? There's a lot of competition in the initiator slot on that map. And I don't anticipate personally that the Sova will be changed, but what do you guys think?
No, I think that, I mean, maybe just because of what happened, I didn't see it through. I think that the thing that mattered the most was the Killjoy, let's call it like that, and definitely that worked. Yeah. The Sova, I still think that there is room for improvement, there is room for change. I do not think that it will be very, very drastic, and it's something that Angel can do definitely in the future, but the composition that we are expecting for them to have in front of them is going to be different. We expect Parla to go for a double controller, to go for that Fade, to go for that KO, for a lot of initiating power on their hands.
Yeah, we're going to get the agent select in around a minute, so we can still talk about a little bit of our predictions, because Paula Esports, did we see them on Pearl?
I don't think we have, actually, no.
Yes. They played against Divinity. So
what was the lineup?
It happened, I can tell you.
All right.
So Rasik was on KO, Masik on Chamber, Jay was on Fade, I am blind. Loris was on Astra, Jailers was on Viper.
So that will control it. So the Viper-Astra combo, and that delivers a lot of utility, recurring utility as well. Do you think this will have a bit of an impact against the Navi's slower
I mean,
pace?
Definitely. We were talking about a lot of limit testing, and definitely testing on the grounds of unofficial. For Na'Vi, definitely going against a different composition is the best thing that could happen to them, because they need to learn to adapt on the flight with what they have chosen to pick. It didn't happen on Haven. They still have more chances, because we're talking about a best of 5.
I mean, little things as well, like facing off against Chamber on Pearl and making sure that obviously they're finding the value from... okay. Well, no, actually...
There is a change, right? Or is it?
Which one?
No,
there's no change. It's double controller, yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, I anticipated an Omen on Shao, but yet he was playing Astra on this map before. So yeah, no changes, no raise though on this map at all.
And actually, even Sugetsu touched on this earlier in the interview, talking about obviously giving this some reps versus different comps. This is a perfect example, right? Angel on the Sova here, looking towards a little more comfort in digging out some of that Sentinel utility in mid-link. And obviously, well, hopefully we don't see the same, which is Sugetsu almost being fed in some rounds with that Astra Star that literally was just locking down Link. Yeah. The other thing as well is CNET had a lot of freedom earlier on on Pearl, so I'm really looking for Parla, especially with this initiator comp, to apply a lot of pressure towards CNET in the early round. Don't allow him to post up and Na'Vi rotate accordingly.
You have your flashes, you have the double controller, and you have Masik to be shutting down that control that he was having over the map, especially when we go on the defense. And we talked also to Sugetsu about, you know, having the Killjoy, not having the Chamber. It was CNET in our mouths, definitely trying to... Tell me.
I was going to say the 2 pivot points of this composition is Sugetsu and CNET. They're the ones that are able to really secure map control. So that's where I'm hoping the focus is from Parla.
So what would be the best answer to shut down CNET on the long B?
Oh, to go and fight, to go fight him, to Loris trying to fake a little bit, put a little bit of pressure, to use the knives from Rasek, especially at the beginning of the round, to spot where CNET preferred angles are going to be, and to not give him the freedom to just take up a space completely for free.
All right, we're going to be paying attention to that, but we're also going to be paying attention now to the casters, because they're going to be taking over. Good luck with the Pearl for you guys.
You're going to need it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you don't have to listen to us. You don't have to pay attention if you don't want to. We'll just ramble away and you guys can ignore us if you like. But I mean, this is what we're paid to do, so we're going to do it. I'm back. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards game number 2. And Parla coming out of the woodwork. Yeah. Absolutely decimating Na'Vi in the first map. And now it's Na'Vi's map pick on Pearl. You got to hope that they could bounce back.
Yeah, and you know, I think the desk hit on it of Suigetsu saying like, hey, we want to get reps with this comp against different teams, different types of compositions and see how it works. So, I mean, they're going to get this here, especially like the hit on Parla running the double controller comp, something we saw a lot more of at Champions, both Optic and Loud running this variation on Pearl themselves. So, we're going to see what they're able to do. And Parla starting off on defense. I mean, right, we didn't have Chamber earlier on in the day on this map. The control that's able to provide on B with things like the Headhunter. Viper as well with her Toxic Screen, going to make it hard to be able to get on site. So you can see now Na'Vi is going for a bit of a default, trying to find some information.
Nice slow start here. Na'Vi, a lot of pressure on their shoulders to step up in this series. It is a best of 5, so, you know, game number 1. Not the end of the world to lose that one out, but I'd like to have it in your pocket, whereas for Parla, 2 away from taking the entire tournament. This Turkish team that I don't think anyone was predicting coming into the tournament. Maybe some people saying a dark horse, but certainly not expecting this kind of performance. Basic, up close and personal, as B-Long seems to be the call. Everyone stacked up at ramp for the time being.
Yeah, makes his way up to his rendezvous. Isn't able to find anything before he has to get out. But again, they have the Toxic Screen here from Jailers to make it more difficult for Na'Vi to want to push onto site and already quickly rotating everyone over.
I like the attempt there from Basic to try and just get the headshot onto whoever was grabbing the orb.
30 seconds
back
left.
on out, but now they execute onto B. But look at the defense, right? Parla, 5 people strong here to try and hold the situation. It's a great flash. Oh, but CNED misses every shot in his magazine. Basic, though, coming in strong and Jailers with a 3K. I mean, Parla just decimated Na'Vi.
And like you said, I mean, even getting things like the flash out onto Jailers, not able to convert that into a kill, which maybe then can open up CNED to have more space, find more picks, get trades down. But, I mean, Parla, quick rotation. And this is what, at least I expected to see coming onto Pearl. Things like the Viper, things like the Chamber, that just make it so hard to go for those plays on B. And Parla once again delivering.
Yeah, it feels like this composition from Parla, it's so difficult to play into when they're on the defensive side. Like, having that Chamber to deny so much space, the Astra, the Viper.
Stars, you know, again, which make it so it's hard to do anything in the mid-round because you're always going to have those available to you. And Flores at least going to be spotted out for now, but it is going to open up for an orb to come out for Zipan.
The amount of information they have to play with as well, with the double initiator. It's going to be Na'Vi looking for information for the time being. Trying to push in towards this A side, but I mean, he's getting gunned down. As you would expect, didn't have the weaponry to make this one happen. Angel has a Sheriff, maybe he can find some kind of pick. They're playing through mid for the time being.
Yeah, they're going to walk right into Masic, though.
They found my trap. 1 enemy remaining.
Ooh, good little shot from Masic.
Down mid.
There goes that Sheriff we were talking about. Suigetsu's picked it up. Wants a headshot. Tags a player, but I don't really think much more is going to come of that one. Masic going to charge on in, but Suigetsu gets a headshot. Not bad.
Ace.
It's only going to be the single kill, though, and Ruxic converts it to a second round. So Parla, good job so far. Now on to the bonus. And Na'Vi, you've got... Surely this is the moment where they start to get this game a bit under control again.
And we were hearing it earlier, right? Earlier on this map, it was CNED able to create a lot of space. Went out on a lot of the duels, pick people off, and set Na'Vi up for success, for them to be able to get on these sites. I remember kind of one distinction between them and Vitality earlier is they were much more willing to pressure the extremities compared to Vitality, who are looking a lot more towards baiting out that utility in both Art and on V-Link.
Yeah. Very up close and personal from J-List. Playing towards double doors.
But once again, Na'Vi kind of going for what they went with last time. CNED leading the charge through Art.
Trademark taken out. Good play from CNED here. JJ ready to peek it. And he's been so confident on these peaks as well. Steps past the spray of bullets to CNED. Has to dash back through. Does not gain the space that he was open for in Art.
And I'm curious what Xiao's able to do here. Slowly making his way up B main. Ruxic getting heavily tagged out.
Flash, dodged away from. Missing teleports, Jailers, traded by Zipan. 1-for-1 here. Rifle advantage for Na'Vi, remember. But Masic doesn't need a rifle. Traded by Xiao. 3 versus 3. Ruxic will be playing up top. Should be able to get some good damage down with that Molly. Xiao down on health, but Zipan finds one onto Loris here. Sugetsu, Zipan on the scene. The spike going down, and you can see JJ toying with the idea of trying to go for this, but perhaps holding the rifle would be the smarter decision.
Oh, 100% right. 3 people already on site. Bomb down. Zipan even already having the null command online. So, know what to save. It's going to bolster up the economy a little bit. I mean, they were on their bonus, so not going to be feeling too bad about this one going down. And, I mean, Na'Vi, much needed win on the board. I mean, had Parla been able to convert their bonus after what we saw on map 1 on Haven, I mean, there would just be so many question marks about what is going on. I think you made a great point that it looked like it took Na'Vi a bit of time to even warm up into that round before, you know, some of the expected playmakers were hitting their shots and were having star-studded performances. So this time around, if they can get going a little bit earlier. I mean, Haven ended up almost being close, you know, very...
Well, yeah.
that's not much of a compliment, but...
Yeah.
Parla were on 12 for quite a while.
With how one-sided the first half was,
yeah,
the second half of Haven was reasonably close.
Reasonably closer.
Yeah. I mean, the second half was actually Na'Vi favored, right? They won more rounds than they lost in the second half. It's just they were so far behind after the first half that it didn't really matter.
And that time around, we actually saw Na'Vi finding success in the last round. Again, kind of baiting out some of that utility around Art. This time around, going to go with a much slower setup. Is Sugetsu able to punish the aggression coming from Masic.
Nice little shot there. And it's a good opener for Na'Vi. Remember, this is the first proper gun round for both teams here. You need to make it count. Scene Ed. Crispy with the headshot there. The SMG coming up huge with a 3K. Finds himself a Vandal, and Ruxic coming in through Link. Might get the drop on a player, but seeing Ed, I feel like he knows what's coming. He knows exactly where this player is going to play from. Waiting for the headshot and finds it, the 4K. And seeing Ed pulling Na'Vi into this game.
And that's about how comfortable Cened looked earlier on this map, able to set that one up. Had the Spectre as well. Parla, you know, being a little bit sneaky with the play they were trying to go for, forcing 3 members through Art to try to find some of those kills, hoping they would catch Na'Vi off guard, but they didn't at all. It was just Cened and Zipan here as well to even fend this off, and Cened getting a lot of value. Now it's going to be Parla the ones not having money on board and not being able to pick up really any guns. JJ does have the Vandal, but you know, still sitting on a nice amount of credits to be able to buy for the next round.
Yep. Ultimate's available though. That Viper's Pit there, Bladestorm, no command, but Cened down, so Bladestorm not going to be a part of the round. JJ finding a great little entry there and finds himself Vandal to work with from the buy round. So 2 for 2, but here we go. Forrest taken down, Angel trades it. Now pushing into the side. 3 players remain for Na'Vi. Jailers makes it 2. I don't know how they're doing it, but it doesn't matter about the weaponry advantage. It doesn't matter that Na'Vi should be winning these rounds. What matters is that Parla are here to play.
Parla making it work on the eco. Again, they did have 1 Vandal in hand on JJ, but Na'Vi can't be losing rounds like that. Just trying to force their way in through A main. Utility coming out, things like the Fragment really slowing down that push. In Jailers, once again, just like game 1, right? He really felt like the boogeyman on the side of Parla, that you really didn't just want to end up on the site that he was playing on.
Yeah.
And it feels like that might be the case once again.
Definitely feels like it. He's firing on all cylinders, that is for sure.
Even throwing out the Viper's Pit in mid to cover the entrances of both B-Link and Art.
And I mean, that's basically where Na'Vi's been playing for most of the game, trying to fight towards Art, at least at the start of rounds. So So the Viper's Pit used just to make sure that they have control of the area. Now playing slow for Na'Vi once again. Not surprising, right? They've got rifles, they've got ultimates, they have ways to make this round happen. They need to be cautious though, because these are the kinds of rounds that they realistically can't afford to lose.
No, not at all. And with the Viper's Pit coming down in mid and the setup that Parla have on B and just how good it is from denying that pressure from coming out, this Hunter's Fury gonna come out of nowhere.
Oh, finds JJ. Nice little shot there. And Zipan takes out Loris, punishes him for going on CNED there. 3v4, and Na'Vi with an advantage as they push forward. But J-List pushing through Secret. I don't think anyone knows he's here. Dodged the KO knife behind enemy lines, finds one, pushes in for more, but Xiao spins and takes him down. Ruxic gets onto Xiao. 2v2 now as Ruxic makes it into dugout.
And you pointed out it was a 3v4 before, but 2 members of Na'Vi weren't even playing around site.
Last player
I will say though, Angel doing a good job here, finds a headshot, moves in and gets a third as well. Masic down. And Na'Vi, even the scoreboard, this is a little bit more like it. I mean, in Haven, by this point, we'd already seen 5 rounds on the board for Parla. This is more like it from Na'Vi.
I was going to say, by this point, you were almost already asking me, like, hey, what's going on? What are the odds of Na'Vi being able to bring this one back? But even being able to take away that operator, so CNED going to have that one. I'm curious to see if he looks for a pick down B long. We have seen Parla kind of posting 2 members towards that site. But lots of ults online. Masic going to have the tour de force even to look for a challenge for that one. Cosmic Divide up on both sides. And yeah, just a ton of ults for both teams to be able to play with.
Cosmic Divide for both teams as well just always means that these rounds can get confusing for players. There's just so much vision and audio denial. Oh, CNED gets a pick to start us off. That's the power of the Jet over on that B long area. Hard to say how that went down.
The rest of the members making their way, trying to work mid and art, but now with this kill coming out through B-Link.
Okay, well, this is a Na'Vi win then, is it? I mean, just playing in default and everyone hits a headshot. What more could you ask for?
Playing in default and members of Parla, I mean, opting into taking these duels, right? I feel like especially there in B-Link, we saw it handedly. CNED, though, it feels like if CNED's able to find that opening pick, it's just when Na'Vi looks the most comfortable. Him getting that operator in his hand after, not this last round win, but the one before that.
Yeah.
Really making a difference. Not even having to commit any of those ults.
No. And even getting closer to Sugetsu, having that lockdown available as well. Basically full utility. On the side of Parla, economy not as pretty. They do have a good amount of utility to work with, though. They do have a rifle, a couple of SMGs, a sheriff there. It's a workable round, especially with the headhunter for Masic.
Yeah, and he's hoping someone from Na'Vi peeks out on B. They do have a star there just in case if Angel did want to go for any type of cross, but it looks like he's using the Owl drone to spot that out. Other members of Na'Vi, once again going back to what they were doing earlier, trying to find any information towards Art.
Sneaking on through. See J-List, though. Playing at Link. Spots out Zipan. Backs away. Does have one of those SMGs. Can't really afford to lose that for the team. Now the slow but sure push towards A, but take a look at JJ. Hiding around the corner and finds Angel on A main. Now the knife coming on through. J-List arrived on the scene as well. Will look for a pick and find CNED. Xiao has to find some answers. Parla just picking this team apart. 2 rounds in a row. We just see one team obliterate the other. Na'Vi 5-0, now Parla 5-0.
I mean, Angel not expecting JJ to come on that flank. Loris as well had pretty much the perfect timing as Sugetsu was trying to make his way from Art to Link. He was checking that angle towards mid-connector. Right as he turned away is when Loris was able to find the shot with the Sheriff. So small little timings like that and giving the round to Parla. 4-4. I mean, Na'Vi economically still incredibly strong. Yep. And I mean, now with the 4 ults online, they haven't really felt pressured to have to use them. I mean, 2 rounds ago, they just were hitting their shots, right? The duels were coming out from the side of Parla. And last time, they thought they're going to have a fine time getting on the site. They were up against Nico, but This time around, going to be a bit trickier. Masick once again going to have the op in hand as well.
Tough one. And I'm just excited that we're getting such a close final. Game number 1 being so one-sided towards the underdog, right? Then game number 2 now on Na'Vi's map pick being 4-4, being so close between these rounds.
I gotta say though, if this was a dominant final in favor of Parla, that would be pretty hype and pretty crazy just because of how unexpected it would be.
I mean, if the final has to be one-sided, it's got to be the dark horse that wins, right? For it to still be exciting. 4 ultimates online for Na'Vi here. Weapons across the board. You've got to believe they're a favorite in this round at very least, but Masick has had his moments to shine. Has the rendezvous, has the AWP in hand.
And we see, okay, Flash coming out, but actually not going to go towards the side. Zipan throwing that one out to try and give some false information. Once again, work towards A. This time around, the toxic screen also posted up with all of those Astro Stars that have been there every round. Can be quite rough to get in on site.
CNED gonna dash on in, finds a headshot. Great little entry here, and now pushing on towards this A site. Loris playing from dugout here and does get a headshot onto CNED, backs off, and now looks for a second, but it's Zipan to shut him down. J-List in the meantime, though, has just annihilated half of the team, and it's a 2v2, and I feel like every round ends up in a 2v2. Towards the end of things, it's Masick and Ruxic, Sugetsu and Zipan.
And with that fragment down, not going to have anything that actually can destroy that lockdown unless they wanted to commit on site, but that would pretty much be a death wish. So going to back off, wait this one out. Now hope they can get something going.
Still got a while to play with. Flash can come over from Zipan. Doesn't connect there. Zipan has to stop it, but Ruxic and Masick both just win their duels. There will be a defuse for Parla. They take the advantage once more.
And just the amount of utility that Parla have with, the double controller, how much time they're able to buy, setting up for the kills to be able to come out, to allow for the rotations from these other members to come through, has been critical. And now for the side of Parla, Jailers with the toxic screen, it's going to be his second one so far. We saw before, he did use that one posted up pretty much right towards the edge of B Link to be able to secure control of that and Art as well. Curious to see if he looks for the same thing once again. Na'Vi, we said in the last round, pretty strong economically, so they still are able to buy coming into this one.
Masick checking out the local trains. Feels a little bit risky. Ruxic going to be there to help out. Should a big play come on through, Aldrone is there, spotted out, and it means the Masick has to back away. Pulls his teleporters with him.
And they're pushing.
B-main control game.
Yeah, they're pushing pretty aggressively down the site. CNED about to just explode in.
There we go. CNED updrafts in. 5v5 here as the rotations come on through. Na'Vi feel like they're in control for the time being. CNED moving back towards Hall here. But it's a full retreat from Parla. Not wanting to contest for the time being, but now the Nightfall comes on in. The Cosmic Divide's coming out on either side as well. And the bomb site gets messy in these situations. Ults coming out from both sides in every direction. Bullets being blocked by half of them. Jailers to Sugetsu getting them, but Xiao gets 2 with JJ chiming in with 3 of his own. Anything you can do, I can do better, he says. Sugetsu and JJ have to make this happen for their teams.
He doesn't know.
Sugetsu at the top of B. Finds the headshot onto JJ and gets a 5th for Na'Vi. This is as close as it could possibly be.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi able to make it work. We see a lot of times in rounds, Sugetsu being the one to play a bit further back, play away from the team, and see if Parla are going to come with any unexpected rotations or flanks coming through. JJ just had no idea that he was going to just end up coming from ramps.
And I think when you consider the fact that, we've talked about JJ, Jailers, Masick, all coming from that surreal esports roster, right? Where that core has worked in the past. Well, Althea came from that roster as well. Has had massive success ever since. Makes a lot of sense that the players he was playing with back then could have a similar level of success ahead of them in their careers.
And honestly, moving to the team that was the main rival of the core of Na'Vi back when they were FPX. So we're going to see you once again.
Yeah, maybe they've DM'd Althea, getting some tips on how to beat Na'Vi. It wouldn't even surprise me.
No. And, I mean, for Parla, again, the fact that dominant map won so close this time around, it's been great, but zoning back into this round, Na'Vi once again kind of looking for some early aggression and information in B main, not able to find anything. An instant pivot for Na'Vi towards the A site, which Parla have completely abandoned.
Yeah, you can see Loris and Ruxic starting to move on over. Will they find a player is the question. Shao going to drop those stars. CNED with the Blade Storm. Will he hit his shots? It's the only question that matters. Jumps on out. Loris gets Shao. Denies a bit of entry here. Zipan struggling to find purchase on the site, but gets a headshot onto Loris and buys space for the team. CNED jumping around, buying space. Angel there. CNED with one onto Masic. And that should be the round, surely, for Na'Vi. JLo's trying to contest it. Trying to find a headshot here. Zipan and CNED low. Oh, CNED looking away at the worst possible moment. The timing there. But JLS goes wide and his shots too. As he tries to escape. Oh no, flicks it over. Finds CNED. A bonus little kill, and will keep his rifle.
Yeah, just gonna get out of there. And I mean, coming out from Na'Vi this round, they pushed up pretty heavily along B main, trying to make their way towards screens. And I guess just that level of aggression and how far the push came out is what led Parla to being like, hey, let's kind of rotate the whole squad over, left that A site open, and then Na'Vi, still not the quickest rotation, but made their way over, site completely free, guarantees for the plant to come out, and just having full positional control as Jailers, once again, able to find another one. You'll take that.
Yeah, a little bonus at the end. I don't think Zipan was ready for that at all. He was looking in the other direction, just bouncing around in spawn. Parla going to go for a timeout on the final round of the half. And I mean, you can see, like, in terms of the money situation, it's much worse on the side of Parla than what we've got coming through for Na'Vi. With the Hunter's Fury there, Zipan a single point away from his ultimate. No one on Parla anywhere close.
Yeah, Jailers still having a bit of credits, you know, if he does end up needing to buy JJ so he can get, you know, full shields, get things like the Prowler under his belt. So they'll at least have something that they can work with, but Na'Vi, I mean, Hunter's Fury, like you touched on, is there. And even Zipan only needing one orb to really get the null command online.
And I just want to quickly shout out J-List again. Like, genuinely, I don't know what he did to get ready for the games today, but it worked. It absolutely worked. Like you said, he was the Omen raid boss in the first map. Absolutely indomitable on that C site. Now on the Viper, 15 for 6. Absolutely dominant performance. And Na'Vi struggling to take it, struggling to take those duels.
That's one of those things, right, where you look over at Parla and it really is Jailers getting a lot of that work done, to where for Na'Vi, I mean, it's about the team's performance, right? Not really anyone with standout frags. I do still feel like CNED's had some very impactful ones from what we saw earlier on in the rounds. But this time around, CNED actually gonna maybe find 2 members of Parla.
Ooh, slightly wide on the shot. It's not great. Do really want those op shots to hit. It's just so important to find those picks. And Masic has found Shao on the other side. The Owl Drone will spot out Loris as he just jumps out and starts spraying. There's the operator, but CNED goes wide again. 2 in a row there. Make it 3. CNED just not hitting these shots.
Yeah, it feels like Parla getting a bit of a get out of jail free card with those, so he gets to at least manages to find something.
Here we go, spraying on through the smoke. Flash comes in, but Loris doesn't care. Gets a headshot. CNED answers in kind. Masic and Ruxic trying to defend here. Angel peeks out, Masic finds him. CNED needs to start hitting these shots. Suspects Ruxic will be over there. Here we go, lockdown comes through. Ruxic has to make the play happen now or retreat. Those are his options. The molly comes out, but CNED not having any of it. Moves to the other side of the site.
Yeah, not impossible. Still going to be very difficult, especially with CNED with that operator. Does have 1 flash drive online. Killjoy utility completely around the bomb as well, so I feel like Na'Vi feeling pretty good about this one and bringing the map to 7-5.
Last round of the half, Ruxic 1v2, CNED with the operator, Sugetsu with a Vandal. Ruxic into dugout, but the players are just not going to challenge him. They don't need to. The Nano Swarm going to buy time. And time is rapidly running out for Ruxic here. CNED gonna jump peek it. Ruxic does get a headshot, but I think he's just run out of time. It's as simple as that. Gets both players, but it will be Na'Vi finishing the half with an advantage.
And when this was Na'Vi's map pick, exactly what you want to see from them.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit messier than what they were hoping for, but like Soigetsu said, it's all about getting the reps in against different teams and different comps with this composition. And now we're going to get to see what Parla are able to do on the offense, going up against, you know, the Killjoy on the opposing side.
Yeah.
It's something the desk was touching on a bit earlier, that it felt like a lot of times in the earlier game that a lot of the kills, a lot of people were running into Soigetsu and his setup. You even had the Astra Stars there kind of just pulling them into B-Link, and Soigetsu able to capitalize. We'll see if the same thing happens to Parla.
The question. Because Soigetsu as well, I mean, like you say, his setups will be so crucial, especially post-plan. Can do so much work. Obviously on the defensive side now. Will be over on A. Does have Xiao with him. Not going to be the solo Killjoy anchor that you do quite often see.
Yeah, we saw a similar setup earlier, right? Was playing a lot over towards B-Link, but at least with CNED being the one who has to cover down B, Astra over on A. And Parla this time around actually going to take this way more tempered than it felt like some of their, how they would gather information early on Haven.
Yeah. Zipan here in B-Link, and I feel like earlier today we did see Xiao having some unbelievable rounds in B-Link, using those smokes so effectively. Ruxic flashing his way around the corner. Angel just legging it, trying to get out of there, and we'll do it just in the nick of time.
I feel like we even see the value of the double controller already coming out, right? The Poison Cloud allowing for the wraparound that Ruxic and JJ are making right now. Not going to find anyone, but trying to get onto a site.
I hope you're ready for a play to get to, because there's a lot of players coming your way. Duckout just gets blasted from every direction. And now Angel starts to find some shots of his own, but Loris answers it. 4-3. A good attack from Parla. Now the three-person retake. CNED looking for a rotator. Xiao starting to sneak onto the site.
And look at Masic. Masic and CNED might run into each other, but no, CNED actually ducks back and goes around.
Knife gets destroyed, so the information not gathered. The silence not going to come out. Zipan just going to start defusing, and Ruxic not having any of that. Xiao and CNED, though, finding the kills that are required. Masic gets a headshot. Xiao trades it. And it will be Na'Vi starting the half. As honestly, I feel like they needed to. This is their map pick. Parla won game number 1. They needed this pistol.
And it was still incredibly close. I mean, Masic being so cautious of any players of Na'Vi who could be making their way through mid led him to getting to a site pretty slow. And then once he gets that opening pick, he's kind of forced to run in, give Xiao the opportunity to be able to pick that one up. And this time around, I mean, CNED going straight towards the Vandal. So giving guns to the player you want. But I mean, Parla are challenging. Full Spectres and Light Shields.
This is just classic Parla, right? I don't expect anything different than this. Going for the challenge, going to try and keep themselves in contention and not wanting to fall too far behind in the game. I can understand why. Because if Na'Vi win this one, it'll be their 5th round in a row in this game. But CNED using that Vandal, like he always does, gets the headshot onto Loris. Loris been one of the bigger players for Parla as well.
And now a pretty good read, watching Art actually just going to move away as the members of Parla make their way down. Does spot out the Prowler, so gets the information that these guys are here.
Gets mowed down by JJ there. Tries to go for the peak. 4v4 now. And A is going to be the site to get to. Waiting for exactly that to happen. Denies the knife. Molly comes in, denies the haunt. Sugetsu, not giving any information away. It's into dugout. Needs reinforcements from the rest of the squad here. Parla nervous to go for it. There are 3 people there. And now Xiao arrives. Sugetsu can get involved in the fight. Jailers, though, onto Angel. And it means Sugetsu is alone now. Masic, 1 HP. Jailers, a couple of headshots away. Oh, picks up a new gun, but it had even less ammunition. It's an absolute disaster. Thought it would be a reload, but it was an unload.
What a tragedy coming out Jailers able to make it happen. I also love that they gave him the rifle once they got the opening pick, giving him the Vandal, knowing that he's been the one showing up so far on Pearl. And I mean, you said it right. After that pistol, things were looking good for Na'Vi, but Parla not afraid to force up and challenge. So this time around, gonna have a decently heavy advantage on their side. For Na'Vi, we can see Vandal on Angel. 3 Sheriffs on other members.
Yeah, Na'Vi not ones to fully eco around, right? The Sheriff's coming out. 1 rifle in play. But Masick has been so good at finding those first headshots, and Angel's not looking the right direction. And there we go. The rifle's out of play. It's just down on the floor. Ruxic could replace his Bulldog if they really wanted to commit to mid. Sugetsu does get that rifle and gets on out of there.
Yeah, and you see Masick not wanting to stay if any type of challenge comes through. If Sugetsu has the confidence to go for that pickup, you know the numbers must be around. Parla.
I mean, he just got destroyed.
He just pretty much ran right into the shooting range. All members of Parla there.
It was the fact that we were watching from his teammate's perspective, not sure whether he should pick out, poke out. It's like when you're playing Halo or something, and the NPC runs out first and just gets obliterated, and you're like, there are baddies there.
Gotta say, terrible game.
What? How can you possibly say that? Halo 3 is one of the greatest games of all time.
The old Halos
Sugetsu, one of the greatest gamers of all time. Gets 1 headshot there, 3 kills on the board. Loris crouches it, dodges the shot. Keeps the round in control for Parla.
Yeah, playing from A-Link and Secret, so not much you can do walking into the cross, but for Na'Vi now going to be able to pick up 2 ultimates. Cosmic Divide coming in, as well as the lockdown. I also find Parla's ult situation very interesting, considering you pretty much have like a majority of the team close to being able to get theirs online. Puts it up for a few potential solid rounds.
Question. Can a worm play football if it doesn't have any feet?
I'd say no.
It could play soccer, because you could put a sock on a worm.
That was so bad. You know, we can see here Owl Drone coming out from Angel, trying to get some information.
You could put a sock on an Owl Drone. Here we go, 7-8. Masick having to teleport away. And a slow attack here from Parla, trying to fight for control, but heavy defense on Art from Na'Vi. I feel like Na'Vi on attack and defense, prioritizing Art.
Yeah, again, just trying to bait out that utility. Still hovering towards the A site. Gonna get the haunt. Okay, I'm gonna get the haunt out and start checking these angles with the Prowler. No one around. I mean, like you said, just so much attention put towards Art right now for Na'Vi, and they haven't been a team that have really rushed on like rotating members over when the opposing team is already leaning towards the site. They're not gonna let themselves get faked out or let a lurk get through that can be troublesome.
Yeah, certainly not.
And I mean, heck, honestly, a good call, as you can see now.
Nightfall going to be used on A. This is just a bait.
Yeah. Other members of Parla start making their way over to B, but now instantly rotating back.
Na'Vi have not fallen for it. Not at all. I mean, staying basically in default. Zipat, the first one to go down. Xiao answers it. 9 seconds to get this spike down. They're in situation. Xiao goes down. Loris, can he finish this plant? Just about. It keeps the round alive for the side of Parla. 3v3 now as they move on in. Knife destroyed. Sugetsu up close. Does have that rifle. And a lockdown going to be dropped. This makes it difficult for Parla, especially with Loris going down. Angel waiting for someone to try and escape up in his direction towards Link. But over towards main go the players of Parla. Hiding behind that wall, hiding behind that corner. One-way smoke comes out, stopping people able to peek. CNED, just wait to see those legs. There's a headshot, and there's a second. And it feels like CNED's warmed into the game now.
Yeah, CNED able to pick those kills up. Also looked like the snakebite maybe just went a little short of where the bomb was, so Defuse also just able to come out at the same time. And again, it really felt like the key thing in that round was that Na'Vi did not get baited. They stuck to their guns, kept members on B. Like, sure, Parla eventually did end up rotating towards that A site, but knowing they had man advantage, having 5 players on the board, and confidence that they can cover, allowed them to just work their way there as a unit. As we see now, Parla, I mean, both Jailers and Masic only 1 point away from having those ults up.
Yeah. Cosmic Divide already there on both sides with the Blade Storm for CNED. And I love how we've basically not seen a single eco round this entire game. They've always had at least Sheriffs. They've always at least been fighting with some SMGs. Parla going to be living up to exactly that expectation here. Wanting to force the issue and wanting to stay competitive against Na'Vi. They're just 2 rounds apart. Na'Vi desperate to get this game on the scoreboard. 1-0 down in the series. And Sugetsu starts it off strong.
Yeah, now gonna start making his way towards B while the members of Parla, once again, just trying to push from Art. Loris might be found.
There we go, Zipan just finds the peak. Gets onto Loris. Masic with a rifle, though, could be the difference maker. Find that headshot. Also, 1 away from the tour de force, so if you find a pick, like that one, for example, Shao going down, could be another rifle into play.
Wow, even committing the Viper's Pit. Trying to see if any rotations are going to come out from the members of Na'Vi from B site.
To flank coming out from Jailers, but Angel's found it. Zipan onto Ruxic as well. And Masic alone finds one. Angel low on HP, and Masic knows exactly where the player is. Spraying on through the wall, but here comes CNED to save the day.
Yeah, Masic trying to just force that 1v1, knowing the other members of Na'Vi are going to be on their way over. But still, Na'Vi did enough to make it work. I mean, for Parla, right, they did have enough credits where they were able to get, you know, some of the cheaper guns, but this time around, still going to be fine, able to start bringing out these Vandals. Tour de Force online for Masic as well, but look at Na'Vi's ult situation.
I know. Sugetsu obviously using the lockdown recently, but other than that, everyone is ready to go. The Cosmic Divide. The Hunter's Fury, it's a hell of a combo.
You want to play? Let's
Not to mention, an old command can be so good at dissuading a push. B ramp being played by Parla so far. CNED spots it. Angel there alongside him. As the Cosmic Divide is there, but CNED finds Masic. These headshots are just starting to land now. CNED on point.
Yeah, CNED was ready to challenge. Hunter's Fury going to come out as well. Not going to tag. Not going to get too much done.
Oh, no! They tried to get the spike down, but CNED knew exactly where they were. Just peeks out and finds a head. And that's just the entire team taken apart. Loris alone has no way of getting back onto that spike and is just going to have to look for exits. What a disaster for Parla.
Yeah, and Parla, I mean, really the first time we've seen them try to go for this hit towards B. Toxic Screen comes out. Cosmic Divide there as well. But the fact that CNED was able to get that opening pick feels like it gave so much space. And then the repositioning, the elevation change, throwing, I believe it was JJ off, who's going for that plant, and then takes him down as well.
We're into a weird spot for Parla now, with Na'Vi winning this round. Obviously, their economy in a good spot off the back of this one. Whereas for Parla, they will have a decent loss bonus. I believe they've lost 3 in a row at this stage. So they will have some influx of credits, but I mean, you can see Masic with 3,000 credits. The rest of the team, nothing to work with. 12 seconds on the clock. Loris desperate to hold on to this rifle, but Angel doesn't want to let him have it. Hunting will shoot out that probe. Loris immediately goes for the peek and finds a player. There's a Vandal on the floor. Already has the Phantom, though. The rest of the team moving in. They're desperate to deny this economy, and they will be able to do it with CNED finding the headshots. And it's just insult to injury here. Look at the money situation for Parla.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, and I think good call for the timeout to come through, kind of figure out what they want to do, how they want to re-strategize, where, I mean, for the side of Parla, we've now seen them try a few different things, right? Once again, like a lot of looks towards Art have been coming through. We haven't really seen them make too many plays towards B. Really just that last round has been one of their only attempts, but CNED, I guess, being a player that, you know, you're fairly afraid of, putting a lot of respect on his name and what he's able to do. You saw it right there.
Yeah. And it has to be said, like, you know, Na'Vi, obviously comfortable favorite coming into the round, looking towards match point here with 3 ultimates online, etc., etc. On the side of Parla, we mentioned Masic had 3k credits at the end of that round. is going to go for the operator. Has a bit of light armor. They're going to be able to get some utility to work with, and Sheriffs, they aren't looking to just give this one up for free.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they do just commit to the spy and they don't. I was going to say it would be, if they sit on this right, at least you have a bit more money to work with in the next round, but still going to have something that they're able to work with. But Blade Storm, Cosmic Divide, Null Command coming out for Na'Vi.
Here we go. Parla up against it. Na'Vi wanting to even this series up.
And I even love how they changed CNET to actually being the one to play through art. Parla looking like they want to try and get control over B-Link. It's where all of Soigetsu's setup is once again.
Oh, there's Mason to go down. He was the one with the rifle. It's brutal. But here we go. Everyone going into Link and everyone just getting gunned down. The whole gang is here for Na'Vi, and Soigetsu wants a round for himself, wants a bit of the glory, and grabs a 3K. That's match point for Na'Vi.
Match point.
On the cusp of evening this series up on their map pick.
Parla still going to have money this round to be able to buy up, but things for Na'Vi are looking so good. Not needing to use anything in that situation. Parla running into the waiting arms of the Killjoy. And then such a fast rotation coming out from the other members. And again, they have changed their setup. They have moved CNED around the map. Might be something that will catch Parla off guard. And I wonder if Masick going to go back to potentially trying to challenge and find a pick on B main.
And I feel like these are the rounds where Parla always gets a bonus round in. They always squeeze one extra round in before going down. We'll see if it's going to happen here. As they look towards the top of B. It's dangerous to try and peek that, but this time around, the operator not going to be there. CNED playing over towards R.
Yeah, they got the star to go for the cross through ramps as well. So they don't have to worry about anything coming on through, and now going to look for the push. The question is if they'll have an inkling that Xiao would be here behind screens.
We'll have to find out. Xiao with a big opportunity to make a huge play for his team. Spike down, 2 headshots, and Xiao taking matters into his own hands. Cosmic Divide available if he so chooses to use it. But I don't think he needs it. Wallbang onto Ruxic. Finally dealt with by Masick, but the damage was already done. Seen it there. Loris trying to save the round, trying to keep Parla in the game, but Zipan finishes it off. And Nata Spinseer keep themselves alive in the series, even things up, and take their map pick.
And it's great to see the bounce back as well, because Parla, they were putting some strong early rounds when we first got into the map, incredibly close, but I mean, once we got Na'Vi on the defensive side, they were just able to piece everything together. CNED showing up once again. We're seeing why Na'Vi really like this Killjoy pick. And, I mean, everything going according to plan.
Na'Vi looking like they've figured out Pearl at this point. And Parla struggling to get those rounds on the board. We're going to kick it over to the desk once again to break that one down because we've got a series on our hands, boys and girls.
Thank you, Munch. Thank you, Lyric. That was actually a very surprising map because it started out with a bank. Parla Esports takes another pistol, gets the second round, almost converts the bonus round, and then everything stops in its track. Who would like to take this?
I'm down to go for it. I was kind of surprised, you know, that the half ended up so close, because if we take a look, as you're saying, it's not only that they take the pistol round, the first 2 rounds that they get off of that were like ecos or semi-ecos, just going off from Na'Vi being a little bit careless into what they were doing, who was going in first, although these mistakes are still present now in the competition. Again, I think it's something that will be polished in the future, but I am still surprised that, you know, this is not a new team. They know each other, they know how to work around the map, so I expected a little bit more.
Hypok, we have been speaking a lot about the double doors control in the previous maps that we've seen on Pearl. And how did it look on this map?
I think this was a tale of two halves, this map. Like, the second half was ultimately a lot of the win conditions we saw from Na'Vi earlier. This mid setup wasn't challenged too often. I think there was a couple of times where Masick was the one to kind of push and probe a little bit, but in some of the other attacking halves, there just wasn't enough pressure. They weren't forcing a rotation. They weren't really sending out any sort of information probe, so it was very difficult for Parla to even formulate a plan based on information. It felt like rolling the dice. There were some individuals that were just losing out out on gunfights this time around that wasn't the case on Haven. Again, I think actually Munch put it perfectly. It feels like Na'Vi have really got their finger on the pulse in terms of how to defend with this composition. And actually, I think on the flip side of that, Parla just didn't really have the right successes to challenge that.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, one of the stars now has to continue being seen. He was very comfortable on the first map and definitely was very comfortable in this one. It doesn't matter if it's from the operator, from the Vandal. He definitely knows his place, and I think that's also going to be one of the pivotal points that Na'Vi can just hug in desperate times.
And also, remember, not only CNET had like a good grasp on this game, but I feel like something that we mentioned on Haven, Parla having good impact with the ultimates, right, was a little bit lackluster on this map. We were talking about the Fade ultimate and the Viper ultimate.
Yeah, there was, and this is what I was talking about. The kind of thing where there isn't a robust plan coming into a site. They just don't have solid information. Na'Vi was so active. There were so many different variations to some of the pinches that they were setting up that a couple of times it just felt like, you know, hit the panic button, send the Nightfall out, put the Viper's bit out, hope it's going to bait somebody into an awkward position. It didn't really feel as cohesive as it was on Haven. Even there with, you know, a couple of questionable uses on Haven, at least there was still value found behind them. That just wasn't the case here on Pearl.
I think that they want to force the chaos too much when these things are not working, and that it is something that definitely functioned and worked against Giants, but with Na'Vi, you're not going to get the same result.
Interesting you bring up the term chaos, because I think Haven was a very structured approach to it. There wasn't really much, you know, creating so much pressure that Na'Vi were thrown off kilter, so to say. And actually here on Pearl, it felt like that almost felt like the intention in some of the late rounds.
Yeah, I feel like you guys are onto something, because on Haven, every single time there was a piece of utility being used from Parla, there was a motivation behind it. There was
especially
something...
with the retakes. Like I think it was very structured, and actually for the first, I have to say the Jailers had an amazing performance, and most of the rounds that they could say got their way was thanks to him. But as you're saying, all those set utility that was it literally looked like it was not into the right pacing. They did not understand the right timings of the map. We understand that is, you know, the latest map added into the pool, but they need to work on those assignments.
Just a one notice as well for Zipan, obviously looking way more comfortable here on the KO, right?
Yeah.
Being supportive, we've seen it in a number of times. We saw that flash coming over from Link through the Cosmic Divide, just little pieces like that. And that's the sort of thing I was trying to identify from Haven, right? It took him a while to get into that map, but it was so evident that it was a comfort factor. He even mentioned it in the interview, right? So, but seeing him here back on the KO, even just those little things look much, much tighter from Na'Vi.
Well, you can make a point that pro players are spending so much time on learning the game and practicing it, but picking up a new agent changes everything.
Absolutely,
like, you have to think about the new
timing, positions, like everything.
Especially for Killjoy, the position is one of the most important, because you need to make sure that your utility is like your turret is in range, that you're actually, you know, keeping control over the zones that you have presence in. So of course Suigetsu can do it, and I think that is just getting better and better at this map.
Okay, well, let's close up Pearl and let's get prepared for the third map. Third map is gonna be Ascent. And Ascent against Giants was the big emotional duel between those two teams. Parla Esports and Giants had a 14-12, if I remember correctly. Went to overtime, we had massive multi-kills, really chaotic scenes. But how would you characterize now the Ascent for Parla to be, so how it has to be played against Na'Vi to work?
So the question is that we do not really know, because correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't seen the new composition or how, I was going to say FX, how Na'Vi is going to adapt into, haven't seen it on the mix. Now that we know that Suigetsu says that he wants to play from the chamber, are they going to go for the jet chamber? Maybe you get your first Cypher here? A couple of times ago against Leviathan, they played with Cypher.
I mean, opposite that, then what does Angel move on to if we don't have, obviously...
Angel, listen, at this point, Angel can play whatever he wants.
Okay.
You know?
All right. Well, I mean, I'm here for it. I'm excited to see what the comp looks like, but you're right. Towards the end with Ardis, they were playing towards Jet and Chamber compositions. Both look fantastic for FBX. I think it was more counterpicking the opponent and obviously relying on very different things. But I'm excited to see exactly where the Na'Vi players end up here.
Yeah, and especially knowing that you're going to most likely be against the Jet, and Lores has been having a great day, has been having a great tournament. Maybe if you want to counter that directly, we go back to the Cypher.
He was the pop-off player versus Giants.
True. True. We're gonna jump
There
into
is
the
hope.
agent select.
There is hope.
I don't think that's hope. Like they showing that they had on Haven just shows confidence. Like there's just something lacking
There's
in
hope. I'm
Pearl.
not saying it's going to happen.
Well, hope is just like a, well, you know, it's bad, but there's still some small hope,
You're
right?
such a pessimist.
No, I actually do
Definitely.
think that it's not just hope. I think it's they're gonna go head to head, you know, on this map. I don't think it's just hope.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, that's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
But yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll even see the Rays coming back. I don't know. There's many possibilities that can be done here on Ascent. We do expect from the side of Parola to just go on that Chamber Jet. Very classic composition for what we have now. Very meta base with the Fade and the Omen, the KO. I think this is probably one of the most, if not the strongest composition that we have currently for the map.
Well, I do think that if CNET is not playing Jet on Ascent, it's like a little bit of slight trolling.
It's sacrilegious almost.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Ascent is the Jet map, I would say. Maybe a little bit of the Icebox.
Turkish Jet face-off here.
All right, let's see. Okay, well,
wow.
Wait, they're playing double control
Viper!
with Viper.
Yeah. Let's go!
I mean, it's not a Cypher, but it is a Viper. It's definitely something different. Xiao back on the Fade, something that we love to say. Zippen back on that KO that he just had a great performance there on Pearl. CNET is not going to be on the Jet. He's going to be going for that Chamber. Let's see, because definitely this is one composition that can be adjusted if we just swap, as we were saying, CNET going on the Jet and Sugetsu going on the Chamber. But definitely is worth a shot, is worth the try. If you want to test it before 2023, this is probably one of your last chances.
Hypok, the composition from Na'Vi is very specific, but there's something lacking there, right? What is it? Mobility? What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, the fact that they're starting on the defensive side is going to be a big bonus, but it rides a lot on kind of, it's results-driven, right?
Yeah.
Because their attacking side is going to be very, very difficult. It's going to rely on CNED almost being hyper-aggressive on that Chamber, obviously in unison with Zipan and Xiao as well, but interested to see how they employ the double controller here on attack.
Yeah,
that's going to be a big question.
Yeah, something that Navi has to be very good at, especially knowing that they're going to be on the defense first, is something that Giants missed to do against in the same map, and it's separating them. Look at what you have. You have the Sage, you have the Viper to stop, you have the KO. There is a lot of stopping power. If you want to take down Lores, if you want a chance of winning that defense and having a strong first half, it has to start there.
All right, I'm very excited to see this match because the vibe...
Hope?
That's,
you got hope.
Now is no hope. No hope. But the Viper is there and she's gonna crush all hope because she has many setups for this map. Super excited to watch it. And we're going back to our casters, Munch and Lyric. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, everyone talking about Hope and Viper. I feel like we're back in the LPL again. We're going into map number 3 here. And like the desk said, very defensive setup from Na'Vi. Feel like we could end up in a bit of a Giant situation where they find an advantage the defensive side, but can they actually finish the game out on the attack side?
Yeah, I mean, just like they were highlighting, right? I'm very interested to see how this Viper's going to work out. I'm also curious to see how Parla attack it, having, you know, the Jet and Chamber, two agents who can make a lot of space, are going to want to play incredibly aggressive, and how things like the Toxic Screen are going to shut that down, but still having that Omen to be able to smoke and control once we get into the mid-round.
We'll have to see. Parla on the attack. And you have to remember, Parla against Giants was an absolute slugfest on this map.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to have to be again. I feel like Parla going to have to get a lot of control of mid. You can see Toxic Screen controlling B main. And then, of course, Omen and KO in A.
Already sneak in Zipan. First kill off the game here. Haunt spots a couple, but Zipan trading. Shout, CNET, everybody jumping on to the action. Masic, will he know that Zipan's here? There's a flash available for Zipan if he needs it, but I think he's just going to go for the peek here. Jumps on out, goes wide on the shot, and actually Masic punishes. 18 HP though. Nobody even needs a headshot, just a single bullet will finish the job. It's looking good for Na'Vi to start this game off. It's never over till it's over. Masic with another headshot. Is it possible?
I think there's just no way. If he can pull this off, like you said, 18 HP would be insane. CNET is going to close it out, but we saw Parla looking for that aggression in mid that we were just hitting on, right? I mean, just a setup from the Viper on B, I think is going to make it incredibly hard to go for the push. You have the one-way, the knife that can come through on A from both Angel and Zipan, and they had to go for it, but pretty much instantly losing out on the duel, and then the members that were on B for Na'Vi able to rotate over towards market, towards pizza as well, and join up. And, I mean, even Omen and KO just quickly making their way into tree and getting involved in the action that Na'Vi were putting on.
Part of me's a little disappointed that Parla aren't going to force up this time. Feel like that's kind of become somewhat of a signature for them, just permanently forcing and managing to make that work for them. CNED, though, peeks out mid, gets a headshot onto Ruxic. Nice job there to find an advantage for the team. And obviously, Na'Vi should be a heavy favorite in this round. The Sheriffs can always do something, but Na'Vi looking to get that second. And double Vandals as well. Like, this is one of those rounds where if a couple of those Sheriff headshots do come in, it can get really dicey.
And this was just one of their standards, you know, back when they were FPX, bringing out a couple of Vandals, having to just handguns generally overall. Right now, the Ghosts on Angel and Soigetsu to be able to round that one out. And Parla just trying to find an opening somewhere. Haven't been able to get it just yet. And with Zipan watching tree, I don't know how much they will be able to get.
Ooh, good shot from Loris there through the wall as well. Getting onto the site here. Maysick jumps in as well, but Xiao shuts that down before it even begins. 2 kills there. Loris alone up in heaven. CNED spots the play and finishes the player. That's 2 now for Na'Vi. And Parla, they get their opportunity now. As Na'Vi will be on that bonus, Parla want to shut down this momentum before it can really get rolling.
But just to look at like how close Maysick is to something like the Tour de Force coming online. Zipan also incredibly close to the null command. If Na'Vi can convert this, though, that'd be insane. 2 Vandals and a Phantom online. So they do have a decent amount to work with in terms of the fragging power that can come out. And I feel like this is even going to be a new experience for Parla in terms of how to crack this composition that Na'Vi have decided to build up. It's going to instantly look for information through B main with the Prowler.
And the thing is, every single round counts in this first half. Like we're talking about before, Na'Vi's composition extremely defensive-sided. They want every single point that they can find for themselves, because it is going to be tough. I mean, Kakuka was talking about it on the desk. There is so much stopping power on the side of Parla when it comes to that defense.
And I mean, just again, the fact that you don't, you pretty much only have CNED who has to take space very aggressively on this chamber to make things work. Loris gonna end up finding 1.
Ooh.
It's 2.
It's a good little start to the round here. Maysick trying to find a bonus as Xiao just gonna spray through the smoke. Oh, it's close. Sugetsu. Is he gonna go for the peak? Okay, Maysick just dips on out. Rightly so here. 3v5 and A is the call from Parla. Moving in as the players desperately try and scramble up to heaven. It's going to be Zipan first on the scene.
I will say Zipan and Xiao also were able to go and pick up the rifles that their teammates had. So now 2 Vandals and a Phantom online. They are still in the 3v5 though, so should be incredibly hard to pull through.
Certainly should, but
not much utility to work with either.
Na'Vi player is certainly capable. There we go. First headshot from Zipan. Not a bad start there. Flicks on over. What is that from Zipan? That is unbelievable. He's playing a robot, and he's playing like a robot. Flicks to the head, so now Maysick, 22 HP, alone, and Sugetsu finishes the job. What a round from Na'Vi.
Zipan starting this map off, feeling hot. Goes in, like you said, I mean, some of those flicks are just absolutely insane to be able to guarantee Na'Vi, I mean, converting their bonus that they had, right? Members go down. I like that they don't just rush on the side or any members commit. You see both Zipan and Xiao go to pick up the Vandals that their teammates had. And this was just insane.
How did that even hit?
And he was so close to going down too, right? Got tagged up. I believe it was by Loris. Brought down to 22 HP, but had the shot connected, had a headshot come out, maybe you get that kill. Maybe the round's different, but that isn't what went down. And Zipan now with the null command.
Just swinging the crosshair over. I feel like it was the crosshair itself that took the head off that time. Parla, not much of a bite to work with here. A Marshall do have 1 rifle there as well. Just trying to blast Sheriff shots through the wall in the hopes of a pick. I have managed to tag out Xiao a little bit, but it's traded onto Loris as well, so realistically speaking, heavy advantage for Na'Vi. The Blade Storm could be something special.
We see Jailers as well through a smoke up catwalk and trying to aggressively find some information of his own. But CNED not peeking out just yet. Just trying to keep an eye over on tiles.
Trying to get a spray through the wall there. Very, very slow round from Parla. I don't know if they really have the tools to make it in. They still do have a reasonable amount of utility to work with. 40 seconds on the clock.
Here.
JJ fairly low.
0 point backup as well. So, yeah, definitely having some things to work with. Just the lack of firepower in the guns. Going to make it incredibly hard, but I feel like we saw Parla pull off a lot of thrifties.
CNED's here, though. Gets onto Jailers to get Sue with a headshot. CNED with a 3K off screen there. Just destroying them. Parla go down. 4 in a row now for Na'Vi, and this is a crucial round, right? This is a round where Parla should be able to get most of a buy together.
And I mean, this is a round that Parla need to pull out, not fall 0-5 down. Masick going to be relying on that Tour de Force this time around. We saw the one round that they almost won did come through, those 2 initial picks that they were able to find in mid. So,
and, you know, Lyric, I don't want to say this, but I feel like we're now witnessing what a lot of people expected to witness coming into this final, right? Na'Vi 4-0.
Ooh.
Absolutely bodying people, but Masick wants to prove me wrong. The Cast the Curse comes out strong here. Masick opening the map up for his team, taking out CNED.
And they're going to go for a similar play to what they were doing earlier on. Get the pick in mid, start to pressure a little bit towards Tree. This time, it looks like they're going to end up going for an A split, but not rushing into anything.
No. And I totally get why, right? You do not want to overforce this. Zipat playing a very close angle.
Face your fear.
Waiting for the players to push on past him, waiting for that opportunity to get some damage done. Flash through the smoke, out they come, but Loris was behind the wall when the flash went off, so just finds Angel instead. 3v5, but we've seen them win one of these already. Sugetsu finding a player through the smoke. Loris to go down. Sugetsu up on top of the situation. Jailers watching heaven, waiting for someone to be there. Zipan slicing that pie, moving out. Shao finds Ruxic, 3v3 now. Shao finds Jailers, 3v2 now. But Masick and JJ finally get onto the map. Sugetsu has to do it all. Finds another one. It's JJ versus Sugetsu. And then shots come out from JJ. Parla get a crucial round on the board.
Yeah, that one was close, especially once the null command came out from Zipan. I mean, then it's Masick, you lose the Tour de Force, left with only the Classic, and it looked like they were almost able to pull it off. But JJ not letting it happen. Still, though, I mean, Na'Vi are in such a comfortable position with winning 4 rounds in a row. Not going to be hurting in terms of the economy anytime soon, and 2 ults up, so Sugetsu only needing 1 point for that Viper's Pit. And even changing setups. We see now Sugetsu playing over towards the A site.
Find you.
I'm interested to see what Angel wants to get done here with the one-way.
CNED not able to control mid. The smokes come out. And by tons of space for Masick to be able to just push up and control the area, especially with Loris alongside him.
And that's the kind of information denial you want to see happening coming out for Parla. Looks like, once again, feeling very comfortable with going with the split towards A. This time around, though, Na'Vi committing a lot of utility to slow down this push.
Shao just going to be trying to shoulder peek. See if there's any information that he can pull away from the enemy. Parla just completely grouped up here towards A. The Prowler will give a bit of information over. And perhaps could be the sign that they're going to go for things here. But the Nightfall coming out defensively should stall things for the time being.
I mean, now they know. A ton of members just waiting in that little cubby right outside of Tree.
Parla starts pushing. Zipan waiting for exactly this moment, but JJ finds 2. Shao shuts it down. Shao has been on point these last couple of rounds, consistently finding enemy members. 16 HP, 3v2. Desperately trying to get that spike down. They need the money at minimum. But with these rifles, they want the round. They don't just want to sell for money.
But look at Angel coming around on the flanks. They're going to have numerous angles that they're able to play from. Get the, you know, hopefully spawn out where these members of Parla are. I mean, they're going to know, right? Not playing out through a main.
Angel gonna peek, spots one player, knows the others in hell now as well. And here comes CNED to finish the job. Diffuse comes on through. And honestly, clinical retake there in the 3v2.
buying so much time, right? We saw things like the Seas coming out, preventing the push from being able to go through, Nightfall as well. So now they have the information about these members being here, the Decay coming out. And then once Parla finally did go for that aggressive push and are, you know, taking these fights with the members on site, you still have Xiao, who was tucked in there, just kind of right outside of Garden, able to find the return kills to set Na'Vi up in a favorable position. And Parla now being down, I mean, 5-1 for Na'Vi, I think going for very understandable timeout.
Yeah, down bad right now, 5-1. It's a tough scoreline to look at. But again, I want to go back to the conversation that was brought up on the desk. Na'Vi need to have a super one-sided defensive side. This composition, not good at pushing into sites. They do not have that high mobility duelist like a Jet, like a Raze, to be able to blast on through and cause a ruckus. They have to play slow. So it does mean that Parla, when they do get to the defensive half, should be able to string a lot of rounds together.
I mean, that's what you would hope, but I mean, we've seen it before where when you fall too far behind on one half, it doesn't matter if you start, you know, winning more rounds than you lose. There just really isn't enough leg room for you to be able to string anything together. This time around, gonna angle over towards B. And I mean, you brought it up earlier that, right, this is more of what people would expect if you heard these two teams are facing off and on paper. But at the same time, it's not like Na'Vi have just been crushing every match they've had here so far. They've been very, like, honest, talkative about trying things out, wanting to get the experience under their belt going into next year. And now we're going to see what Parla are able to do.
Oh, good shots coming out from Z. It just holds the spray there and survives on 1 HP. Masic at least gets one onto Angel, but Xiao answers it again and just finds a second. Xiao just hitting those shots at the minute. CNED barely getting out of this round with his life, but, you know, pulls the rifle on through. That's a very, very nice job. Look at Xiao's scoreline. 11-2 there on the fade.
Yeah, looking so incredibly comfortable this time around. But now for Parla, this is where we're gonna have to see what adjustments, what went on in their minds in the timeout that they had now that they actually do have guns online. This time around, can actually be making their way over towards A. We haven't really seen them try to commit a lot of aggression through A main. A lot of the time they have just been looking for Cat, like they go through Cat, make their way into Tree, they create space then for the other members to come through A main. But they're going to be careful because right now CNED playing in Wine with the op.
Trying to find the information, a pick. Has that rendezvous available? That'll take him up to heaven.
Just have to be careful because Ruxic having the null command online really put him in a difficult situation.
I mean, KO and Chamber, worst enemies. Hate each other. French people hate robots.
Well,
there we go.
He has a reason to, and he gets it.
There you go, he hates that robot, takes it down, but Masic finds CNED. JJ will be able to pick up his teammate with Sugetsu, just blasting them through the smoke. Angel getting another Xiao coming on board. And wow, what a shutout from Na'Vi.
I love how fast the smoke came out from Angel, and then just a spray down to make sure that nothing can go on. Fragment was there as well, and Sugetsu now going to be able to close out the round with 3. Things were maybe looking okay when it's like, okay, CNED might get the opening quote-unquote pick, but I mean, no one's really there to answer. The other members being able to bring Ruxic back up just from the nature of where the pick came from. But it didn't matter. Didn't matter in the end for Na'Vi. Sugetsu ready and waiting. Did use the Viper's Pit that round as well. Over towards Tree. Just in case any aggression would have come through.
Do you know, it's kind of funny. This game is reminding me of game number 1 of the series, where Parla just were destroying Na'Vi on Haven. They had a similar scoreline at this point in the game. We're just brutalizing, and now Na'Vi doing the exact same, getting a bit of vengeance. The Prowler not quite going to get onto Angel, but the trying to step too late. CNED gets one betrayed by Masic. 4v3, 3v3, in fact, as Masic trades onto Zipan as well. The spray from Xiao, but doesn't connect.
Such a fast hit through mid. I mean, the flash came out as well, and not a whole ton of time to react. And then just all the members of Na'Vi that were there stacked up in market, setting up the kills. Now we're going to see 2v3 coming out for Na'Vi. You don't have Haunt online.
Oh, the shot doesn't come out.
Suigetsu getting exactly what Na'Vi needed.
Massive pickup there. Taking the operator out of the equation. J-List only with a ghost. Not the weaponry that you need. Oh, Shao peeked!
Still in sight.
Oh, he goes on through just to try and buy some space here. Loris in Boathouse. A one-way smoke set up there by J-List. And here we go, peeking on out. Suigetsu does it again, so does Shao. And I think they've got time for that defuse yet. The third bloop hasn't blipped yet. Hypok was teaching us about the bloops and the blips.
Yep.
It's kind of like the birds and the bees, but the Valorant edition.
I gotta say as well, it makes way more sense as blips and bloops than as bubbles or anything else. The second he said it, it just clicked in my mind.
Yeah.
But, you know, going back to that round, sad to see Loris not able to find the spray. Nice wide swing coming out from Na'Vi, and now for Parla looking to get a second round on the board.
Yeah.
At least gonna have the Tour de Force coming out from ASIC, so will pretty much just be a full buy. Also having the Nightfall there as well.
Yeah.
Gonna see if they can force their way through. I mean, they had a lot of success through mid last time around.
I mean, you got to hope it's round, right? Like, if they can't win this round, this half is basically doomed.
Yeah, I mean, just even look at the money on Na'Vi with, I mean, being 8-1, it's expected, but
yeah,
we're gonna see Parla wanting to go back to what gave them success.
Oh, Zipan.
Spike down mid.
Nice little headshot there. Knew exactly where they were coming from. Out comes Cena, down goes Masic. And that's two of those ultimates we just talked about. The Tour de Force, the Nightfall, both gone now, but Ruxic moves in. J-List to fall. The flash doesn't connect, and Suigetsu shuts it down. And not to mention, this is Parla's map pick. 9-1 as we head into round 11. This is just domination from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and as Parla at this point, I don't even really know what adaptation you can try to make. Like you said, the money's not really going to be there for the rest of the half. You can see, you know, some guns coming out now just because of the bonuses coming through. Some of them are going to be sitting on some credits going forward. You have the Blade Storm there for Loris, something that maybe you can make work. But Fragment already going to stall the push coming out from Parla.
Face your fear!
The knife there. Nightfall comes out from JJ, but with the Blade Storm currently suppressed, it's kind of difficult to push on forward. Here we go, now the chance. As Angel just starts to spray on through, but answered by Loris. The blades connect. Zipan traded. Shao gets one. Loris on CNED and finds an operator to work with. Shao on the back of the side. Oh, the shot goes wide from Loris and taken down instead. J-List finds the opponent. Suigetsu, J-List, controllers, 1v1 around Generator. But who will find their opponent? They know where each other are. No, they don't. J-List turns around at the worst possible moment. 10-1. And at this point, defensive composition or not, you got to believe Na'Vi can squeeze 3 rounds out in the next half.
I mean, 100%, right? Like we said, it doesn't really matter how big of a advantage we've seen teams build up and then swap over to a side. And okay, like maybe they start losing more, but it just feels like it's so close that Na'Vi will be able to get this one. And now, I mean, with the Viper's Pit and the Null Command, I feel like it's going to be so hard for Parla to find the access that they're looking for.
Out of range.
Do have guns up, and Loris is going to look for the aggression, so Suigetsu does get tagged down.
Yeah. Suigetsu with that Viper's Pit. I was about to talk about ultimates. I don't think they need him. It's the last round of the half. There are 4 available for Na'Vi. There's only 3 enemy players. I mean, surely it's 11. Perhaps the most dominant side of a map we've seen this entire tournament. Na'Vi putting on an absolute masterclass.
Yeah, we have had 13-1s, so this would be competing with it if Na'Vi can just end up closing this one out in that dominant fashion. And it just feels like a matter of time before they close out this round. Even, I mean, you've already hit on the ultis coming through, even having some decent utility still up. Things like the Paranoia Prowler still there. Looking at the opposite side for Parla, I mean, you have your knife back up. You want to try and look for information, but there it is, Null Command.
Zipan tries it. Just going for a bit of a spray. And out they come. Tour de Force in play versus the operator of Masic, but neither player is going to push forward in that one. Trying to go for the wall bang there.
And look at Soigetsu wrapping around. Is going to end up finding it. 11-1 on the board for Na'Vi. I mean, their play on Ascent so far has just looked so good.
Yeah.
Now we get to see what they're able to string together on attack. If they can take the pistol, that is going to be so huge and just pretty much
if they take the pistol, the game's over,
yeah.
right? I think it's as simple as that, to be honest.
Hey, but then you'll get what you want, which is, you know, Parla to force after a pistol loss.
True. Do love a force. Do love a force, especially when Parla do it. But Sheriffs coming out here from Parla. 3 across the board. Forget utility. Who needs utility? We're just looking for headshots right here.
And we see, so speaking of utility, Soigetsu with the toxic screen, cutting off, you know, that entry point from A to mid, as well as Pizza. Or the defense.
I love pizza.
Pizza's pretty great. You can't even eat pizza.
Oh, I can. It's not good for me, but I can. Watch me. Na'Vi, though, finding a couple straight off the bat. Ruxic gets onto Zipan at very least. 3v3 now as Jailers gets involved. Over towards mid once again. But JJ's in market. Whiffs a couple of shots. Oh, only has one in the chamber, but that's all that he needs. JJ takes 3 out.
I feel like it's always that angle in market that catches teams off guard time and time and time again. But it feels like it just shouldn't by this point. JJ able to make it work, despite the fact that he did whiff on the first few shots. For the second these next 2 peaks came through, I mean, JJ made this his round.
You know, he whiffed the first 3 shots so that he could get 3 kills with 3 bullets, you know? It was all about doing it with style. It was all about the bonus style points. That's what he was looking for there. 11-2, but Parla keeping us in the game here with a second round.
Oh, and this time around, looking for some aggressive information through mid, even as the defenders. Gonna spawn out where CNET is as well. Just, I mean, the default coming out for Na'Vi.
It's not ideal, but Masic at least trades it. Morris down. I don't know if they know that everyone's about to blast on through. Ruxic with 2, though. Stopping this push before it can really begin. 3v2, Soigetsu does take him down, and it's 2v2 now. JJ with that Marshall, there's a Bulldog for Masic. Soigetsu did manage to find himself an SMG, but they've pulled everyone to the other side of the map.
Exactly, they've created so much space for Angel to at least get this plant down, going to guarantee them more money going into the next round. And I mean, with having the Spectre, things are going to be possible. Soigetsu even having the Snakebite online, so we'll be able to buy time. Set up for a potential post-plan is we're going to see if Masic can find this, but I doubt Soigetsu's going to come rushing in and peeking.
Always smoke is there. Angel has to find the headshots, and he does. There's one. Ducks back into Boathouse. The Bulldog will be massive here, but Soigetsu behind enemy lines. He's sneaking up behind him and will find the headshots. There's 12 for Na'Vi. So close to finish this out.
Lose the pistol, but they still make it work with the aggression towards A main. Soigetsu managing to pick up that Spectre was enough for them to pull it through. You highlighted it. It gave space for Angel to make his way towards B site, get the plant. And then for Parla, I mean, now...
At least we get my force.
Yeah.
Silver linings.
I even love how Na'Vi are just like, yeah, let's end this now. Doesn't matter if like we had a couple of things like the Spectres online. Get rid of them, buy Vandals up, and hopefully put another W on the board right here, right now.
This would be 2-1 in the series if Na'Vi can just grab one more round. And we talked about how this composition not the greatest at just blasting onto a site, but it doesn't feel like that's been the game plan for Na'Vi. But JJ, it's not a bad way to start the round, is it? 2 cheeky headshots coming out. Loris as well. Trades onto Xiao. And they bought the Vandals, but it's not worked out for them. CNED and Soigetsu. CNED gets 1. Over towards the middle of the map here. Has the rendezvous available. Gonna look for another one. JJ has to TP on out. We'll be able to do so. Headhunter primed and ready from Masic.
I'm also curious to see what Soigetsu gets done here. Making his way around. There shouldn't be much information, if any at all, where he is on the map right now. So it's all about if CNED can survive.
Making his way down tiles. On a
fast.
Flank. Not so fast.
Last player standing.
But his teammate's dead.
That did not work whatsoever, but that worked for Soigetsu.
does find one for himself.
30
Has the
seconds
spike. That snakebite will make things a little tricky. Amazing. Loses the duel, though. The wallbang comes on through, and suddenly it's 1v1. Suigetsu, he can get the spike down, and Ruxic.
Spike planted.
So much pressure on his shoulders. Has to make something happen for his team, but Suigetsu takes the round, and Na'Vi obliterate Parla in round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much as dominant as you can get. Their defense side was just absolutely unmatched coming in, and then able to string those rounds together, despite the fact that they lost the pistol, to just be able to close out the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Just godlike stuff coming out from Na'Vi. Insane rounds strung together there. And Parla left wondering what on earth went wrong. Going to kick it back over to the desk to piece that together of what on earth happened to Parla. Where did they go?
Disappointed because I wanted to see more rounds on attack. I wanted to see how that lineup will be utilized, you know. We have seen the Viper use the wall on mid twice, and then that's about it. I wanted to get more info, you know. I don't know about you guys, but this was just a blazing fast map.
I mean, so definitely this sets a precedent to maybe Na'Vi won't be picking Ascent onto you, but if you pick it against them, they will be choosing defense first. And definitely they know exactly what they want to do and how they want to do it. We saw those Viper setups at the beginning. I think that for the first 5 to 6 rounds, they were using the same one just on B lobby. And then they became a little bit more creative, just being, you know, aggressive on A or taking control of a mid. So a lot of variation there. And definitely, I mean, it was a 13-2, like obviously they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, take what little you can away from that sort of map, right? But I think similar issue that arose on Pearl, which was just a complete inability to come up with a plan to kind of troubleshoot on the fly. They were so scared to challenge Sugetsu's utility in B main, not even making use of the downtime on that toxin cooldown either. There were windows of opportunity where smokes were used elsewhere. We were talking about actually Na'Vi playing a little more passively with the Omen smokes, actually with the option of this double controller taking space elsewhere and actually using those Omen smokes aggressively on the defense. Didn't really happen too much other than a couple of one-ways on A main, but Parla just didn't formulate a plan to really address that. The best look they had was kind of run it down, charge CNED on mid, and kind of look to overwhelm the solo player that was positioned there.
Well, that kind of worked because for some reason Na'Vi wanted to like funnel them through market into that one way from the Viper, but then they just died on mid. So they completely opened it up, right? Yeah,
but the problem is that the trading was definitely there for Parla in the couple of rounds that were there, but we did not see a clean execute that were like, oh my god, that piece was so good, so well rehearsed, that everything went down to plan. No, we also had crazy rounds, don't get me wrong, coming in from Na'Vi, but you could tell, even at the early rounds, who was in control over the situation.
And Hypo, when it comes to like Parla's, let's say, how do you even approach defense when you have such a terrible attack show?
I mean, it's difficult at that point. There's such a round deficit, and obviously Na'Vi, I think we just said, was this the third round too? They flipped after losing the pistol round as well. Better even getting their foot in the door. So again, you can't really take too much away from this, but it's just such a stark comparison to what we saw versus Giants in terms of even just the structural things on defense that look so good versus Giants. Yeah, we were kind of criticizing to an extent about taking these dry fights, but here it just didn't look the same at all.
You know what's funny is that it's kind of like a reversal of what we've seen against Vitality, right? Because on the Haven they got demolished, and then against Giants, and then they played really well on Ascent, and it's the reversal here. On Haven they played really out of their mind, good ultimates and good coordination, and here on Ascent they were a little bit lost. So hopefully for the next one, we're going to be having a better showing, but let's still look at the scoreboard here after Ascent.
So the thing is that, of course, it's going to look this way. After the scoreline that we had, I don't think there's much that we can take away from here, but the fact that definitely Na'Vi was feeling way more comfortable with this, of course, Suigetsu is no stranger to playing the Viper.
I mean, this is the thing, seeing a couple of these individuals back on those comfort picks, right? Back on the agents we expect to see them, away from some of the other maps where we've seen Na'Vi toy with some comps. Xiao, Suigetsu looking sharp as hell on 2 comfort picks.
Zipan with 13 assists. That's pretty easy to rack up and cast that, you know, very useful on a character like KO. But he definitely had moments to shine. If I'm not mistaken, Toby had prepared a moment with Zipan, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Both
Lothar, we all love abilities in Valorant, but sometimes excellent crosshair placement and the ability to rely on your teammates to do their thing when they have to, and you to do your own, is all that's needed to retake a site. Zippen is a perfect example of it right here alongside Sugetsu. They're in a 3v5 retake. As you can see, they're very, very limited in what abilities they have left to work with. They got 1 flash, and they have just 2 snake bites. Now, I will just inform all you viewers out there that this clip is going to be played at half speed, just so you don't get too wowed by the reaction speeds of what we're about to see. Zippen is holding this angle for a while. He's not getting any views off of it. Why is he still here? He is waiting for Sugetsu to get up and help him push on in. Now, when the push finally does come through, instantly able to find JJ. After that, you can see crosshair placement instantly goes out into A main, goes back to the same position again. Now, while he is holding, this is in the middle of the swing, but while he's holding over towards the door, he has Sugetsu holding the left side. Sugetsu gets the first shots off towards Loris, but instantly you have Zippen there to help. What happens as soon as the kill comes through? Immediately back towards the position he was originally tasked with holding in this push. So he gives up his peak just for a split second to then go back, hold the angle again, and that's where he finds Loris. So even though they had a nice crossfire setup, a good attempt at making the push on through, because they know exactly who's holding which angles, are able to support one another, they don't need any abilities to make this from a 3v5 into a 3v2. They end up winning the round and end up getting a lot more rounds to follow off of that.
Thank you, Toby. I mean, Zippen needed kind of this kind of showing, right?
Yeah.
He definitely fell a little bit lackluster on the first 2 maps, and he needed a confidence boost. And after that 3K, my jaw was on the floor.
I mean, not so much the second map for me, but the first map I think is the one that stands out in this series so far. Again, not to kind of go over it again, but Zippen did mention in his interview, obviously, some of these things with exploring new agents and some of the problems you have to overcome. Second half of Haven, he did look a completely different player to the first half. So yeah, again, take away from that what you will. Here on the KO, though, again, this is kind of the trademark Zippen we're used to seeing.
It's also a complete different plan, because we saw sometimes Navi over-engaging and just being too dominant on the duels, over-compromising themselves into what they wanted to do. And obviously, in that very situation, they were like, okay, they just executed the plan. There was no way that they've had enough time to be in the positions that they're most favorable for them. So the faster that we are, we know that individually, they're already very talented, so they can pull up runs like this one. Now, what is next, Lothar?
Icebox.
Do you like that?
I mean, I'm looking forward to it, because hopefully we're gonna see some surprising picks,
okay, so if you could choose, I know that I'm gonna take your role here a little bit, because I want to know if there's even a little bit of hope in you. If you could choose here,
no hope.
If you could choose something crazy for Navi to do, or something that you just would like to see on Icebox. They've been kind of surprising with the picks overall. So is there anything that you would like to see on Icebox?
Well, there's a precedent, because we have seen Angel and Yoru before on this map, you know, so would love to see that again, but I don't anticipate that. We've seen it now on the lineup. I think there's we have talked about this like so many times, right? CNET just kind of limits the options when it comes to roles a little bit. So we'll see how it goes in Icebox.
Well, the interesting being actually where the chamber placement is. If actually they go back to the Jets, who slots onto the chamber, what the controller role looks like.
Who plays Viper?
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly.
Again, even with hinting at these... kind of role switch ups.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Lothar. I never meant to do this to you, but it's actually
it's not a jet. It's not a jet.
Yeah.
What's going on?
No, but I mean, it makes sense in some way. Definitely, now we want to take a different approach. They want to, re-explore that Reyna. Also, not in this patch, but the previous one, she got a little buff. Now the Leers do not have that
downtime
restriction. Yeah. Also on the. From where you use that from. So I think that, it might be possible, opens up some new opportunities, especially after, for example, the clip that we just saw from Zippen. If you want individual power,
if you're hitting like that, if you're hitting like Scream, put him on the Reyna, why not? Again, a little bit more expected on the side of Parla, opting to go for obviously the Sage composition here with the Chamber alongside it, fading KO to round things out. Angel again slotting back onto the Sova though. That's the one that kind of sticks out to me.
In a good way?
I mean, again, for me, it's Angel historically, obviously testing with that Viper. Why are we not seeing somebody else flex onto that? Obviously, the Sage coming into this composition makes that a little limiting, but it's another one of those agent crossovers that we see here.
It has to be because of the Reyna, obviously. I would say if you want to have that initiation power that you definitely need somewhere, it's either that, the Fade, you pick your poison. They decided to go for this. Of course, you have a lot of variations with Sova. You can prevent the plants, you can break some utility. So, you know, it's not the end of the world. Let's see if maybe, you know, all he needs are reps.
Well, we'll see how that goes. I mean, we are kind of back to 2021, 2020 even.
It feels like we've rolled back the clock,
Yeah, that Reyna pick on Icebox. I have no hope, but maybe the casters have hope. Let's jump back to Munch and Lyric. Take it away.
I love how you just completely given up over there on Parla. But hey, we're rolling back the clock on these compositions. All compositions, brand new casters in Valorant. We'll see if Na'Vi can finish this one off or if Parla are going to keep their dreams alive. This is Na'Vi's map pick, remember?
Yeah, and I mean, right, obviously coming in with this prep, wanting to see how this is going to work out on Icebox. How do you feel about the Reyna?
I'm excited. I'm just excited to see it. Like, we haven't seen it all through this tournament, or at least not on stream. We'll see how it's going to work out. I feel like Zipan has been having some phenomenal games over the last couple of days, so I could certainly see it working out. But whether or not Parla can see that happening is really what matters here. And I just want to see a better showing from Parla. That's my biggest one. Even if Na'Vi ends up winning this map and takes the whole tournament, just for Parla to finish strong, I think, is my ultimate want out of this series.
Yeah, and, you know, Parla have had decent success on this map throughout their history. I think it was a 78% win rate, so... Which, like we said, Parla in general, in the Turkish scene, have been doing quite well overall, just winning a majority of their maps. So we're going to see here, though, with Na'Vi on the attack side, what they're able to do, trying to get some information with that Owl drone towards A, and Ruxic might quickly end up in a duel with CNED.
And the problem is the statistics. Gun points out, Ruxic takes a shot, backs away. CNED pushing up with the Headhunter. In comes the toxic screen. Na'Vi start to make their move, but the suppression stopping that Headhunter being in play. Masic will peek on out, gets a nice headshot and finishes it off. And finds an advantage here for Parla.
Yeah, now we're going to pick up another one as well. Trying to make their way over to yellow. They do get there, but still Ruxic able to find a nasty headshot on Zipan.
And Masic jumps in as well. Look at this is a starting round. Masic with the 3K and Parla just completely shut Na'Vi out.
Yeah, not able to find any way of getting onto site. I believe it was Ruxic getting that blind out, setting up for that opening pick coming out from Masic. Able to use the rendezvous, get out of there, and then, I mean, the other members of Parla show up. Na'Vi in a bit of a dicey position. Nowhere to go, so we're going to see now things like the Marshall coming out for Masic after such a standout round one and what he's going to be able to do.
3 kills on the scoreboard and already has that Marshall to work with. Sheriff's coming online, though, and a Headhunter from CNED. Suddenly, things looking pretty good for Na'Vi. With the first pick coming out. Obviously, still the advantage when it comes to those guns, but if they could find that dropped SMG, that would be huge. Moving further into the round.
Yeah, still just angling around A, but look at the mini-map and where Masic is. If Swagetsu ends up walking up or Angel ends up crossing over, that might just be a pick.
Might be. I don't know, used there. Oh, it's a good shot from Masic, but answered by Zipan. Marshall now down at the bottom of mid, but there is a player there to cover it. JJ moving forward to make sure these weapons don't get into enemy hands.
Just good read overall by Na'Vi, expecting that to come through and having multiple members there for the peak. Make sure they are able to get something. And now, Parla.
Like ships in the night.
We're swapping sides.
Just going to be sneaking in. The 3-man flank from Parla. They know that Na'Vi has to be on A. They're trying to sneak their way in.
And I mean, right, Na'Vi should have no idea that this is happening. All members of Parla being behind them.
Oh, Zipan doesn't know.
They're playing it patiently.
JJ takes the shot, and now the game is up. Shots come across from Loris as well. 2v3. And the spike not even down here. It's a tough one as they charge onto the side. 9 seconds left. Xiao does get one, but Ruxic finishes the job.
And I mean, you look at where the barrier is, right? Navi could have no idea that was the play that was going to come out from Parla. They just ended up trapping themselves in for Parla to just take them down one by one. Very, very cheeky play coming out from them to set it up, but this time around, Navi going to have more online to work with. And again, they are being experimental with this tournament. They're trying to get experience. They're trying to get the reps under their belt. So I think, if they fall far behind, if they end up losing maps, definitely not the end of the world to them.
I mean, they've got an extra map of leeway here for themselves. Nasic pushing up with the Headhunter. Parla, very much in a bonus round here. This is maybe the most bonus of bonus rounds I've ever seen. 2 Sheriffs and 2 SMGs. And then obviously the Headhunter for Masic. But it's against full Vandals for Na'Vi. Kind of need to get this one on the board. And it's a good pick by CNED to start things off here.
And this time around, I mean, no members of Parla are even going to be on this B site. Still playing very cautiously over there, though, because no Owl drone up for Angel to be able to get any, deep or concrete information coming through.
Yeah. Parla, though, starting strong.
They're doing it again.
CNED just finds the head of JJ. That's one of the SMGs down as well now.
And I mean, heck, this time around, Na'Vi were ready for it, expecting, that some shenanigans can come through. Going to be able to get on site.
Didn't see the player, but struggling to actually connect the shots there. CNED charging on forward. Loris does find 2. Xiao answers it as Loris gets a 3rd. That'll be a rifle in hand. If he can find one of the bullies, doesn't even need a rifle. The Sheriff will do. 6 bullets in a chamber. And only 1 player to deal with. Angel not able to get that spike down. Sticks his gun barrel out, but the shot goes wide. Angel sneaking away, and the Vandal wins out. Na'Vi, though, 5 rifles, and they barely squeaked the round out.
And I mean, Loris 2 times there actually had the peak that Angel, wasn't looking towards. Sadly, missing slightly on both shots. But from that singular round, having the resurrection online.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about it much in, the past map, but it was a lot about before today, earlier on in the tournament, where Loris was the player to watch. Typically, it's on things like the Jets, like the Razes, but here on Icebox, getting a lot done with the Sage.
Yep, the Sage looking good so far. Both resurrections online. As the Recon Beacon comes on out. Recon Bolt, sorry.
As we see Jailers just trying to get some information, so knows some members of Na'Vi are in the area. As the Poison Cloud to at least cut that angle off.
Yeah. Slow and steady wins the race here from Na'Vi. Leaning towards that B site, but not a full commit here. Sisu Getsu making sure that they don't lose complete control of mid. Trying to watch for that crossover. Trying to make sure that nobody can rotate on in here. JJ gets one onto Zipat. Spike going down. The commitment is there. Backing away. Now looking to hold.
Yeah, still though, Parla not really overcommitting anything, waiting for other members to be able to make the rotate. They didn't want to commit too early, and now it's about Na'Vi playing this post plant. A lot of utility was used to guarantee site.
Okay, here we go. Masic finding one. Flash goes in. Ruxic wanting to move around here. This is still 5-man strong from the side of Parla. They're just going to start defusing as Ruxic continues to take heads. Xiao again, but JJ takes him out. And an easy retake for Parla. Very nicely done. 3-1 on the scoreboard now. And I'm starting to question how great of a pick this Reyna is.
I mean, we got Lothar's opinion. Absolutely detests it. With like the amount of time and niche knowledge he has about like timings, cost, abilities, everything. That is a man I absolutely trust. But looking at Parla, I mean, I like the patience coming out from them. And then once the retake did come online, I think even though JJ was the one picking up a lot of the kills, Ruxic was setting up with those pop flashes, making their way around yellow, and just consistently getting more and more space.
Enemy suppressed.
CNED gonna have the Tour de Force online. But only Zipman caught out by that KO knife.
So it's just going to be looking for headshots. But I will say, I feel like I've said this a lot across the course of the tournament, but it's been true across the course of the tournament. The Sheriffs, the Guardians, the Headhunters really have found rounds, not to mention the Tour de Force that you talked about before. Resurrection Online still for both teams, not been used just yet.
Yeah, and right for Na'Vi, hoping CNED can be the one to make things possible. He has, been finding some nice picks in mid. Actually, this is the first time it seems like he's not posted up, looking for people potentially rotating through. And look how deep this push is from Na'Vi.
Oh, the Guardian not really working out there. Angel gets one, but it's traded by J-List. 2 kills there on the Viper. But it wasn't a full push. He's trying to buy space by the Na'Vi players. But now still actually going to commit to this B site, but everyone's here from Parla.
CNED did get healed up, so at least having a decent amount of HP to work with and still has that Tour de Force. But, I mean, Parla haven't really been over-aggressing or looking for these peaks so far on Icebox. Even just look at the minimap, playing as a cohesive unit.
Tour de Force there. Shao going to go for the plant. Will go through. Parla looking to retake 2 players over towards yellow here, but it's Zipan to find a headshot, making the Reyna work out in the end. Masic the next target is Horn taken out. Tour de Force has to come up big here, and it's a good little flick from CNED. It's 2! But JJ there to trade. Sole player remaining as he gets the defuse.
I almost thought that CNED was going to be able to make it work. J-Lurst almost got the ace before that flick had come out. That was able to take him down. Yeah. And Parla bringing the score up to 4.
I think everyone watching the stream there holding their breath simultaneously as that second shot comes out from CNED, believing that maybe it was possible.
And now getting into a situation where Na'Vi just taking Parla's map pick, and now Parla up to a phenomenal start. And they're running a much more standard composition. I even believe that the last time the Na'Vi core played, back when they were on FPX at Champions, the last time they played this map was against DRX. They were running this comp. Now timeout for Na'Vi. They need to find something to get going. They've been playing decently slow, trying to find some information, but they also don't really have a great way of forcing themselves onto sites. And I mean, when Na'Vi was playing this comp, the core before, you would have things like zip in on things like the Rays, which can, a bit more bursty, going a little bit faster, try and create some more space. This time around, not gonna be the case with something like the Reyna coming on through.
And I can totally understand this being the round for the timeout, right, for Na'Vi. They've got 3 ultimates online, so he gets to 2 points away. But on the other side, Parla, 4 ults available, including that Viper's Pit that can be so crucial on Icebox. Parla in an amazing spot here to just start running away with the game. Full rifles, full utility. This is a big round in the game to set a precedent for how this one's going to continue.
I'm just going to go for a default. Masic has the angle. Angel goes down.
I wasn't sure if he was going to find it, but he does. Masic time and time again, finding these moments and opportunities to set his team up. CNED, though, charges in and finds a duel. Chamber and Chamber both fight. Oh no, the timing! Masic looks away at the worst possible second. Misses an opportunity. But both resurrections come through.
Both duels not meaning too much in the end as Masic will be picked out by Zipan.
It's a good shot from Zipan. Takes the operator out of the equation. I think it might be picked up.
It seems like Na'Vi electing to play even slower than we've seen in the past few rounds, not, committing to a site very early on, like we saw them playing a bit slow, but still typically angling towards B and setting something up. There were a few rounds where they try and get info A as Angel actually going to go down, but no one on A site for Parla.
Yep.
They've been really good at, again, not overcommitting to try to prevent Na'Vi from getting on site, waiting for the other members to come, and utilizing that utility as a unit. I mean, look at the utility on the side of Parla. There's still so much to work with.
Yeah.
Welcome to
4 players strong on the side of Na'Vi as they get that spike down. Gonna use the Viper's Pit as well. Nightfall comes in, but I don't think it actually connected to anybody there.
Nope. Oh, maybe one, unless that was the Haunt.
So he gets to in his own Viper's Pit, surely. Going to be big in this situation, but I guess it's CNED with a 3K. And so he gets to finish the round. And there we go. Na'Vi get another one. keep this game competitive. And again, that was a crucial round. There were so many ultimates used. There was so much invested by both teams. Na'Vi really needed to stop the economic snowball that was starting to stack up for Parla.
And now, I mean, looking at the side of Parla, just going to have to go with the eco, bringing out the sheriffs. Masic, you know, maybe you pop the tour de force, see if you can find an opening and start taking away some of the guns from the side of Na'Vi. But, I mean, great opening for them to be able to get onto A. And this time around, gonna once again go back to at least trying to scout some early info, but Ruxic, since he only has a sheriff, wants to find something aggressive.
Certainly wants to. Hiding away here. Zipan does not know that he's walked past a player here. Could get dangerous. But I don't think Ruxic actually knows that there are players sneaking around him either. So he gets taken out by Mexic. He's noticed someone seen it underneath him, and there we go. Ruxic finding one, jumping off the chain here and looking for an extra. Finds a rifle. And I mean, that's just a beautiful round here from Parla.
And it was all Ruxic, right? Immediately going into Nest. They didn't expect this. Angel. And he's all by himself.
I mean, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Exactly, what can he do? But, I mean, all off of one man, Ruxic, getting it done. The members of Na'Vi, it's not even in their minds that that can be possible, which, I mean, we see time and time again when you are on the eco, how aggressive and how sneaky of the plays you are looking for. So, great by him. And even, like, missing quite a few shots just because, like you said, it kind of seemed like both teams not really quite sure where, like, how far that push from Na'Vi had gone, but still able to get them through in the end. And we were saying, hey, Na'Vi stopping the economic snowball. That time around, Parla on the eco, but now feeling incredibly good. Look at their credits.
Once again, a thrifty win, right? I feel like we've seen so many of those from both of these teams. Oh, good reactions from Zipan. Denies the knife. But Na'Vi, on this attacking side, do feel like they're struggling a bit. Obviously, Parla did choose defense. They got to choose their half of the map since it is Na'Vi's map pick.
And for Na'Vi, definitely still not done and dusted. 2 ults online. You don't really have anyone else even close to being able to pick up theirs, but if you can get a few kills online, it would be great. As Parla stacking up towards A, we'll see if Na'Vi can find the info.
No player spotting anyone just yet, I don't think. But it's a B site hit on the side of Na'Vi.
Knife just came out from Ruxic on A, so at least knowing that they weren't posted up towards Nest, and they should now going to be able to get this plant down.
Yep, so at least some money gathered from just getting that spike down. Bit of spray on towards that wall. CNED with the Headhunter could be pivotal in this round.
Could be pivotal as well. Yeah. Now we're going to see what they're able to do with Hunter's Fury coming out. Angel finds one.
It's not a bad start to things, is it, from Na'Vi? Getting 2 for themselves. CNED suppressed, though, can't use his weapon. Xiao gets an extra 1, but
enemy remaining.
at the end of the day, the defuse came out. Xiao actually managing to get 4 kills with the Sheriff. It's a round for Parla, but actually kind of devastating at the same time. Like, that was a huge amount of economic damage.
Yeah, a lot of money spent, especially Masic now going back to that op, and now for Na'Vi, gonna have some things online once again. And it just feels like so often, especially these plays through B, just aren't working out. They've been denying info in mid for quite a few rounds with things like the Poison Cloud, but not really taking advantage. We saw CNED make that play towards Kitchen once, but that's been about it. A, maybe not even an option now with that Viper's Pit coming out. And there we go. What we've seen again and again on B. Basically such a thorn in their side.
Oh, he hits the flick. It's not quite enough to finish CNED off, but it's a damn good effort. The heal comes out onto CNED. I think another leg might just finish him off, though.
And we might finally see Na'Vi put some pressure towards mid, but JJ, he might be the one to go in first.
Should be traded if he even can get a pick here. But he's taken down by Sugetsu. Traded. Zipan's there as well. 2 for 1. Na'Vi going for a plant with a man advantage. And look at Parla, they've used the Viper's Pit on the wrong side of the map. Masic, though, wall back on to Xiao. Desperate to take this round. Masic is on fire right now.
Yeah, he just has not been missing. I mean, right, even clipped CNET early on, even if it didn't turn into a kill. Looking at what Na'Vi have available, I mean, not much. No shock bolts available. You're running Arena.
Perfect trades, but CNET's there.
One enemy remaining.
1v1. CNET just has to stop that defuse. I mean, he's not going to stop short on that. He's going to take the head and take the round. Na'Vi with 3. Still possible to go into that second half with tied scores here for Na'Vi. But a reasonable buy still going to come through here from Parla. They're getting very close to another round of ultimates as well. You can see across the board there, a lot of points stacked up. The stinger from Ruxic too. And Masic has the operator. I feel like that is the most important thing for Parla with the way that Masic has been playing this round.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the things we saw there as well was Na'Vi willing to put more attention towards mid than we've seen. It really was JJ kind of giving it over. He was the one aggressing down towards Na'Vi. CNED gonna find Masic, that op already gone.
Never mind, I was wrong. Perhaps that was not the most important thing because CNED finds his man and sets the team up. And once again, I feel like so much of this series has been down to those first picks. Loris really wants that headshot, just holding this angle tight.
Yeah, he's ready for it. And still Parla not overcommitting any members here.
Oh, he's seen the gun barrel. He knows exactly where CNED is, but CNED with a CNED. That was a little too close for comfort, it has to be said.
Yeah, now for Na'Vi, Recon Bolt back up online. And when you're running a comp with only one initiator, I feel like a lot of it does revolve around that timing for Angel. Just not going to commit though. Going to throw in some utility, maybe try to bait them out and make them think that they were looking. But I mean, with the fact that they didn't push on the site now, they know. So Getsu.
And there we go.
30 seconds left.
I mean, the B site opened wide, right? And look at this, the rotation coming on through, but Sugetsu hiding behind Snowman. They peek the corner, but they're not hard clearing it. That's 3, that's 4. Sugetsu, he wanted a round.
Huge from him, and you said it, Na'Vi can still make their way up to 6 and 6. Now they have their own Viper's Pit online. And Parla, I mean, after giving over a few rounds, I mean, things really aren't looking bad, but I think it's a good time. Halt Na'Vi's momentum while you can.
Yeah.
And readjust.
Resurrection available. Tour de Force and Viper's Pit on the side of Na'Vi. But as you said, like, full buy here for Na'Vi. 2 rounds left in the half. Parla, I mean, you could cobble a force together, but it really would be a force. A couple of stingers maybe and some utility. But the question is, do you value that, trying to brute force this round, or do you value holding on, going for a full buy in the following one? We'll see what their decision is.
Yeah, I'd probably assume, you know, like Na'Vi, you would expect should get this round and just play for the 7-5. I mean, we've seen them make things work time and time again on the ecos, but still, especially with that Viper's Pit, if Na'Vi can get close to sight, getting that down, I think it's going to be incredibly hard for Parla to string anything together. And, I mean, for the opposite side, right, the big thing that's been working for the side of Parla has been Masic. And I feel like one of the reasons we can say that is the fact that, I mean, no KO on Na'Vi's composition, right? Typically that being one of the things that puts a lot of pressure on that chamber, throw out the knife, isn't able to rendezvous out, or has to instantly get away before any type of push can come through. He's been mostly left unchallenged.
I'll be honest, despite what happens, despite the result that we get here, unless Zipan just starts popping off, not super impressed by the Rainer Pit.
I don't think so.
CNED though, finding that opportunity. The stingers we talked about in play here for Masic and for Ruxic, but a starting pick for Na'Vi. They'll go for the all point. CNED not having any of that. Takes out Jailers, zips on into the players. Shao finds one onto JJ as well. It's only Zipan to go down. Spike will be placed. Ruxic wants to move on up here. Both stingers still in play for Parla. If they can get up close to personal, dodges the flash. Look for the headhunter as well. CNED tagged slightly there. Just one shot in the chamber here, but Masic moves in, gets a Vandal. Turns it into a 2v2, but CNED is here. Looking for the headhunter, but Masic gets him. Sugetsu's there. Drops the molly. Is it actually enough? 40 HP, 1 bullet will do the trick. And Sugetsu is there once again, and I feel like Sugetsu consistently being the one for Na'Vi to save the round.
Yeah, he's definitely had a lot of clutch factor so far here on Icebox, even if it, once again, it does feel a lot like the CNED show in terms of how much freedom they give him to play out on this roster. But now Parla, I mean, having so many ults online, 4 on the board, you now have guns. I think it was the right choice, playing out for the 7-5 and just going from there.
Yeah.
And once again, even if Parla didn't have guns that round, it seems like the readjustment from Na'Vi has been try and just dodge the chamber. Find out where he is, go to the opposite side. This time, Masick trying to make sure that they can't dodge him because he's aggressively pushing through Tube.
Deploying drone.
Trying to find a bit of space here. Looking for a pick for his team. This is such a crucial round. So many ultimates, so many rifles. This is a full buy on both sides with basically everything they could want. Both resurrections as well. So those early picks from the chambers, not quite as impactful.
And some of the early conditioning maybe going to do some work here because Na'Vi have not pushed up through Tube or really worked mid all that much on this half.
The trademark is there. Masick knows, but they'll have heard his footsteps as he bounces around here. Zipan pushing forward with the wall, just comes on out. Ruxick's there though, spraying through the squad of Na'Vi. 3 easy kills, drops the ultimate. The spike well and truly controlled by Parla. They want to go into the next half with an advantage, and Masick's making it happen.
They lined up 1 by 1 for Ruxick to be able to find those kills. Angel all alone. Parla are going to be bringing us to a 7-5 half.
You have to believe it. And there we go, Ruxick with the 4K. What a moment for Ruxick in that game.
I appreciate the attempt coming out from Na'Vi. It was like a play they hadn't really looked for at all on their attack side. I believe it was only CNED that one round who tried to put any aggression up through Tube towards Kitchen, but Ruxick just ready and waiting, able to guarantee, and there it goes. Gets it through, even a follow-up from the Nightfall on the opposite side.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. There we are. I suspect it's the Penguins that are making all the snowmen. It's got to be, right? Who else has the flippers? They're just so perfect for shaping snow.
You know, I still want to know what the Penguins in Chile do. You know, because Penguins in Chile, not really much snow. So they're like sand penguins.
That works.
I think the scientific term for what they do is vibe. But here we go, Parla on the attacking side now. Na'Vi, remember, this is their map pick. And this was the side that, you know, Parla chose that defensive side to start.
And I'm even more curious to see what the Reyna can do, you know, now being on defense, especially as members of Parla start making their way over to where Zipan is holding. All 5 members of Parla making their way through. It's going to be all on Zipan and CNED to prevent this from happening.
Certainly players that can make these kind of things happen.
Spotted out by the Haunt.
Delir comes on through though. Look at the headshots. CNED answers. 1 for 1. That headhunter paying dividends here.
Down B.
Now Angel getting suppressed, trying hard to find these kills, and CNED will be able to do it with a headshot from that classic. Looks for another one as well. CNED getting his team and putting him in the backpack right now. Masick does find his opposite man alone against 3. Everyone with pistols to work with, and Xiao finds the head of his opponent. Na'Vi with a 6th.
Na'Vi definitely finding momentum in their recent rounds. Even if, you know, the last round of the last half was a huge play by Ruxick, it's nice to see it isn't just so one-sided. Like, it looked like it potentially could have been earlier on before the timeouts came through. And now, for Na'Vi, I mean, just going for their standard buy.
Yeah.
2 Ghosts.
I will say,
elsewhere.
The Guardian, like, generally speaking, not my favorite purchase, but on Icebox specifically, I think that weapon is so good. You have so many really long corridors where you can be pinpoint accurate and find those heads. So many walls that you can shoot through. Masick gonna just charge off forwards. I don't think Angel was expecting that.
Has Loris behind him to shoot the Owl drone, and it just runs right past it, wanting to get the angle before he comes out from that animation. Gives him the first kill and pivoting over towards A. So kind of going for what we saw before. I mean, they might have a KO, but dodging out where CNED is on the opposite side, which I feel like is just a good strat overall. against any team with CNED.
Yeah.
Whereas CNED go the other way.
And look at this from Parla. Such patience. They know that even with that pick onto Angel, still at a disadvantage here, still only using those pistols. So they have to play it slow and steady.
Also is the barrier up for the side of Na'Vi. So Parla wanting to play this one slow, not trying to give over any information just yet.
Well, there's little knife slices. Certainly give a bit of info over.
A little bit.
30 seconds left.
I think Shigetsu might be suspicious.
I mean, they don't have a lot of time, right? We just saw the snake bite thrown out to delay the push even more. You're going to have a slow orb coming out now, but only 20 seconds.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the clock. And as you can expect, the team going to start to move on over. Zipan is here, Lear ready to make sure that this can't happen. All they have to do is deny that plan. The wall going to be destroyed here. The Guardian comes on huge. One headshot there. 5 seconds on the clock. The spike's not down. And Xiao comes out of nowhere and takes out 4.
Parla not able to win the eco in the end. They shouldn't be expected to. The fact that they found the opening pick, you know, maybe could lead to a little hope. But, I mean, Na'Vi able to delay that push by so much. Sage Wall coming out into a snake bite, into the slow orb. And it really didn't leave Parla a lot of room to work with how heavily they'd already committed over towards that A site.
Yeah. But now they get to buy. Now they get some rifles online. The nearest ultimate being Xiao at the moment, but still 3 points away. You don't expect any of those to come into the next couple of rounds. Na'Vi have to defend this round. This one's crucial. This one is going to be important.
Oh, and with only Soigetsu being spotted, it looks like Parla wanting to go for a faster hit on A this time around.
Can't blame him. JJ finds the first headshot there. Just blast it through the wall as well. And Soigetsu realizing he's just got to get out of dodge. This is not a fight he can take on his own. Spike down. And like you say, a much faster hit from Parla, and I like to see it. I like to see the change-up.
And now we're going to see what the utility can do. Shock bolts are there for Angel, already throwing out one.
Rolling the angles, Masick. The one in the middle of everything. But that wall just kind of ruining him a little bit, but he finds CNED. Angel spotted out as well. And the rest of the team jumping on in. Loris with a couple. And a beautiful round for Parla. Nobody even taking damage.
Yeah, I love how Parla throw out the 0 point, spot out the Viper, and they just go for it. We instantly see a Prowler going in, trying to get more information online, and members like Masick running forward. Get the plant down. Na'Vi's still going to have guns. Of course, well, I did win the last round, I mean, with their type of bonus, right? The Guardians and the Vandals online, but now Na'Vi changing it up. I mean, look, putting CNED on A. You have Angel pushing through mid, trying to get some info pretty aggressively himself with the Owl drone.
Yeah. And so many questions about this on RV roster, about how CNED's going to fit into it, about what the roles are going to be. But they're here to prove what they're able to do. Full buy on either side. Massive round for Na'Vi, because if Parla get this one, they'll really start to run away with things. But Angel kicks off as he means to go on. Xiao gets one as well. And it's looking suddenly fantastic. CNED's there. J-List at least gets a trade. But 1v4, it's got to be impossible, right? Just desperate to get the spike down at minimum, but doesn't even have it.
I shouldn't be able to find too much. Just going to hope he can get a pick. I mean, you look at the credits on the side of Parla, they have some to work with, so... But Na'Vi just playing this one.
Yeah.
Incredibly reserved.
And I understand it, right? When the economies are so close to one another like this, when it's all about these rifles...
I mean, especially for Na'Vi, like...
Yeah.
You don't want to give anything over.
Why risk it?
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
I feel like Parla are probably going to be able to buy up next round anyway. So you're not going to make that much of a difference. Angel finds it. That Lear being used by Zipan, setting it all up. 8 and 8 as we head to round 17. And Lyric, Parla have already been in one overtime in this tournament. Could we get to the point where maybe that could happen again?
If we did and went all the way to map 5, that would be pretty incredible. Coming on here, not something we really expected to see. And honestly, that would have been Na'Vi against, I think, any team. Like, who could have made the final? Like, if Vitality was on the opposite side of the bracket, or if Giants would have made it, I think a lot of people would have still expected Na'Vi to take it pretty comfortably.
And I mean, Parla already doing better than Vitality were able to do.
And honestly, like whatever happens on this map, just an impressive run overall here at G-Loot.
Incredibly so. The only other team able to take a map off of Na'Vi in the tournament was Fireflux, another Turkish team, another team that people didn't necessarily have high expectations for in the tournament, but, you know, showing up, proving that they were underestimating, that they were someone that you've got to respect.
I want to see here with Parla inching their way up towards B side. What Zipan will be able to get done. Suigetsu as well, holding on.
It's a little awkward. It's tentative. Knife comes in. Zipan holding that angle. Suigetsu alongside him.
Haunt back up now, though, so they can get the info that they want. Look for the execute.
There we go. Shots come in, but JJ finds Zipan. Good little start for Parla. Suigetsu getting pushed on from both sides. Drops the molly, but it's not enough. JJ, 15 HP, but still pushing forwards. Shao will find him surely. Does get that headshot with the spray. And now the rest of the team move in. Spike goes down. Shao onto Ruxic. Rezzes Zipan as well. But Ruxic's back as well. Masic onto Zipan. And it's absolute chaos around the Spike here, but it's 4v2 for Parla. And look at the flank. Loris with a free headshot there, but CNED, two of his own. Found by J-List. And Parla take the lead once more.
Parla able to make it work, playing it incredibly slow, waiting for that second round of initiator utility to come up. Once that happens, incredibly decisive with the fact that they went for that B-site hit. And then once the wall comes down, they find those opening picks. They have Masic with the operator to watch the angles. It felt so hard for Na'Vi to be able to do anything. CNED, he found some kills. He made it look almost possible for the round win to come through for Na'Vi, but still just a little bit too much. And both chambers now having Tour de Force, but JJ gonna have the Nightfall up as well.
I mean, the score lines from both Masic and CNED, as kill apart, a death apart. Such a close run thing between the two players. Masic really impressed me across the course of this tournament as a standout on this chamber. Looks like the lean towards A here, and it's as Na'Vi are rotating towards B.
Yeah, kind of swapping things around, and I'm curious how fast Parla are going to want to go with this.
It's an off angle from Zipan. Oh, he spots the gun barrels. Masic misses the shot, but finds it with the headhunter, makes up for his initial whiff there. That could have been absolute disaster. CNED here, J-List not letting that get away from things.
And Nightfall's all going to push Angel off the side, so they get the plant down. All 5 members still up. Both snake bites are there.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, you just got to save rifles, right?
Yeah, no money. It feels like it'd be incredibly hard to try and make any sort of proactive play happen. But Parla, I mean, good read. Na'Vi, like you said, were bringing more members over towards that B site at the time that the execute was coming online, and then Zipan, they spot him out. They're able to find it. They're like, hey, let's just go get on the site. And then J-List winning the duel up against the Tour de Force really felt like the difference maker to make sure that Na'Vi couldn't commit to trying to play towards a retake.
Nice stuff coming out from Parla. Really solid execute. Really good control. Congratulations, Paul. Good job, mate. My brother's called Paul. And he does look like that when he's wearing a weird suit that you can't see his face in.
I feel like a lot of people do. Kind of reminds me of one of those suits in, what is it? Monsters, Inc. You know, like... like
2314, 2314! Oh, I love that film so much.
It's great.
Mike Wazowski, what a legend. What a legend, that little eyeball. Love that guy. All right. Angel 1 point away from the ult. You got Empress online for Zipan, but it never feels like that ultimate is quite as impactful as a lot of the others. Masic with the Tour de Force, but he's already got an operator.
Some rifles online for the side of Na'Vi. I mean, they still have credits as well, so we'll be able to come out with a buy next round, but this time as well, once again, kind of stacking a majority of their members over towards B and bringing CNED back over to the A site.
And you might look at the scoreboard and think, Na'Vi, they've got 2 pistols there. It's probably not that good of a buy, but with the Headhunter for CNED, with the Sheriff for Zipan, it really can turn into a proper round. CNED backs away, keeps himself alive. Headhunter gone, though. But luckily, the enemy wall actually saving CNED, getting him out of dodge. And it means it's 5v5 for the retake.
Yeah, Masick as well, still posted over towards mid, but all of Na'Vi are here playing for the retake.
Certainly are. 5v5. Let's see what they've got. CNED with a headshot, but JJ answers. Their rifle's going to be so crucial. Sugetsu, Xiao, Angel have to make this work for their team. Now starting to push in with that Lear being the one. JJ spraying, but it doesn't find it. Sugetsu and Zipan with the kills. 2v3 now. Health bar's low, but Zipan just going to stick to the defuse here. JJ moves around, but taken out here. 1v1. Masick has to make the magic happen, but Zipan finds him. He's got the time, he's got the defuse. Na'Vi even it up again.
Zipan able to make something happen. It looked like he was just about to go down, finds the kill, the dismiss comes through, and he manages to get away. And for Na'Vi, you were the one saying it at the start of that round of hey, you know, things like the Headhunter online.
Yeah.
Sure, there's one Sheriff, but if they can find the initial pick and get a gun for Zipan, they're going to be able to turn that round into a win. That's exactly what they did here. Parla not even wanting to give Na'Vi a chance of building that into any momentum, going instantly with the timeout.
And I think the fact that Parla couldn't get an initial pick on that first take of the site, right? The fact that it was a 5v5 retake there for Na'Vi.
And that CNED was able to get away.
Yeah.
And again, the wall kind of being like, hey, okay, fine, you're out, you get to play with your team. And now it kind of coming down to this battle of utility and pressure from both teams.
It's a close one. But look how much money Masick has to work with. With the Tour de Force online as well. He's basically a walking armory. He can just set the whole team up with guns, bring out his sniper himself. The Viper's pit there. Angel can maybe make something work with the Hunter's Fury though.
Yeah, and we're going to see now, like you said, Masick able to buy for Ruxic, so all of Parla having guns, Na'Vi as well, looking quite good. And yeah, a lot going to come down to that Hunter's Fury. Feels like for Parla having the more impactful ults because, like you said, the Empress. I mean, I want to see what Zipan can do because so far for Na'Vi, I mean, look at those kills. It has been the CNED and Xiao show all the way.
Yeah, it has. Xiao been very impressive on Icebox here. CNED going to peek out. Would love that initial pick. It would make such a big difference. It would be on to J-Lurst, but I don't think J-Lurst is realistically going to peek that. Not anytime soon. The rest of the team just shoulder peeking, looking for any information towards B. The Owl drone comes out to try and spot it. And they see that the movement is coming.
Yeah, not really good overall that the Owl drone's able to get that information because before Parla, you're still going to be waiting for things like the Haunt to be able to come back up. And I mean, as Parla, you have no idea how many members of Na'Vi are here just yet. And look at A site. I mean, everyone is over partying on B.
I think both teams realize that at this point in the game, you got to work as a 5. It's 10-9 on the scoreboard. Na'Vi 4 rounds away from taking the tournament, and Parla don't want to give up a single one.
Oh,
no. Masick gets him. In the meantime, CNED answers.
Yeah, CNED's patience paying off for that play in mid. 4v4, and Parla running it down to get on site and get this plant through.
Sugetsu suppressed. Back of the site here. Trying to get in before that plant can come on through. He's up in heaven, spraying through the smoker to get to. Gets the first.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down, but man advantage for Na'Vi. Health advantage as well as the Sage has gone down. Masick only on 26. J-Lurst vibing, bouncing up and down, and CNED finds a headshot as he often does. Zipan there as well. J-Lurst 2, but shut down in the end. Na'Vi once again find it. Na'Vi once again equalize.
Both teams just trading punches, keep equalizing the scoreboard, and we get closer and closer to that overtime being a reality.
This is just such a fun map. This is just such a fun contest between these two teams. Parla bringing it to Na'Vi.
And this is the exact type of game you want in a grand final.
Absolutely.
Both Na'Vi and Parla, I mean, showing different looks on different maps. We have new strategies coming in. We have Parla, I think, keeping it very consistent to meta comps, but I think that's what makes it even more fun, seeing those go up against a lot of the curveballs that Na'Vi have been throwing out.
And, you know, after watching Ascent 13-2, I'd sort of written Parla out of this series. Na'Vi went 2-1 up by absolutely decimating Parla, and I thought maybe that was curtains. But Parla come into Icebox and show us that they are not done yet. This is an incredibly talented roster, and they want to show us exactly that. Na'Vi not done just yet. 10 to 10, rifles on both sides, big round here.
Yeah, and Masick just creating some pressure up towards Kitchen, making the members of Na'Vi have something else they need to think about. Owl Drone even being committed by Angel just to see what was going on. So good job by Parla being able to take away some key utility from the side of Na'Vi.
Masick versus CNED once again. We've seen this so many times across the course of today. Does have the teleport available, but misses the shot. Good little peek there coming out from Ruxic. Buys information, buys space, and buys a fast execute onto the B site here. CNED playing with it up like it's a shotgun and punished by JJ. The Sheriff, the biggest gun of the round so far, taking 2. And Na'Vi now have to retake with just 3 players, and it's going to be tough.
They do still have the wall up for Xiao. How he can get in a position to use it, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see, because you just see all 5 members of Parla posted up. 1 taken down, though.
Not bad, Angel. Finding a way back into the round, and Zipan onto Masick as well. Dismisses to keep himself alive. And now looking for more. Xiao, Angel trading. J-Lurst alone. The bomb getting close to going off here. They've got to find one more bullet onto J-Lurst. He finds the kill, though! J-Lurst putting Parla onto 11, so close, within touching distance of grabbing the map.
That was huge. I mean, Parla committing to the execute. Na'Vi almost able to bring it back. The picks, the duels, they're able to come out, but still not enough. And then that snake bite, able to buy time. Na'Vi have to try and just commit to the plant and see what happens. Maybe hoping that J-Lurst assumes it's a fake and they just get a free round out of nowhere, but not able to do so. Resurrection Nightfall now up for the side of Parla.
Yeah.
The Viper's Pit for Soigetsu, who, I mean, hasn't been fragging out of his mind this round. Like we said, it really has been mostly on CNED, but Xiao having some crazy rounds of his own.
Yeah. I think CNED and Masick, that's the story I'm subscribing to here.
Yeah.
That's the matchup that I'm watching. I mean, obviously, Chambers naturally do tend to be high up in the frags. I mean, if you're not fragging on Chamber, you're not really offering a lot to your team.
What are you doing? As yeah, both of them have been standouts and really have been pieces that both teams have been playing around, you know, for the enemy of, you know, when you're on this attacker side, trying to see you can dodge out on.
I want to quickly mention as well that Masick is actually a stand-in for Parla. The fact that he's fragging out, the fact that he is finding so many crucial picks in these rounds to set his team up, while being a stand-in, while being the substitute. So impressive.
I think that's the most interesting thing about Parla overall is, again, 3 of these guys being on that Surreal Esports roster. They all went their separate ways. They all went to different teams in the Turkish scene.
Yeah.
Only JJ went straight from Surreal to Parla. As not even time, fast push comes out.
Nightfall comes in, CNED can't find the headshot. J-Lurst starts it off well. Angel goes down. This might be match point for Parla, but Xiao finds one to stop the inevitable. Pushing through now very aggressively. Soigetsu arriving, trying to spray along JJ. 9 HP, but does survive. Loris is dead though, so no healing can come on through.
Zipan was just able to pick up a Phantom, so he's going to have a gun to work with now. And Xiao still having that wall. They were able to make it close before.
Masick has been so crucial, has the operator, but Zipan takes him out of the equation. 3v3 now, Viper's Pit going to be used. They need to find these headshots, and Zipan's on it. Using the duelist, we question the Reina, but Zipan questions our question. Shout to Trader and 11-11.
Both teams still neck and neck. Like you said, Zipan there popping off the Viper's Pit. Crucial for that play to work for Na'Vi. And we just have no idea where this one's going to go.
I mean, it's so tense.
You look over at the economy for the side of Parla.
Yeah.
Really nothing that they're able to work with.
And that's brutal. That's absolutely brutal because you know the Na'Vi will be on match point if you lose this one. The Sheriffs, a stinger, it's all they can cobble together. There's a resurrection for Loris, but there is for Xiao as well. Masick and CNED both find an opponent. Xiao going down though is kind of important because there you go, Loris can resurrect. Xiao can't.
Still, Na'Vi the ones with the guns, so that hopefully will be the difference maker, even if they are a man down up against Parla. And Parla now going to start making their way over towards B. Na'Vi have read this as CNED is here now as well.
CNED has to carry the weight here.
Ready.
He's been, I think, comfortably the MVP for Na'Vi across the course of this tournament. He's been so crucial in so many clutch moments. But it's a 5-man push.
Shock bolts to try and slow that push down, though. You can see they know that the members of Parla are trying to make their way in. If you can get some good chip damage and just get some of those body shots to be able to finish these members off.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a bit of damage down, as you say. CNED up close and personal once again. Not playing far back, not trying to snipe people, trying to use it as a shotgun as before. Suppressed, but now has those abilities back once more.
And I mean, look, some members on the side of Parla. Actually, it was only Loris who was taken down low and just immediately healed himself. So not too much done.
Oh, shots coming across. Not quite connecting. Loris finds Zipan here. Big for Parla, but Angel gets onto Masic. CNED pushing in, but doesn't find it. Ruxic with a headshot of his own, but CNED and Angel turning it around. Jailer's there, and CNED, the man of the hour, has to make something incredible go on. Ruxic wants to challenge it, but CNED's just going to stick it. The shoulder peek comes out. Headhunter, can he find it? He's run out of time, and Ruxic stops it.
Ruxic does enough. The best Na'Vi can hope for at this point is just going into overtime. And it just feels like you can't even question Parla when it's just them with Sheriffs at this point. It's not even feels like they win most of the time. They consistently pull it off. And now Na'Vi, I mean, at least for CNED coming in, you have that Tour de Force up.
Yeah.
Going to have some rifles of your own. But you're going up against a Viper's Pit. You're going up against a Null Command.
I mean, honestly, Lyric, I feel like Tour de Force is the perfect term to describe this entire series because we have been touring incredible force rounds. Every single time somebody forces, it's a one round. CNED forced away by the suppression though. And look at this, Parla moving straight in onto the A site. It's a fast explosion to try and make the round happen. Ruxic pushing forwards. They have the weaponry advantage. They go for the Viper's Pit here. And we'll be able to get that spike down. I love this from Parla.
Yeah, I mean, Parla should be in a good position, but CNED, he has something to say about this.
It's 2 massive picks from CNED and looking for more as well. JJ the next 3 for CNED, keeping Na'Vi alive. Wants to go to overtime. Jailus and Loris last on the scene here. The CNED up top, using the knife, finding it, but no, Jailus and Loris both getting one. 3v2, Jailus another. Are they going to take it? Are they going to push us to a 5th map here? Shao and Suigetsu, 2v1. Jailus outside of his smoke here, just gonna drop that one and find a kill with a snake bite. Find 2 with a snake bite. I can't believe what a win this is. Jailus takes them apart and Parla pushes to 5.
5-game series here in our grand final. Parla, I mean, just making magic happen. Jailers in this series has been absolutely nuts.
It's a triple with a snake bite to finish game 4 in a best of 5 and push us to a 5th map. That is just unbelievable.
I just don't know what's going on. we don't need to be calm. We got the analyst desk here.
Yeah. you guys go be calm. We're gonna go like that.
I don't think I have ever seen a situation when one snakebite gets 3 kills in a Viper's Pit on a like 12-11. I mean, they were all 1 HP. We have to clarify that. All of them, including the res, because he gets up, he gets
the decays coming. Yeah.
But crazy scenes. Tell me though, what happened in 11-11?
I mean, I can't even remember that far back. Which that was talking about.
That was like Parla had full eco.
I think 1 point to make was the anti-ecos from Na'Vi this time around looked way more sloppy. I mean, there was a number of times where I don't like to harp on the usual topic, but Angel a couple of times just way overextended. The setup seems so disjointed sometimes on the defensive side. The same thing happened on the attack as well. And a number of times, I'm not sure the correlation between some of the anti-ecos for Na'Vi, but they were giving away openers. I mean, there was a round where you got about the JJ double sheriff kill on default, just completely running up and catching Na'Vi off guard, like utility in hand.
Yeah, true.
We're talking about Angel, as you're mentioning, going down so many times as first. I think that by the end of the first half, he had could have had 12 deaths or even 13 just because Xiao was pressing him over and over. And you're playing with the chamber, you're playing with the Reyna, so you have the most chances of denying the trade, but still it's not going through, maybe overextending, maybe overheating. But then on the defense, it was the same. Also, Na'Vi just constantly, you know, playing for the retake over and over again. It's not always going to work.
There were a number of times where Angel was droning out on B main and there wasn't a rain of flash to come up and layer with the owl drone. Just some really, really weird instances in this map. I felt like this is another one that, credit to Parla of dragging this one across the line, but again, this just wasn't the same Na'Vi from the previous maps.
And not the same Parla from first map.
yeah, exactly.
But coming back to that Reyna topic, because I feel like it can be...
You want to go back, huh?
No, I feel like it can be really useful. We have seen some really good retakes with the blinds on yellow, right?
But that's the thing, you know, when we're talking about the retakes and going in and definitely putting that pressure from the defense, Zippen was there.
I just
now
need to
for
watch
the
this
attack,
back.
I was missing it. This last round, no, I don't want to see it again. No, Michael.
Crazy. Crazy. And to think that it was a 2v5, CNET gets a triple kill.
CNET was just walking around swinging the tour de force on site. It was just a ridiculous round.
He was sweeping them with the broom. You know, it's just like crazy stuff. I mean, I think it's just a rule. When Parla is playing, the games are nuts. Like yesterday against Giants, it was absolutely insane, super emotional. And
watch out, the comeback is real. They had that first map, and now both teams are one away. Next one is going to be Fracture. Again, CNET, I think, has been having the most steady performance that we've seen from him in a while. So love to see that, definitely. Very, very close up, but it's kind of weird, you know, to see that performance at the bottom of it.
I mean, actually, there's a little bit of a gap here. We're talking about some of the first deaths and the concerns around giving away openers. There is actually a difference here in the first blood. So Na'Vi a number of times, we were even talking about Lothar upstairs, talking about the number of times Sugetsu's basically playing like rotation simulator, right?
Yeah.
There's no opportunity for Sugetsu to even like hard anchor a site because they were giving away openings and Na'Vi were drawn so many times into these rotations.
Yeah, Sugetsu is in a very, let's say, difficult spot to even prove himself, right? It's different than on Breeze. On Breeze, he was the perfect anchor. On B side here, just problematic position, right? But we have Toby with a kitchen breakdown, if I'm not mistaken.
A kitchen breakdown indeed. Parla out victorious in this one. And to me, one of the main components to a successful team is being able to react and react quickly. Not only that, but knowing exactly where you have your teammates at any given time. We're hopping back to the earlier stages of the game, round 12, the last one in the first half. And as we see here, we're seeing all of the players from, not all of them, but the majority of the players from Na'Vi pushing up towards Kitchen. They haven't really been executing on Kitchen all game at this point, so it's catching the opposition a bit by surprise. They have no audio to go off of, so the first time we get any intel of it is when we're seeing the flash come through from Reyna. At this point, we have got our KO on B side, still looking down towards B main. We have got Fate still sat over, if not on A side, then at stairs really close towards it. And we have got Chamber hearing this from inside mid. Now the Fate is called. Now they have the info that a lot of people coming through A, and instantly they set up a trap play. A trap play they have to improvise, and they have about 1.5 seconds to come up with the execution. What happens is that we see our KO from A or from B swing back into Kitchen himself. He sets up alongside Chamber, and he's helped out by the ult from Fate coming in from all the way down towards Defender spawn. We see it executed here. They try to make their way on through. Little do they know that the opposition is already well aware of what's happening. Ruxic perfectly flashing for himself, peeks in behind it, 3 kills in an instant. Something that they weren't prepared for, but were able to audible into in a moment's notice. So even though Parla might not be the team that you would expect to be out and besting the top of the competition, being able to make reaction plays like this pretty much instantly tells me that they're up there with some of the best.
Thank you very much, Toby. No, it's very helpful.
Yeah, no, just to make a point on the backside of this, another discussion we were having upstairs was about Angel and, you know, not putting the shock dart in to deal with the trap. This would have been the perfect thing to call, you know, pull out of the bag in around 9 or 10 or something like that, catch off guard after you've been conditioning Parla to either place that trap differently or drawing a rotation, dedicating a man towards tube, something like that. But it just didn't happen, and this one almost felt like, well, it's just one of those roll the dice and stars align for Parla because they have the Nightfall set up perfectly to counter it.
I mean, it was also the last round of the first half, so definitely all of those things have to be accounted. So
yeah, I'm actually really surprised that not many teams are picking up those shock darts lineups for the traps. Like on more maps, Ascent, Icebox are perfect examples. Bind as well. But yeah, we'll see. Next map, and the final map, actually.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yeah.
This is going to be the final map of our tournament. A best of 5 between Na'Vi and Parla Esports. And it's going to be Breeze on Breeze. So,
not a Breeze, no?
not a Breeze, no. It's definitely not going to be an easy one. What is your question, Lothar?
My question was, what are we expecting when it comes to the Asians? Any surprises here?
We do not expect surprises, especially because we just saw Na'Vi playing earlier today. We actually expect mirror composition, so both teams playing on the same. We know that we just come off of a very close-up map, and I think that this one is most likely going to be the same. The surprise here is Zipan going on the Jet, having seen it stick into that chamber.
Right.
Maybe, maybe they decide to change something up there. Maybe someone is feeling more comfortable. We know that sometimes Angel just goes like, yeah, just pick this. So we could expect some changes on that side. But I'm really looking forward to the Loris versus Zipan on Jet.
Yeah, I mean, because potentially, again, we've talked about comfort roles for Zipan. Again, coming across to the Reyna, took a while to get in and have some impact on the previous map on Icebox. Could carry across the same question to Breeze. This will be what, potentially the 4th agent we'll be seeing Zipan play across the series.
Yeah.
And when we're questioning kind of those comfort zones, that's a little bit concerning, if you ask me.
Yeah, and it's also, but what is not concerning though for me is that we're gonna see Angel on KO, and it feels like on that Breeze that we have seen today, he actually looked the most comfortable on that agent from all of the agents that he played today. I'm not sure what you guys think. Well, actually gonna go to the agent select, and as Kuka was saying, no surprises here, right?
No surprises, no complete mirror here. Of course, Parla is going to be starting on the defense. Na'Vi will be starting on the attack, and as we said, the lineup is going to consist of Chamber, KO, Sova, Viper, and Jet. Of course, a lot of those duels are going to be very effusive. We know that Na'Vi wanted to play against that Harbor combo. As we know, they haven't had the best record on this map.
Yeah, I'm interested to see actually what playstyle Na'Vi do adopt, because they were very proactive at kind of getting ahead of that utility, denying
rotating super fast.
Exactly, denying any space whatsoever that Vitality were trying to achieve. Obviously, with mirror comps here, we're not going to see the same sort of things, but whether or not actually coming into the defensive half, the second half for Na'Vi, we see that same trend continue.
Yeah, it's very important to understand the strengths of your doppelganger when you're playing against the same composition that you play. So here the read has to be the easiest for both of the teams. So we expect the quick adaptations, we expect the surprises, and we expect them to spot the weaknesses.
I'm looking towards to CNED and Masic again. The Battle of Chambers.
Yeah, facing off, yeah.
I mean, on Icebox, it was pretty apparent that they were going head to head. They were both top fragging for their respective teams with both 7 first kills on both of them, and so I wonder how it will go on Breeze. But I think our heroes casters are ready. Let's go straight up to them. Munch and Lyric, take it away.
We're your heroes?
Thank you very much, yeah. This is a big moment for me, honestly. It is a big moment, though, actually, because it's our first VALORANT event, and we've been treated to an unbelievable final here. Stepping onto Breeze, first mirror match of the series as well. I feel like it's all going to come down to, I mean, it is going to all come down to this.
And we see both teams stepping up. I mean, it's so nice to see, especially for the side of Parla, being able to match Na'Vi. We've said many times about Na'Vi, you know, changing things up coming to this event, being more experimental. Feels like the right time to do it, because even the star power on the roster is enough to contend with anyone. The desk was just hitting on the chamber versus chamber battle we had in the last game. That was what was giving you life on Icebox. But I also really want to keep a close eye on Loris, because this has been his map for Parla. He has consistently been the member to step up and take over games. But with Na'Vi on attack, I mean, CNED already losing the chamber duel, already coming to a bit of a conclusion, at least in round 1.
Well, you talked about Masic, you talked about Loris, but Loris chased out. Gets the reload off. Masic looking for a little bit more, but inside that cloudburst, Zipan's safe for the time being. So get 2-1 onto JJ. Masic low on HP and taken out by Zipan. Answered by J-List, who has been instrumental in this series. Ruxic gets Zipan down 2v3.
And I mean, Loris was chased out. They didn't assume that he just stayed here in shop, but still putting a ton of pressure on. And I mean, now stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yep, Xiao. Ooh, does find one. Not quite enough. J-List and Ruxic finish it off. Good little round from Ruxic there as well. And I want to quickly mention J-List. Like, I don't feel like he's been our #1 player that we've talked about across the course of this series, but he has had so many crucial rounds where he's come in clutch individually.
It feels like he has definitely been just such a consistent, like, high-level piece for the side of Parla. It doesn't matter if he's top fragging or not. There's been so many rounds that he's clutched out. Earlier on Haven, we said when he was on that Omen, he was the raid boss, and it just looked like Na'Vi didn't want to challenge and also just couldn't because he was consistently finding those frags. And now for the side of Parla, we're going to see Loris look to try and find some information towards mid, and Xiao might walk into it.
Oh my, but doesn't get down. Xiao takes 3 bullets, but finishes the job 40 HP on Loris. But C-Ned finding that one. Angel goes down though. Loris with 2 kills.
And very duel-heavy map with how open Breeze is. And we see
duel-heavy teams, honestly.
Both teams just trading back and forth. 3v4 right now in favor of Parla. But it's only J-List here on this B site.
Yeah, well, he does have 2 snake bites. That's worth 6 kills. If history tells us anything, Sugetsu, though, finds him with a headshot. 2v3. Running out of time here. I say running out of time, still 50 seconds. Hey, that's less than a minute.
It's been a long day, and I guess it's another thing for Na'Vi, who now going to hope to defend 2v3. Had to play against Vitality earlier on, so Sugetsu finds one.
Good little shot. Oh, Zipan, that was cheeky. And Ruxic does have that Bulldog. It's a powerful gun in these kinds of situations, going up against 0 armor. But Zipan showing us what he can do, and there we go. Sugetsu peppers him. Zipan finishes the job 1-1.
Ruxic trying to use that elevation difference to his advantage, but I mean, assuming one of the members of Na'Vi are behind him, Loris playing on the opposite side of the site, able to guarantee it. And now, I mean, coming in, it feels like this has been another consistent story of this series, is that you'll have one team take pistol, and then they will not be able to use those guns to turn that into a 2-0 scoreline. Na'Vi now coming in, going to have rifles across the board, 4 Vandals coming in, Bulldog on Zipan. And Zipan even so close to having that Blade Storm online. And it looks like they want to take heavy control of mid. I mean, when you have Jet and Chamber, you just have so much room to make space with the mobility that you have.
I want to mention as well, that was the 4th first pistol for Parla this series. Na'Vi only winning 1 first pistol. I believe it's on map 3. Might be map 2. C-Ned, nice little headshot there. Finds a pick. Obviously, Parla not having much to work with. So, honestly, at the side of Na'Vi, you're just picking up ult points here. You're picking up a bit of cash. And if you could get a couple of kills onto Zipan, that would just be the icing on the cake.
Yeah, and I like how patient Na'Vi are playing this, wanting to utilize the fact that they have those Vandals for the long-range duels. Looks like they are trying to make their way over to splitting A.
One less.
There we go, another for C-Ned. As they charge on out, Zipan grabbing now. C-Ned, he is warmed up now. Look at these headshots coming out. J-Les goes down, and it's 5-0. Not only do they get those kills, just shy of getting the spike down, but regardless, a lot of ult points given over there. Zipan and C-Ned both a single point away. The next round is going to be massive. Regardless of economies, the next round is going to be massive.
Yeah, and they're the 2 members you're looking at, right? And the 2 ultimates that really don't matter, kind of what other guns you have across your team composition. You can make them work in pretty much any situation. And now, for Parla, being able to match the buy, we're going to see what they can do. Looks like some utility is missing, though. No fragment on KO.
Here.
Out
of range. Out of range. Out of range.
Apparently we're out of range in many, many ways. I've never heard someone talk over themselves before. That's quite impressive, really. Here we go. Na'Vi winning the most recent round, but rifles are there for Parla. Trying to hold strong. It's a lean towards A here. Flashes at the ready. Owl drone going to be used to try and buy some information. Loris sticking out to the side. Needs to find the headshots and will onto Zipan. He's giving away his position now. But no follow-up from Na'Vi. They back away.
Yeah, Na'Vi using quite a bit of utility to try to get onto A site. Owl drone down. I mean, before Zipan went down, right, utilizing that to get in. A snake bite thrown out as well. I think to deny any counter aggression that could come through from Parla.
Still leaning towards A, actually. Pretending to rotate, moving back over now, using that Viper wall to find their way into the site. Should get the spike down here with 30 seconds remaining. Left. Angel finding one onto Ruxic, which evens things up.
And you can see the members of Parla now just rotating through their own spawn. They don't want to contend with CNED pushing mid anymore.
Oh, nice little shot from Angel there. It's going to be 2. Masic, though, gets CNED down, evening up the duel, but Sugetsu and Xiao get onto the scene. Masic versus the world, taken out by Xiao. It's a clean round from Na'Vi.
Ends up wanting to challenge, not wanting to fall too far behind. Na'Vi now sitting at 3. He does go for it, and you said no matter what. It's,
Our observers are teddy bear hunters, it has to be said. I don't know how they find all of these teddies in all these bizarre locations. We have 2 observers. I think one of them is watching the game. The other is constantly hunting teddy bears.
Going to the Tactibear.
Yeah.
But you pointed out, right, coming into this round, you would assume they don't need to use them because no money for Parla, but so many ultimates on the board.
Yeah.
And instantly, actually, a lot of these ultimates are coming through.
Bladestorm available for Loris if they can find a window to use it, but everybody just charging onto this B site. CNED with a shot to J-List. Realistically speaking, this should just be around for Na'Vi. But if you could steal a couple of rifles and take them into the next round, that'd be okay too.
I think you're especially looking at Loris, who's trying to come through on the flank. But doesn't look like it'll be in time to really make anything happen. Actually gives up on the flank completely.
Yeah. Realizing, I think, that that's not really going to happen. Masic with the Headhunter searching. CNED onto Ruxic. Loris does use the Bladestorm in the end. It's onto Angel. Can they find anything more alongside Masic here? But Masic only having that Headhunter. Zipan finds Loris. And I think that's the last hope of the round. As Masic can maybe just look for exit frags, but everybody going the opposite direction, so won't be lucky enough to find anything. We'll just go into that next round.
And Na'Vi, I mean, have been kind of hit or miss in terms of how dominant, you know, they've been so far on not only in the series, obviously being pushed to 5 games, but even in some of their wins, right? So it seems like taking that last one, getting pushed to a 5th map, incredibly serious.
Yeah.
So far, coming in with such a dominant start. Now, I mean, only 1 ult orb away from Xiao as well, so Igetsu only needing 2.
Yeah.
On top of just being rich, being absolute
yeah,
standouts.
they are loaded.
Yeah.
They are absolutely loaded. But you're absolutely right, and I think it's important that Na'Vi are taking this extremely seriously now that they're pushed to 5 games. I don't think they were ever expecting to be pushed to 5 games here.
And I mean, at the same time, if you drop some maps, you're trying out new things, but you still end up with the win at the end of the day.
And
really
I feel like
the fact
we've ended up in a mirror match for this 5th game says everything about the fact that they are not just going to bring out an experimental pick here. They're not going to run with like the Harbor or anything like we've seen on Breeze before, playing this one.
And now look at how much control they're getting inside halls. Pushing up so aggressive. We're going to see if Masic able to spot this out, but he goes down right away.
I mean, he spotted it. He spotted the bullet as it whizzed towards his forehead. JJ will know that they're there, but Angel has flicked a switch today for this game number 5, finding these heads. 3 players remain on the defensive side here for Parla. Trying to hold on to this B site, but CNED finds Loris. Ruxic at the back of the site will get Zipan. At least there's something there as CNED goes ever so slightly wide on his shot, but Ruxic taken down by Sugetsu. And J-List arrives a little late on the scene. 1v3, has to try and go for a retake here. Has a rifle to work with. There's an operator on the floor, but I don't really think that's the tool you want in a 1v3 here. Oh no. Angel even takes a second to go for the kill.
Turning away at the worst time. Na'Vi now able to make their way up to 5-1.
And it's not even the fact that it's 5-1. It's not like it's gone back and forth. It was pistol for Parla, and ever since, Na'Vi haven't given an inch.
No, and I mean, Parla don't really look like they have the money to string together, I mean, a buy that you would want. It looks like they're definitely going to be able to get some guns online with the fact that they are coming out, you know, with these loss bonuses. But another thing we were talking about earlier, you mentioned the mirror matchup, and the desk hit on this is, I feel like it could really show, you know, which team is more comfortable, more tested, more kind of thought out with their setups and how they're playing. And it definitely looks like Na'Vi The only real change that Na'Vi have done, as well as thinking of, you know, CNED being known as the Turkish Jet.
Yeah.
But having him be the one on Chamber, putting Zipan over on the Jet here on Breeze. But it's working.
I like that flexibility. I like that they do have options in terms of those roles. But it has to be said, like, when you look at the... I mean, Ultimate's basically all online here for the side of Na'Vi, so you get you 1 point away. But even just in terms of the economy, even if Parla start to get some rounds together, they're going to have to win, what, 2, 3 in a row to break the economy of Na'Vi at this point?
I honestly think you're right now with one of the observers just being attacked a bear aficionado.
Yeah, searching for the teddies. But Na'Vi not interested in teddy bears today. Think of all the teddy bears they could buy with the winnings if they can just finish one map off.
Oh,
well,
Masic.
Spike down mid.
Able to find something.
Wants a teddy bear of his own. Using the headhunter. He's trying to earn that cash. I'll have to see.
I like that Zipan and CNED don't back down, though. Still holding these angles, but Parla changing it up. Aggressively pushing through halls. Going to try and find a flank on the members of Na'Vi, but Suigetsu's ready for it. Oh, where is he?
Pushing up. Suigetsu looks away and JJ finds the headshot. Nice little pickup there. Loris is found by Zipan elsewhere on the map as he starts to push towards B. And I think realizing that none of the defenders are here, if they're 2 pushing up to Tube, probably means that defenders cannot be on B. They move in using that knife, checking every corner, but here's Masic with the tour de force, but Zipan doesn't care! Zipan finding 3 in the round, and Ruxic finally shuts him down, but the damage is already done. 2v2 now, Spike down. It's just a Sheriff and an SMG against CNED and Angel. They've got their rifles in tow. They've just got to find their shots. There's one for CNED. JJ gets Angel, though.
20 HP, but it is planted for him to play out here through window. Beautiful. And there it is.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous from CNED. And you wonder whether he's going to wait for a second and get, just peeks as soon as he's there and takes the shot. Gorgeous stuff.
It feels like we just have to keep talking about it because Na'Vi haven't used them yet, but not only has Parla never been able to build up any sort of economic force, but the ults are just all there consistently. 1 point away for Angel. It feels like they can guarantee that so easily. Everything else online, they'll be able to guarantee, you know, like a strong post plan if they can get the spike down. They have things like the Viper's Pit, but you also have the Hunter's Fury to play out it and make sure that the enemy can't just go for that one. But now, Na'Vi once again pushing up for heavy mid control.
CNED already using his TP there. Owl Drone going to spot players out. Suigetsu sneaking on up through cave. Angel finds the first. Angel has been absolutely magnetic with his aim on Breeze. It's the final map of the series, and he's been a player that has had a couple of rough maps here. When it matters the most, he's stepping up.
I mean, you think about earlier in the day against Vitality, he was one of the people that had a great performance on Breeze. He was also one of the people who was playing some of those flanks and catching Vitality off guard. Na'Vi now going to try and catch Parla off guard by making their way towards Elbow. CNED going to make his way up, and maybe another chamber duel coming on through.
Masic gets it, though. Nice little shot there. TP's away. Ruxic at the back of the site will be suppressed. Everything starting to fly on in. Dodges away from the recon bolt, though. Zipan charging forwards, trying to find the player, but JJ's the one to get it. Through the wall, no less. J-List on the flank as well. This is a tough one, actually, as JJ finds 3. The Viper's Pit comes out from Suigetsu, but he's taken out instead. And Parla finally get a second on the board.
Yeah, I mean, coming from so many different angles, JJ able to pick up some crucial kills for the side of Parla, even committing the Viper's Pit to that play, but playing so heavily on site that Parla were able to bring some kills back. And now JJ going to have a Hunter's Fury of his own. Looks like maybe even changing setups for Parla. And again, that's something you always want to see when you're running things like the Chamber. Has been playing a lot from tunnel on B, but this time going to be looking through those double doors in mid.
You want to play? Let's play.
The recon bolt going to go on out. Immediately denied by Na'Vi. Tour de force comes through. So CNED will be able to get some work done there, you'd expect, with that ultimate. But like Zipan, Xiao, both still have their ults available as well. Angel and Suigetsu using theirs in the previous round. Oh, that flash. Loris takes out Zipan. It's a really nice pick for Parla.
Yeah, Ruxic able to get that one out to make it possible. And now spamming through the screen, heavily tagging Angel.
Yeah. Getting close to finding a pick. But it does look like... I mean, the spike is on site, but it's kind of dangerous. That wall is sort of ruining everything. Angel is in sight alone, and the rest of the team can't connect with him. They can't get on over there.
No, and you can see Parla not even feeling pressured to try and commit on without that plant coming down because they know they're still 5 members strong.
Oh, JJ knows exactly what's going on. Sees the pixel. And I assume we'll have seen the spike at this point on the minimap there.
Recon Bolt going to give some information, at least about where Loris is on that B site, but I feel so hard. Even if you can get to this back part of site to be able to get to the spike.
Yeah.
I mean, Parla have all the angles covered if they try to go for a plant.
Xiao goes for it. We'll grab the spike. We'll start planting it here. 8 seconds on the clock. Xiao's just got to get it down. The Hunter's Fury coming on through. Spike planted. No one dies to the Hunter's Fury. CNED with one with the Tour de Force as well. 2v4. CNED has to be massive. TP's away, but he's onto a snake bite there. Masic finds one onto CNED, and Ruxic finishes the job. 3 now for Parla. And Na'Vi can't finish it off.
Parla able to pull something off. Very slow round coming out, especially from Na'Vi. We saw early on it was Loris making his way up mid, and the combo of the flash coming out from Ruxic. Nothing Zipan can really do to react. He goes down. You're now forced in a bit of a weird position where 3 members are posted over towards B. CNED was trying to aggressively make his way up halls where no one on Parla was playing, so not going to give CNED the opportunity to find that pick.
You know, earlier on, we were talking about the economy that Na'Vi had for themselves and how many rounds it would take to break it. Well, that's 2 in a row for Parla. It's a full buy here for Na'Vi with a bit of cash left, and if they lose this one, a 3-round loss bonus. So they'll probably be able to buy again, and that is just the tremendous advantage they found as CNED just flies out around the corner and takes a shot onto Loris. Na'Vi, great pick to start the round.
Yeah, I think on one of the key members. It has been JJ actually the one showing up this time around on Breeze for the side of Parla. Na'Vi not going to commit to anything, just finding one pick, again, kind of at the end of elbow towards mid, so not really going to open up any type of site for them to go for. And for now, it kind of looks like they have their eyes over towards A on double doors. So Igetsu wanting to commit through Hall.
2 players over on the B site right now, and it has been B consistently for Na'Vi over the last few rounds, so swapping over to A here, they will be spotted. J-List definitely saw a few foreheads there, forced away, suppressed on the back of the site there. Very narrowly gets away with his life, but Angel won't let that happen for long. J-List and JJ both have been star players across the course today, but both go down. Spike planted, and Ruxic planting a bullet into the head of Sigetsu.
Yeah, going to try and go for the retake now, but only with 2 members. Also having an op, so we're going to see how much they want to risk giving that one over. If they can find a pick, I think can lead something, but Zipan.
Whoa, 1 HP! That must have been a wall bang hitting in the stomach or something. As Masic finds a shot. No Zipan. Whoa! And Masic finds 2, but CNED on the flank does find the kill in the end.
Yeah, Na'Vi getting that kill and getting themselves to a nice 7-3 scoreline so far. We're going to see if they can push themselves all the way up to 9. Parla's still going to have a buy on the board, and we kind of hit on it earlier, just how open this map is, and a lot of it coming down to a lot of these opening duels and who wins them around mid. That time around it was Na'Vi, and I like it not committing too much towards a play towards B tunnel, wait it out, go over towards A, so he gets to a great position in tunnel. Now they're going to do it again.
Oh, Masic does it again. Masic has been such an incredible player. I mean, Icebox, he looked fantastic. Now getting yet another pick. Blade Storm available on both sides, but obviously Zipan going down kind of takes that out of the equation, but I mean, that takes the other one out of the equation as well as the knives just go wide on CNED. Xiao does have his ultimate, but that's the only one available for either team now.
And now we'll see if CNED able to find anything as the other members of Na'Vi are making their way kind of over. Still seeing what they can find through these doors leading to A site.
But I think it might be B. think they are leaning towards B with CNED there. Slowly pushing up mid, and Angel. That is a gorgeous little pick onto JJ, and it means that Loris alone, Sheriff in hand. We've seen Loris hit these shots. We've seen him make these moments happen. But CNED just blasted him. I think that was blind. I think that was just through the wall. 3-7 on the scoreboard. Spike planted. Masick and J-List trying to get onto the site here. We'll find a pick each, and it makes it a 2v2. Suddenly, it's very doable for Parlor. And they need these rounds. Masick with a third for the round. And Angel alone here. Desperate to get an 8th on the board for Na'Vi as we head towards halftime. Just 2 rounds left, including this one. But Angel has been phenomenal today, especially on Breeze. Goes for the shoulder peek, goes for the jump peek. Masick sticking it. And he knows. Angel finds the shot. 8 rounds for Na'Vi. We're in serious mode for Na'Vi. Game number 5, and they're making sure we know it.
Yeah, I mean, not really over-committing to anything. Even when they lose out on the duels, like Masick finding that opening pick, still playing it slow, waiting to get that information down, and creating that entryway onto B, cutting off mid-nest with the fragment. And now this time around, it actually looks like they're going to pivot and try and put more pressure over towards A, which we haven't seen them do in quite a while. But that's where both Loris and Masick are posted up.
This round is going to get messy. There are so many ultimates online, and it's the last of the half. Nobody's going to save anything whatsoever. And you just know it's going to be carnage. Looks like, as you said, it's probably towards that A site. Viper's pick came down from Parlor towards B, but it's not going to find much value. There's Loris up close and personal. Here's the Owl Drone who goes in for a pick onto Xiao. Nicely done there. 85 HP and traded by Sugetsu. Masick onto Sipando. Ruins that Blade Storm. Ruxic knocks Angel. Sugetsu and CNED have to try and make their way into this site. CNED with that operator, and we know what he can do when push comes to shove. Sugetsu pushing into the site with a full flash, and J-List takes out the opposite Viper, but CNED, a great little flick, but wasn't ready for the second shot. J-List takes a 4th round for his team as we head past halftime.
And Parla able to commit a lot of members over towards that A site with the Viper's Pit coming out on B. But now we're going to see how they do with swapping sides. CNED and Angel, like we said, having a great map on the opposite side. Masick still being the one to show up. Jailer still being incredibly consistent.
Yeah.
And with the mirror compositions, I'm curious to see where Parla take it. I mean, it feels like just on this map, right? A lot of like defaulting coming through, seeing like if you can find that opening pick with how the aggression is panning out.
And you have to remember, Na'Vi chose their half for map number 5 here. Ooh. So they chose to attack to bring in things. See how Parla do on the attack now, but Zipan just jumps out and finds trade. Ruxic goes down as CNED gets involved. JJ onto Angel. Masick TPing back towards the rest of the team here. They're onto A site and they should be able to get the plant for themselves. Xiao knows it's going on. That's the shock bolts available. Needs to wait for the team though for the retake.
Yeah, I mean they should be able to get it right. 3v2. Have man advantage, but when you have some shock bolts up for Xiao as well to get things done, to where for JJ on the opposite side not really having much. And now Parla actually bringing it to a 2v2.
JJ and J-List, these two players have been exceptional across the course of this tournament. So many moments that J-List clutches. CNED finds the head. Both players a single bullet away. It doesn't even matter where it lands, but the knife is out. And CNED's found by JJ. It's another round for Parla. It's 5-8 on the scoreboard. And it's a huge, huge moment for any fans watching that are supporting this dark horse run from Parla.
I even thought it was interesting what they did, right? Throwing up the toxic screen through mid. And I think them, you know, knowing that gives them an entry point through those double doors, but also cutting off information from Hall for Na'Vi. But Na'Vi were, like, not afraid to push through and start finding some of those opening picks very early on. Parla able to bring it back. And now, this time around, once again, a lot of aggression towards mid.
Loris going to use that Cloudburst to
look at CNED.
Space. Yeah, CNED does end up getting taken down. Not too surprising there. Zipan falls as well, but there's a nice little pick from Soigetsu. And you would expect that this should just be Parla finishing the round off with the guns that they have. But Angel, a couple of little bursts there, does find it with the frenzy. Jailers wants to punish, wants to take this player out and protect the weapons.
And he's all by himself. I mean, you see where Soigetsu is on the opposite side. So Parla, going to be able to guarantee this. Good to see when we've kind of talked about how wishy-washy some of these like gun versus no gun rounds have been.
You know what? I reckon Soigetsu wins these. He's got a sheriff. They're all coming to the site that he's waiting on. I believe in the headshots.
Munchables has said it.
Let's see if it happens. First shot coming on in, finds the target, but Jailer spins around. I love the patience there, waiting for the third player, but ultimately spotted out and taken down.
Yeah, I mean, really, not much chance to be able to pull that one through. And this map, which was looking pretty dominant by Na'Vi early on, once again being brought back. And it just reminds me of what Coach Epic said about Parla, you know, about like what are they, what's their strength? How are they able to do this? And he said it's been things like their mentality, it's been their grit, and how hungry they are to want this win.
Yeah, and Na'Vi really being pushed to their limits. It's 6-8. Parla keeping it close. In the previous game, so close between the two teams, and it was Parla to take it.
Be faster.
Zipan finds the trade onto Masic. Important to do so as well. Because at the end of the day, when CNED goes down quite a lot of the time, that is a bad news bears for Na'Vi. They can't really find a lot of these rounds after CNED falls. He has been the star player. I think that's unarguable.
Now, Parla making their way towards B. Ruxic does have the null command online.
I have the spike.
Probably going to wait for some of their info gathering tools to come back up before making any commitments. But, I mean, clock ticking down, and it feels like they're going to need to make a play towards B.
Zipan doesn't quite find his headshot, but doesn't go down either, and out they come. But Soigetsu only getting the one, and it's a knock as well, but Zipan jumps in. Loris answers.
Down B.
2v2.
Well, 2v2 and a bit, because Ruxic is still on the floor. They could maybe pick the player up. Loris finding it, but taking out himself. Oh, it's close. But Jailers gets it again. Takes a rifle into the next round, gets the 7th on the board for Parla. And they're getting real close to neck and neck at this point. Na'Vi's players are got to be sweating.
Yeah, and it feels like it's one that Parla making their way up, not really giving too much information over early on in that last round to Na'Vi, and then just making that hit towards B. And I mean, just changing a lot of these offensive hits. It felt like, I remember earlier in the day, I think it was on Pearl against Vitality where, I mean, when like Na'Vi found something that worked, and I believe it was like going down B main, they just kept doing it over and over a few rounds, trying to get that conditioning on through. Parla's still keeping it very loose.
So I guess who does have that Viper's Pit available. JJ is Ultimate Online also. Na'Vi would really like this round, but realistically speaking, they don't particularly have the tools. I think you maybe just save that Viper's Pit for the following round. Then again, it's not exactly a full buy on the side of Parla either. I mean, a Bulldog for JJ. The economy of both teams, not necessarily where it needs to be.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely Parla completely invested into this round. When you look at the opposing side, Na'Vi even playing incredibly far back, not doing what we saw teams like Parla doing before when they were on these ecos of making those cheeky pushes on through. Parla can be able to get on site, but we might just get a full-on 5v5 scrap here on A.
I hope so. Loris the one to try and watch this angle, but flash down. Ruxic finally going to get that spike down. And here we go. Hunter's Fury coming on through. CNED TP's out. Loris getting one onto CNED. It's a good little start for Parla. They have the advantage. Angel low on HP as well. Zipan needs to do something with that. Marshall needs to find some shots. Ruxic onto Angel, but Xiao takes Loris out. These sheriffs can be deadly. Right hands, Cloudburst is coming through. Masic caught in a corner here. Zipan moves forward to Getsu with a headshot onto Ruxic, but they're running out of time here. They've got to make things happen. Zipan, Xiao charging forwards, and Xiao finds 3 with the Sheriff. And Na'Vi, once again, it's only on the ecos. They can only do it on the ecos.
Not allowing Parla to bring the score to 8-8. Going to be able to get all of these Vandals under their belt and move on to a 9-7 scoreline. And I mean, we look at that, right? Na'Vi gave Parla a lot of space to work with. They pretty much allowed them to get on site. We're comfortable playing as a 5-man unit to try and make their way up. And now I want to see what they do here to try and bring themselves to 10, because they haven't really been giving in to like trying to take a lot of these aim duels in mid, which I feel like we saw when teams were on the opposing sides.
Blaze-Bomb comes out from Loris, wants the pick in mid, but flashed, forced off. Blaze-Bomb also available for Zipan. Xiao has his ult, but CNED take it down again. Masic with a really nice headhunter shot, a wallbang headshot, not too shabby.
Here.
And now Angel gonna have to go reinforce A, which looks like it could be their target. Still leaning towards B. They still have plenty of options of what they could do. Now knowing exactly where Xiao is.
Here we go. Angel peeks around the corner. I'm saying he just keeps re-peeking. Finds 2. That's a rifle on over though if they can find it, but just charging towards their sides and Sugetsu behind enemy lines. Bit of an eco bash there and just sprays on through. 10 now for Na'Vi. And after struggling, there was 4-5 rounds in a row there for Parla. Suddenly Na'Vi come alive and grab 2.
And I mean, Parla gonna be fine in terms of being able to get these buys online, but 3 ults up, CNED gonna have the tour de force soon. And kind of nice to see Na'Vi changing it up a little bit as well. Again, not really playing too far forward in the early round. We even saw when CNED got picked off, he was pretty far onto A site, just Masic having that angle from mid. But then once they see how many members are making the push, is gonna go for aggression in halls.
Yep, sprays from both directions, and it's actually gonna be Hunter's Fury. Blasted out, Loris trying to be found. Fair effort from Xiao, but doesn't manage to get his man. Zipan though does. Ruxic down, man advantage for Na'Vi. They're on 10 rounds already. This is a gun round. If they can get this one, it might just turn into a second one as well. That would put them on match point. This is crucial for Parla. 4v5. They have to make this attack count.
And it's all coming down to what CNED can do here. They now know he's on this B site with the op. Not even having any flashes or anything to try and get him out of here.
Rendezvous available. Cloudburst comes in. Is he going to take a blind shot? Oh, nice reactions on the dart there. Needs to find it, but will not get his target. What? Straight through the wall onto Loris, gets a second as well. And CNED holds it down, sentinel and a half. JJ alone on the site, 3 men strong for Na'Vi as they barrel towards the B site, but JJ takes a head off. Looking towards Sugetsu next. Over towards Archers. Angel on the flank here. And they need to be able to find this spike already down. JJ desperate to keep Parla in the game, but Sugetsu finds the headshot through the wall. Na'Vi push it to 11 points, and CNED take a bow, my man.
What is he doing? Holding B all by himself, taking on multiple members from Parla one by one. They even get so deep on the site, able to get the wall bang. And then as they try to push him, I mean, the timings aren't even too far off, but still able to take them out one by one.
Yeah, I mean, the shot through the wall. Just spotted out by a teammate and taken down. And Parla, rightly so, going for a timeout here. They don't have the greatest amount of funds to work with, but they've got to make this round stick because you can't afford to let Na'Vi get to match point. You just can't.
I mean, they're still going to be able to string together a workable buy, right?
Yeah.
You're going to have four. You're going to have 4 rifles online. You're going to have the tour de force there, and now also having things like the Viper's Pit. So we'll see what they can do. Even the null command, right? If they can kind of lock CNED down and put him in a difficult position, but it didn't really feel like that meant that much in the last round.
No. I will say, I would love to see Parla just go fast charge onto A again. We've seen it a couple of times from them. It feels terrifying. It's hard for Na'Vi to retake with them getting into their post-plant positions. With the null command, I feel like that is probably the call.
Yeah, I think that's one way you can look at it. I think mid as well. I mean, they've been doing really well. Once taking control through mid, finding some of those picks. But then I feel like Na'Vi, with how willing they are to play as a team, is, I mean, this clip is just absolutely insane.
I don't know, was he spotted out by like a recon bolt or something, or was that just a blind shot through the wall? Because that's insane if that was blind.
Yeah,
just mental. Just absolutely mental.
We're going to see here if they do try and look for that fast push, but I feel like Na'Vi's done such a good job as playing as a unit. Look at them, 4 members towards A now.
This is the chance for Parla to charge on in. They are going to use that Nord command. JJ gets one onto Angel. It's traded, but CNED's there. Knocks one. Jailers does answer. Zipan here, looking for JJ. Zipan finding JJ. Loris alone, taken down, and that's match point. That's series point. That is finals point for Na'Vi.
Parla try to change it up, but Na'Vi looking comfortable now that they found their groove once again. And this was the debut of their roster changes. Like, even them, as a team, under the banner of Na'Vi as an org. And I feel like a lot of questions answered, a lot of questions also raised in terms of, like, you know, what they're doing. I guess even back when they were FPX, they were known for these more quirky and, like, different compositions coming out. But now this is their time to close it out and become the G-Loot champions.
They'd love to do it. And, you know, coming in as favorites of the tournament, coming in with massive expectations on their shoulders. And I think struggling a couple of times here.
And we see them, like, aggressively pushing out of A, but Parla back to the aggression in mid.
Oh, CNED finds it, finds the pick. Zipan answers in as well. I think that might just be it. There's only 2 players remain for Parla. JJ does get a headshot onto Angel, but pushed all the way into their spawn.
He is isolated.
Zipan's behind enemy lines here. The rest of the team moving in. CNED with the tour de force. JJ with a headshot, but Zipan finishes it with a Blade Storm, and there we have it. Na'Vi are your Valorant G-Loot Clash champions.
Honestly, just huge. I mean, CNED on this roster, it's looking great together. Again, the quirky compositions, what they're trying out, trying to gain experience for next year, having to face a lot of partner teams, having to go up against a surprising underdog like Parla. And it's just great to see from Na'Vi that, I mean, they still got it.
And it's 2 Turkish teams that people were not expecting big things from that push Na'Vi all the way in this series. But it is Na'Vi that take it in the end, and CNED looking pretty good on this new roster. I'm going to kick it over to the desk to break that grand final down.
Thank you, Munch. Surprises? Not really, but to some degree we have an insane storyline. Congrats to Na'Vi, they're the first G-Loot Valorant Clash champions, but also big congrats to Parla Esports, because I think this showing was absolutely massive, showcases the region again and over again. I mean, to some degree there's a small Turkish win there as well, because Cena just, you know, is on Na'Vi,
I don't know what it is in the end, but Turkey always wins. I don't know how they do it. But yeah, I completely agree with you. We kind of expected, we knew that Na'Vi were the favorites, but Parla fought until the very last second, until the very last round, and that is something that we all need to acknowledge, especially coming into 2023. We wanted some testing ground for Na'Vi. I think that we got it, all the 5 maps.
Yeah. And I think as well, I mean, we were asking the questions at the start of this weekend of, is there going to be an underdog story? Is there going to be a team that makes a name for themselves? Parla's when we came in, we even referenced for esports obviously dropping and giving some context to that previous loss actually to Parla as well, but they've got to come away from this series with their heads held high in my books.
And listen, also Na'Vi has played 7 maps today with the best of 3 that they had earlier in the day and 5 maps now. All the practice that they could get, obviously very well rewarded being the champions here. But, you know, especially here on that last map, I have to say, and I think our casters mentioned, I am so happy with the performance that CNED has had today in every single map. He was the #1 for his team.
Do you like him more on the Jet, or do you like him more on this?
A Jet.
On the Jet, okay.
I mean, for the throwback value, the Jet, yeah, but he has looked phenomenal on the chamber. I mean, this clip here was absolutely outrageous. The 3K on B site, absolute madness. I think as well, a lot of the questions coming in where we saw Ascend try to adapt. Previously, we've seen it on that roster to the chamber meta. It didn't really work. It's great to see him slot into this roster now and really put up numbers.
And what is the actually, I think, pretty good for Na'Vi is that they tested out so many things that didn't work out. Didn't work out. but they know now that it didn't. They have to, go back to the drawing board and learn from this experience as well.
Exactly. From as I said the other day, from winning you don't get much, out of it. Yeah, I was right. But from losing, there's a lot that you can get back to and say, okay, this worked. This did not go according to plan. This, in our heads looked in a different way, but actually it works out this way. Of course, it's great for them.
Credit where credit's due as well. I know we made a comment as well just during this game as well. Angel on the KO. That was something we were saying. We were crediting him looking the most comfortable, and to be through this, alongside Zipan as well, who's done the rounds in terms of the agents this weekend, putting up a fantastic performance here on the final map.
Same goes for Jay, and I think Jailers, even though they didn't have the best performance out of the last one, I think that they were two of the most, players to highlight on the side of Parla. Again, very, very happy, and we'll have to wait and see what future holds for them.
Well, in general, Ascension, I guess, is the way for Parla, right, to shine again.
Yeah, of course.
And it looks very promising. Not gonna lie, I'm very impressed with Jay in the Parla esports lineup. I think Lores was getting a lot of praise, but for me, my personal hero in that lineup was Jay. He had many clutch factor and impact kills.
Absolutely. Secondary shout out to Masic for me as well. To be the stand-in, come in and consistently put up numbers. Going toe-to-toe with Zenit in terms of the head-to-head, right, is a tall order, but we still saw Masic causing real issues for Na'Vi.
Yeah, we're talking about the Turkish region. Just imagine that you're standing in for a roster and it's like, by the way, your opponent is going to be Zenit, okay? So just go there and just go for him.
I'm sure they know each other very well. But last time for this tournament, we're going to welcome back Toby on the POTUS and then go with the Telestrator. What do you have prepared for us?
Thank you so much, Lothar. What I have prepared for you is what I believe led to the momentum that Na'Vi needed to bring home the win. We see a game where Parla in round 17, they have yet to really try and take mid control in the previous rounds. In this one, as you can see already here, they've pushed aggressively up towards mid. They've claimed the majority of mid. They've even found Zenit early, getting themselves into a 5v4 situation. Now, on the back end of this, it doesn't seem like they're fully aware of what they want to use this space with. Do you push back towards A via defender spawn? Do you make your way over towards B, link towards B? So as you roll the clip on forward, they want to make their way back, but here's Angel. Angel does a great job of finding the first knock, buying some time for his team to rotate out as well, and most importantly, allows for Sugetsu to get into position. We haven't seen Sugetsu play an aggressive Viper in all of second half. This time around, though, he sets up perfectly on the downside of the push in towards B main. The opponents, as we see here, as we clip on forward and allow them to go through, 3 people here, none of them even look towards the bottom side of it because they haven't really had to deal with the Viper wall at all coming into this. Now he throws in the audible, now he catches them off guard, gets the 3-piece in a round where potentially could have gone against them, could have forced them into an eco as well. They get the win and the win of the tournament to follow.
Thank you very much, Toby. And straight up from the Telestrator to the interview with head coach of Na'Vi Doombros. First, congrats, massive win. I mean, most people anticipated that you guys are gonna win it, but it was a little bit of a bumpy road, and I'm definitely gonna ask you some tough questions. But first, how you doing?
I feel tired. It's been a really long day, a really long day for all of us. So I'm gonna try to answer your questions, but my players came in here and revealed too much information, so sorry.
Okay, but can you answer me this? Can you tell me how did your day look today? How did you guys play the first best of 3, and then what was your work looking like between that best of 3 and the final? What did you do?
So basically, we prepared for the semi-final. That was the only match we prepared for because it was a bit too much to prepare for 2 opponents in a row. Usually we play warm-up scrims before, but this time we decided we won't play any warm-up scrims because there's potential of 8 maps, which it was today. So, and then after we won, me and my partner Latex, we anti-stratted, tried to anti-strat 5 maps during the break, but obviously it's not that possible. So
yeah.
So just combining that with people being really, really tired, we don't do good with breaks. We like to play everything in a row. So that's probably why you saw a lot of, you know, funny, goofy, haha moments. So, yeah.
We saw a couple of those. You talk about, of course, the best of 5 that we just had. Let's roll back. Let's take a look at what happened on Haven, because it's a map that you guys have played a lot. New compositions, new roles. Definitely did not get the win today. What is going on with the map from your perspective?
I mean, we're just experimenting. We're trying some new stuff. I mean, this is the time to do it, so... You know, we're not scared of switching. We thought of switching a bit more, but we decided on not to. Not gonna say to what. But basically, we're gonna try some new roles, like on Sipan, on Omen, right, on Xiao, and just see where that takes us. So I'm not sure yet. We're just experimenting, basically.
Okay, I mean, actually, my question kind of nicely follows on to that. It's based around, obviously, the role swaps and some of the compositions we've seen kind of overhauled with players moving to different roles within that to maybe accommodate for CNED. I guess coming away from this being something you've treated as experiment time, what's been I guess, the biggest room for improvement or the biggest opportunity to turn around from this tournament?
I'm not really sure. I think we have to review and like see where we went wrong and where we went right. Like this was kind of our practice run with like a bit of scouting, getting CNED into a structured team. You know, I'm sure he's not used to the scouting we do and the structure we play. So just basically a good rehearsal for next year. I guess what I learned is I'm not really sure. Don't trust Angel Calls and what he does. You know.
Oh, you just learned that today?
No, he's always bashing my ideas, so now it's my turn to bash him. So.
I guess if it's okay, just to ask a follow-up question then. Obviously, Bind was a talking point as well. And obviously, I mean, historically, the FPS roster having a reasonably good win-loss ratio, even just leave it at that. Is this something that you guys are maybe still cooking up, not finalized? Is that why it was kind of avoided to an extent this weekend?
No, we can play Bind.
Oh, Eric, you always say the same! You only say we can play every map!
I want to know if there's a new comp there.
Yeah, there might be. We want to play it against Vitality and against these guys too, but they won against Giants yesterday on Bind, so it just felt right to ban it, and we kind of wanted to try Haven again and see if we could switch up to the Killjoy and maybe get some more control in, but obviously it didn't work. But yeah, I forgot your question, but I hope it answered it.
No, to be fair, you forgot it, but you answered it, so it's fun.
Yeah.
I actually have a very specific question. So we were wondering how you guys came up to the conclusion to choose Sova for Pearl.
I thought he was going to ask about Reyna.
No. I'm actually more interested about Sova because I would like to hear from you. What do you think is more valuable in Sova in this composition than, for example, any other initiator there?
That comp is mine and Latex comp, you know, so we take full credit for that one. I mean, it functions pretty well in the style we want to play, you know, you kind of want to threaten the executes. And also you have a shock dart, so for instance, the trap in B-Link, right? I think you mentioned it, Kakuka, that Vitality has had troubles, you know, breaking our traps in B-Link, right?
Yeah.
But you can just have one shock dart and do it, right?
Yeah, I think we all came to that the same
we were waiting
here.
for those to happen, but we didn't see them.
Every round and we were like, come on, something, but nope, yep.
And then you have a drone, right? And then the drone is just generally powerful, and it's kind of like Sova on Split back in the day, where people don't expect it too much, and it gets a little bit more value than it should, you know. So.
Oh, you loved Sova on Split as well, yeah. I remember.
Of course, yeah.
But Kakuka's onto something here, because then we had Reyna on Icebox. You have to explain yourself here.
I mean, I gambled all my strats into Sipan getting headshots. So, yeah, that's our bad. Like, obviously, KO is a bit better, but we kind of want to try, especially for Sipan, you see us putting him in, like, Jet or Reyna, or putting him on more, like, Sova and Fade. So we're kind of just experimenting and see where we want to go, so...
You're using a lot that word experimenting, but what about the harbor? Does that fit in your plans, or are you just still experimenting with the other agents?
When's Angel playing it?
Yeah, when's Angel playing harbor? That's the question.
So Getsu was tweeting that he wants to play harbor.
Yeah, I mean, Angel said, I think before Haven, he's like, okay, who's playing Harbor? And I got mad. And bring up the win rate on Harbor in this tournament. I think it's 0%, right? So
well,
no,
they
Vitality won with it on Breeze.
50% then.
50%, yeah. It's a good start. It's a good start.
I mean, it can work. It's just like we didn't have too much time coming into this tournament. So what do we have? Maybe 2.5 weeks. So it's a bit hard. We tried to do some experiments like on Ascent and try to keep it default on some other maps, you know, so we can get like both aspects of CNET playing in our existing structure, but also us trying to branch out and be a little bit creative and new.
I have one more question for you, Eric. Of course, you guys had a lot of time working with artists. I want to know from the coaching stuff as well, what has been the biggest difference now working with CNET? Have you found any like big trouble, or is this like super easy?
I think he's been playing in a team that is very different from ours. I know Sipan said like CNET worse comms but better off, but I think it's more CNET is used to playing in Ascend and we're playing a very like reactive style. That's not really what we want to do. We want to play more like control or retake areas and think about the macro. So I think it's just an adjusting period for him because that artist was good at that, you know. He might not be the flashiest players, but he's probably the smartest player in the world, you know. So we're working on that. But if we can fix it, we have a CNET that probably can be the best player in the world. So
again, yeah, for a second time,
yeah.
On the previous Jet, he was a monster. That was something that you never wanted to meet at any of the given sites, right? But we're gonna. It's already very late. It's like over 11 p.m. So we're gonna let you go. Congrats again.
We're loving your country, by the way. So
it's pretty cool. This was an amazing tournament run for you guys. There were some bumpy, bumps in the road towards the win, but you got the championship, you got the prize, and well, we're gonna see each other probably soon in the next tournaments, and then in the next year VCT. So congrats again from us, and thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
All right. Well, I love those interviews. Like
I think we had the best interview.
He's just always the GOAT interview. Like every single. We nearly slipped into the podcast and end of stream interview with Doombros again. But it's always so insightful to just hear the inner
that's the point. Like he gives the good answers. He's not afraid. He says that the rest of his team gives up some information, but he's always dipping and giving.
He's the leaker.
Yeah,
he's the leaker.
Exactly.
We need to prod him a little bit more next time, even than this. Like. Give us some insight from some dirt as well from behind the scenes.
This time. Next time.
All right, next time. But this actually concludes our tournament. We're gonna go to the last bracket to show you guys. Well, who won? Look at that. End of the bracket. Nat Spencer versus Parla Esports, and it's a 3-2. It was a very long tournament. 3 days of esports. All of the matches are recorded. All are. You can find them on VODs and enjoy them again. There are some that we advertised it to watch. Parla Esports vs Giants Gaming was a blast.
Yes.
You should rewatch it if you didn't see it. But this final was actually pretty interesting as well. For me, it was a very entertaining tournament. Many surprises, many weird compositions and agents. What about you, Kakoko? What is your most memorable?
I think I really enjoyed the semifinal that we had today versus the Navi versus Vitality, not only because it's teams that we're going to see next year. I think that they wanted to test each other, especially the compositions on Pearl and Breeze. So at least we got Harbor twice.
What about you, Harbok?
I think for me, we've just been lucky to have some of the matchups we have, an appetizer for obviously some of these partnership teams, but also a couple of, I don't want to say unknowners, but new names potentially making a breakthrough here. Obviously, Parla being the obvious one, but along the way, Fireflux, once again, that name that keeps creeping in and putting up results here and there. So overall, even as, a lot of the teams have treated this as experimental and testing things out, I think we've got a fantastic taster so.
Yeah, and it, I guess, heats up the oven for a session.
Back to the cooking, man.
Yeah. It's already growing. That cake's already growing.
We can't get through one segment without doing a cooking.
You see.
All right. Well, let's finish the segment. Let's finish the tournament. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Thank you very much to our sponsors, G-Loot, HyperX, and Clean Drink for bringing us this, well, very enjoyable weekend. Well, actually longer than weekend because it was also Friday included. And that's it. Thank you very much for watching. See you guys around. Bye-bye.
join G-Loop and add a second battle pass to your game. Win coins. Redeem it for gift cards. Rinse and repeat.
Hey, chat.
Eat every workout. Eat every game. Keep it clean.